Europe is the cradle of civilization, but behind the familiar tourist routes lies a different reality. 15 mysterious structures scattered across the continent continue to baffle modern science. Stone circles, thousands of years old, silently guard their secrets, refusing to reveal their true purpose. What compelled our ancestors to align these megalithic sites with such precision to the stars? In the shadows of Europe's grand castles, there are constructions about which local residents whisper, they were not built by humans. Ancient walls, where stone blocks are fitted with such extraordinary accuracy that not even a knife blade can pass between them, pose the question, how was this done without modern technologies? In the enigmatic labyrinths and tombs built by unknown craftsmen, unexplained phenomena are still recorded. Strange sounds, flickering lights, unusual electromagnetic fluctuations. Official science offers us dry facts, but are they convincing in the face of these stone witnesses to ancient mysteries? Let us embark on a journey to the most mysterious places in Europe, where archaeological textbooks are powerless, and ancient stones hold messages that we are just beginning to understand. The first stop in our journey to mysterious places is the legendary Stonehenge, which stands among the green hills of Salisbury Plain in England. This is a place where time seems to have stopped, frozen in stone eternity. Imagine, 4,500 years ago, when the pyramids of Giza were just beginning to be built, here, a monumental complex of many toned stones was already being erected. In the pre-dawn mist, when the fog rolls across the ground, these ancient columns appear as ghostly sentinels, guarding long-forgotten secrets. Stone blocks, some weighing 40 tons, were transported over a distance of more than 250 kilometers from the limestone of Wales. How? This question has tormented the minds of scholars for centuries. The official version speaks of primitive wooden sledges and thousands of workers dragging the stones across the land. But is this convincing enough? Why do modern experiments to recreate this process often end in failure? Even more astonishing is the astronomical precision of the arrangement of the megaliths. On the summer solstice, the first rays of the rising sun pass perfectly through the so-called gates of Stonehenge, creating a mystical spectacle that cannot be explained by chance. Archaeoastronomers assert that the complex was a unique observatory, allowing the prediction of solar and lunar eclipses. But how could people of the Bronze Age, without writing, possess such deep astronomical knowledge? Some researchers believe that Stonehenge was not just an observatory, but a complex energy structure. Local legends tell of strange phenomena, unexplained sounds resembling singing, emanating from the stones on certain days of the year, strange flashes of light visible at night, unusual sensations experienced by people touching the ancient megaliths. Geophysical studies have shown that Stonehenge is located at the intersection of powerful underground water flows and geological faults, creating a unique electromagnetic field. Could the ancient builders have deliberately chosen this place due to its special energy properties? Another mystery is related to the acoustic properties of the complex. Sound waves, reflecting off the stone surfaces, create a remarkable resonance effect, amplifying certain frequencies. During ceremonies, these sound vibrations could induce participants into an altered state of consciousness. Was this not the true goal of the creators of Stonehenge? To build a unique portal for communication with other dimensions of reality? There is also a more radical theory, suggesting that the technologies used in the construction of Stonehenge were passed down to the ancient people by a more advanced civilization. Some researchers point to the similarity between Stonehenge and other megalithic structures around the world, built approximately at the same time. How can we explain such a global spread of similar architectural ideas in an era when intercontinental travel was considered impossible? Archaeological excavations around Stonehenge continue to bring new mysteries. Recently discovered burials contained the remains of people who had come from afar, from the Alps, from the territory of modern Switzerland. What compelled them to overcome such a vast distance? Were they pilgrims, striving for a sacred place, or bearers of secret knowledge necessary for the construction and operation of the complex? In the year 2020, a group of geophysicists using the latest scanning methods discovered hidden structures under Stonehenge, tunnels, chambers, and other constructions extending deep into the earth. What secrets are hidden in these subterranean labyrinths? What other mysteries does this ancient land hold? Perhaps we stand on the threshold of discoveries that will completely change our understanding of human history. But for now, the stone giants of Stonehenge stand silently under the English sky, guarding their secrets and waiting for someone to finally decipher their stony chronicle. And as we contemplate these mysterious megaliths, it is impossible not to ask, what else is history hiding from us? What other amazing discoveries await us in other corners of ancient Europe? This is not the only mystery that the dark Scottish land conceals. Traveling through the tangled paths of the Isle of Lewis, we encounter another captivating place: the Callanish Stones. This ancient stone circle, which is over 5,000 years old, seems to have stepped out of a fairy tale where reality intertwines with myths. Imagine standing among these magnificent stone giants that tower over the green hills, enveloped in a light mist. Each stone here, as if, holds its own secrets, framed in legends of giants who were turned to stone for their wickedness. According to legend, once there lived powerful giants who, breaking their oath, were transformed into stone for their crimes. But what if this is merely a metaphor, an attempt to explain an extraordinary phenomenon that defies scientific explanation? Archaeologists have yet to reach a consensus on the purpose of this complex. Some believe the Callanish stones could have served as a site for rituals where ancient tribes gathered for worship or to honor their ancestors. Others point to their astronomical alignment, suggesting they were used to track solar and lunar cycles, similar to Stonehenge. How could ancient people know about such astronomical phenomena without modern technology? Could this be the result of knowledge passed down from a more advanced civilization? Or is there something greater on the Isle of Lewis that escapes our understanding? Geophysical studies have shown that the stone's placement is not random. They stand at the intersection of energy flows, similar to Stonehenge. Local residents tell of strange sensations that arise when approaching these stones: a cold that penetrates to the bones, and a whispering wind that seems to carry the whispers of spirits. But if these stones truly hold the secrets of the past, what do they want to tell us, who live in a different time? Some researchers even suggest that the Callanish stones could be part of a larger network of megalithic structures connected by both physical and spiritual aspects. Comparing them with similar monuments in other parts of Europe, one might ask, could our ancestors possess knowledge that is now beyond our reach? Or is this merely a game of the imagination trying to fill in the gaps in our understanding of history? No less mysterious is the question of how these massive constructions were built. How could ancient people without modern tools have cut, transported, and installed such enormous stone blocks with such precision? Do lost technologies exist, known only to a select few? At present, the Callanish stones remain silent witnesses to a distant past, and their massive shadows cast on the earth in the light of the setting sun remind us that not everything can be explained. What other mysteries are hidden under the veil of time, waiting for their moment? Perhaps somewhere, in the depths of Scottish forests or along the shores of ancient seas, similar enigmatic places await discovery, filled with ancient knowledge and unsolved mysteries. Are we only scratching the surface of great discoveries that could revolutionize our understanding of human history? This is not the only mystery hidden in the misty expanses of Northern Ireland. Traveling along the coast, we encounter a magnificent and enigmatic structure, the Giant's Causeway. This unique natural phenomenon consists of 40,000 hexagonal columns, as if chiseled from stone by the hands of colossal beings. Imagine standing on the edge of a cliff, with a massive staircase stretching out before you, leading into infinity, where the waves of the ocean crash against its foundations, creating a melody that seems as ancient as time itself. Scientists assure us that this formation is the result of volcanic activity, when lava, cooling rapidly, formed these ideal hexagonal shapes. But how can we explain the legends that tell of these stones being built by giants who wanted to construct a bridge to Scotland? They say that it was here that the mighty Finn McCool lived, who fought with other giants. What if these tales are based on real events, inextricably linked to ancient cultures that have left their mark on our consciousness? Each column, each stone, seems to whisper the secrets of those times when giants ruled the earth. How could such an advanced civilization disappear without a trace? Were these truly just myths, or do they contain forgotten truths that we have yet to decipher? Local residents still tell stories of how, in the dark night, one can hear muffled footsteps and a sound reminiscent of thunder when the wind passes between the columns. Some researchers claim that the Giant's Causeway could have been not just a natural formation, but part of a more complex system, possibly connected to other megalithic monuments, such as the Callanish stones on the Isle of Lewis. But what if these enigmatic structures were created not only for human needs, but also for communication with something greater than ourselves? What if ancient people possessed knowledge of the world that has been lost or forgotten over the centuries? Scientific research shows that the structure of these columns is perfectly balanced, raising questions about how the ancient builders could have achieved such precision. Perhaps they used methods that we still cannot explain, or were they part of a broader network of knowledge passed down from generation to generation? Researchers suggest that the Giant's Causeway could have served not only a practical function, but also as a place for ritual gatherings where ancient tribes conducted their ceremonies, possibly in an attempt to establish a connection with the Hall, spirits of their ancestors. When we stand among these stone columns, feeling their coldness and majesty, we are left with the question, what else lies beyond the limits of our understanding? How many more secrets lie beneath the surface of time, waiting for their moment? Perhaps somewhere in the depths of the earth or on distant islands, in the shadows of ancient forests, there are similar mysteries, filled with knowledge and unsolved enigmas that one day may change our understanding of human history. Are we merely scratching the surface of great discoveries that could transform our perception of who we are? This is not the only mystery hidden in the depths of the northern waters. Traveling east, we find ourselves on the enigmatic island of Gotland in Sweden, where stone labyrinths, whose age may exceed 3,000 years, are concealed. These mysterious structures, created from massive stone blocks, resemble ancient maps laid out on the ground. But what were they built for? What significance did ancient peoples attribute to them? The labyrinths of Gotland are shrouded in a multitude of myths and legends, and each stone seems to whisper about distant times. Scientists have not yet reached a consensus on the purpose of these labyrinths. Some suggest they served as ritual paths, others as symbols of religious beliefs, and some even believe they were places for meditation and spiritual practices. Entering one of the labyrinths, you feel the cold air, filled with the scent of sea salt, and the sounds of your footsteps, echoing off the stone walls, create an atmosphere as if you are at the heart of an ancient ritual. How could our ancestors create such complex constructions without modern technologies? This both inspires awe and trepidation. Some scientists propose that these labyrinths were connected to astronomical observations and may have served as gathering places for ancient tribes to exchange knowledge about stars and the cosmos. But what is the true history of these stone paths? Studying them, we encounter questions that remain unanswered. What were the ancient builders trying to express? Were they part of a broader cultural context that we still do not fully understand? Research indicates that the labyrinths may be linked to fertility rituals or even the search for spiritual enlightenment. Each turn, each bend, may hide secrets that have been lost over the centuries. Local residents still tell stories of hearing strange sounds at night, as if calls from a distant past, when the wind passes between the stones. The traces of ancient rituals and beliefs, perhaps, still live in these labyrinths, waiting for someone to uncover their secrets. But what if these stone structures were not only places of worship, but also symbols of unity, uniting different tribes and cultures? How much more unknown is hidden beneath the surface of time on this island, where each stone seems to hold the spirit of the ancient? We are only scratching the surface of the mysteries that await their time to be revealed. If the island of Gotland is full of such secrets, what else is hidden on other, even less known lands? Perhaps somewhere in the depths of forests, on forgotten cliffs, or in the shadows of high mountains, there lie similar labyrinths, filled with knowledge and unsolved mysteries, ready to change our perception of human history. Are we on the threshold of great discoveries that could transform our understanding of who we were and who we can become? Hohenwerfen Castle, nestled in the picturesque Alps of Austria, attracts travelers not only with its architectural beauty, but also with its captivating history, which hides a multitude of secrets. Built in the 11th century, this medieval castle, towering over the valley, seems to be a guardian of time, preserving within its walls unusual underground chambers that have become the object of close study by archaeologists and historians. But what secrets are hidden in these dark corridors? What significance do the strange artifacts found here hold, which, according to some researchers, do not correspond to the era of the castle's construction? Imagine, you descend the cold stone stairs, and each of your steps echoes in this ancient labyrinth. The smell of dampness and ancient stone mingles with a faint aura of mystery. In the underground chambers of Hohenwerfen, objects were discovered that, seemingly, belong to other epochs. Some are strange metallic constructions. Others are enigmatic stone artifacts that do not fit into the context of the medieval castle. How could these artifacts end up in a place where, according to the majority of historians, time stood still in the Middle Ages? Some researchers suggest that these findings may indicate the existence of an earlier unknown civilization or contacts with other cultures that left their mark in this remote corner of Europe. But how? Could our ancestors have established ties with other peoples about whom we know nothing? In this place where history and myth intertwine, a multitude of questions arise. Local residents tell of strange sounds emanating from the depths of the castle, of ghostly figures that, according to their words, wander the underground chambers, guarding forgotten secrets. Some believe that the castle served not only as a fortress, but also as a place where ancient wise men gathered to study astronomy and magic, trying to decipher the mysteries of the universe. But what is the true nature of these artifacts? Were they part of rituals that were once performed in these walls? Or do they represent something even more mysterious and enigmatic? Research continues, and each new artifact only adds fuel to the fire of speculation about what actually happened in Hohenwerfen Castle. Some researchers believe that the underground chambers may hide not only traces of ancient rituals, but also keys to the deciphering of long-lost knowledge. With each new discovery, we approach an understanding of what may have happened here, but many questions remain unanswered. Hohenwerfen Castle is not just a historical landmark, it is a place where time seems to have stopped, leaving us with riddles that demand answers. How is it that this castle, standing on the threshold of centuries, has become a repository of unsolved mysteries? And what else might history be hiding waiting for its time to be revealed. Perhaps in other corners of the world, similar castles filled with riddles and artifacts are hidden, which could change our understanding of the past. Are we on the threshold of great discoveries that could turn our understanding of humanity and its place in history on its head? Moving away from the mysteries of the Hohenwerfen Castle, we find ourselves in France, approaching the enigmatic Bruzan dolmens, giant stone tombs that, as they say, were built approximately 5,000 years ago. These massive structures, constructed from enormous stone blocks, carry not only historical significance, but also a multitude of secrets that remain unanswered to this day. How could ancient builders, without modern technologies and tools, create such monumental structures with perfect alignment to celestial bodies? Each dolmen, like a silent witness of past epochs, makes us ponder how little we know about our ancestors and their knowledge. As we approach these ancient tombs, we feel the cold wind wrapping around our faces, and the salty scent of earth and stone fills the air. Massive stone slabs surround us, each one seemingly carefully chosen and cut to create the ideal form for burial. But what secrets lie within these dolmens? Some researchers suggest that these were not merely graves, but sacred places where ancient people communicated with gods or performed rituals connected to astronomy and earthly cycles. There is a theory that dolmens could have served as astronomical observatories, allowing ancient people to observe the movements of celestial bodies. How could such observations be so accurate without telescopes or other modern instruments? Some believe that ancient builders possessed knowledge that was lost or forgotten, perhaps even knowledge passed down from more advanced civilizations. But this is not the only mystery associated with the Bruzan dolmens. Local legends tell of these stone tombs serving as places where the spirits of ancestors communicated with the living. Perhaps that is why ancient people strove to build such magnificent structures to preserve their connection to the world of the dead. How is it that these dolmens have remained unchanged over the centuries, despite all the changes around them? Some archaeologists studying these sites note strange engravings and symbols on the dolmens that cannot be explained by modern knowledge. These signs may be codes or messages from a distant past, waiting for their decipherer. What are their true meanings? Other researchers propose that dolmens could have served not only as burial places, but also as meeting places for ancient tribes who used them for rituals or gatherings related to important events in their lives. But how could people living at that time organize such complex social structures? The Bruzan dolmens are not just monuments of the past. They are gates to a world filled with inexplicable mysteries and enigmas that evoke both awe and wonder. Although we can only speculate about the circumstances of that distant era, one thing remains clear. The history of these dolmens continues to remain unsolved, and their mysteries await their time to be revealed. Perhaps in other corners of the world, similar stone structures hide secrets capable of changing our understanding of ancient civilizations and their knowledge. Are we not on the threshold of great discoveries that could lead us to new truths about our past and its connection to the present? Moving through the enigma of the Bruzan of dolmens, we are heading into the misty realms of Scotland, towards the mysterious submerged ruins of Loch Oich. This place, shrouded in legends and myths, conceals within its waters the remnants of megalithic structures from ancient times, which, it seems, have exhausted their secrets. But in reality, they merely await discovery. How were such massive constructions built? And what prompted the ancient people to leave their traces in this lake, about which there are no mentions in chronicles? Loch Oich, with its tranquil surface and ominous depths, is not just a body of water. It is a repository of forgotten histories that have eluded our understanding. Water, as if trying to hide its secrets, washes over the stone blocks that, according to some researchers, could have been part of sanctuaries or even entire settlements that existed long before our time. But what were their motivations for creating them? Why did the ancient builders choose precisely this place, surrounded by dark forests and high mountains? Some theories suggest that Loch Oich might have been a sacred place where rituals connected to the water element and its deities took place. Perhaps it was here that ancient tribes sought protection and blessing from the forces of nature. But what do we know about their beliefs and customs? Research shows that in this region, complex societies existed, but their connection to the submerged ruins remains unclear. Some archaeologists suggest that these structures could have been part of a larger system connected to other megalithic sites across Europe. How were they connected? There are hypotheses that bridges or roads connected Loch Oich to other sacred places, creating a network that could have served for the exchange of knowledge and rituals. But how could these ancient cultures organize such complex transportation routes without modern technologies? In recent decades, thanks to new research methods such as laser scanning and underwater archaeological expeditions, scientists have begun to uncover new facts about the submerged ruins. However, despite all efforts, the purpose of these megaliths remains shrouded in mystery. Some believe they could have been used as astronomical observatories, allowing the ancients to observe stars and predict changes in nature. But how is this possible without precise instruments? On the bottom of Loch Oich, there may not only be stone constructions, but also artifacts that will tell us about the lives of those who once inhabited these shores. There are speculations that in this place, there could have been monuments dedicated to great leaders or events that changed the course of history. What were their stories? But despite all these studies and theories, the mystery of the submerged ruins of Loch Oich remains unsolved. Perhaps in the future, we will be able to unravel this puzzle. But for now, it is just another page in the book full of secrets and unanswered questions. Remembering Loch Oich, we cannot help but wonder, how many more submerged secrets await their time on the bottoms of lakes and rivers around the world? How many more unexplored places hide on our planet, ready to reveal their ancient secrets to those who dare to delve into their depths? Moving away from the mysteries of the submerged ruins of Loch Oich, we are heading towards the distant France, to the magnificent dolmens of Karnak. These enigmatic stone complexes, consisting of thousands of megalithic constructions, were built more than 6,000 years ago and continue to captivate the minds of archaeologists and researchers. How could ancient people create such grand structures, which not only impress with their scale, but also raise numerous questions about their true purposes? Karnak, with its magnificent menhirs and dolmens, is not just an archaeological monument. It is a unique temple of time, preserving the secrets of long-gone civilizations. Each stone here, like an encrypted message, invites us to decipher its meaning and understand the role it played in the lives of ancient people. The layout of these massive stone structures causes bewilderment. How could ancient builders, without modern technologies, achieve such precision and symmetry? Some scholars suggest that the dolmens of Karnak could have served not only as burial sites, but also as astronomical observatories, allowing the observation of celestial bodies. But how is this possible without modern instruments? Perhaps the ancients knew more about the stars and their influence on life than we can imagine. Additionally, there is a hypothesis that the dolmens were part of a larger network of sacred places connected by ritual paths. But what were these paths like, and how did ancient peoples use them? Some researchers assert that Karnak was the center of ancient cults connected with natural forces and deities, and that important rituals were performed here, which could change the course of history. However, despite the multitude of theories, the true purpose of these dolmens remains a mystery. It is clear that their architecture and layout speak of a high level of organization and knowledge of the ancient people. But what exactly were they trying to convey to us? Some believe that the dolmens could have been a means of communication with otherworldly forces, perhaps even with the spirits of the ancestors. How could they interact with a world that we barely understand today? Recent studies conducted using modern technologies such as georadar and 3D modeling have opened new horizons for the study of these megaliths. However, despite all the efforts of scientists, many aspects of their purpose and meaning remain unclear. Immersing ourselves in the study of the dolmens of Karnak, we understand that each of these stone constructions is not just an artifact, but a key to unraveling ancient mysteries. And yet, despite all our knowledge and research, the mystery of the dolmens of Karnak remains open. Perhaps it is precisely in this that their magic lies, in the fact that they continue to attract the attention of researchers and adventurers, waiting for someone to decipher their secrets. So, how many more such mysteries are hidden in the depths of our planet? How many more dolmens, menhirs, and other ancient structures await their time to reveal to us the secrets of their ancient inhabitants and their enigmatic culture? On these questions, we may never receive answers, but it is precisely in this that the charm of ancient mysteries lies, which continue to draw us into their embrace. Moving away from the enigmas of the dolmens of Karnak, let us now head north to the heart of Sweden, to the mysterious stone ship of Ale, which is located in Skåne. This megalithic construction of extraordinary form, approximately 60 meters long, captivates researchers with its enigmatic allure, raising numerous questions about its true nature and purpose. How could such a massive structure have been created by ancient people? And what did it symbolize in their culture? The stone ship of Ale, composed of enormous stone blocks perfectly fitted together, appears to be frozen in eternity, ready to set sail into the unknown. Some researchers suggest that this structure could have served as a tomb, while others are convinced that it was a temple or sanctuary dedicated to ancient gods. But how exactly was this enigmatic stone used? Additionally, there is a theory that Ale could have been a symbol of the path of life, reflecting the ancient beliefs about the world beyond and the earthly world. But how could ancient peoples have combined these concepts into a single structure? Diving into the study of this unique monument, we encounter a multitude of questions for which there are no clear answers yet. Some archaeologists studying the stone ship have found traces of rituals that were performed here thousands of years ago, which raises even more questions about the religious practices of the ancient inhabitants of the region. Were they seafarers, as the form of the construction might suggest? Or was it merely a symbolic expression of their beliefs about life after death? The strange symbols and images found around Ale also add intrigue to this enigmatic place. What was their significance, and why were they chosen to adorn this megalith? It is possible that the stone ship of Ale served as a transitional space between the real and the otherworldly, connecting ancient beliefs and practices with the inexplicable forces of nature. Yet, despite all these theories, the stone ship of Ale remains a mystery that continues to captivate and intrigue. Its majestic appearance and hidden content inspire not only scholars, but also ordinary people who come here to touch its history and try to unravel its secrets. How could such a construction have remained unnoticed for centuries? And why is information about its purpose still so limited? We know that in Europe there are many similar megalithic monuments, but the stone ship of Ale stands out with its unique form and atmosphere. Could it be that it is just one of many similar artifacts waiting for their time to reveal their secrets? How many more such enigmas lie hidden in the depths of our planet, waiting for someone to decipher them and understand the role they played in the lives of ancient people? This is the magic of such places as the stone ship of Ale. They remind us that our history is full of unsolved mysteries, and that every stone, every crack in the earth can tell its story, if only we are willing to listen. So how many more stone ships lie forgotten in the depths of forgotten forests and hills, waiting for their discovery? This thought leaves us in anticipation that perhaps one day we will be able to touch the ancient secrets that still remain beyond our understanding. Moving away from the enigma of the stone ship of Aile, let us embark on a journey to the solar Liguria, where ancient dolmens, standing sentinel over time, captivate the attention of both local residents and researchers. These massive stone portals, carved from heavy blocks, whose origins are lost in the depths of time, evoke genuine awe and reverence. How could such grand constructions remain unnoticed over centuries? Local residents tell tales that these dolmens are not mere stones, but gates to other worlds, to mysterious kingdoms where the spirits of ancestors dwell. How many secrets lie hidden behind their massive walls, and what could they reveal if only they could speak? These structures, towering against the backdrop of picturesque hills and olive groves, fill the atmosphere with an unusual magic that makes us ponder the ancient cults that created them. But what was the true purpose of the dolmens? Some researchers believe they served as tombs for nobles and priests, while others suggest they were sanctuaries for rituals connected to life and death. Perhaps they were places of worship where ancient people could establish contact with gods or spirits. How did this happen? Such questions linger in the air as we gaze at their majestic outlines. Archaeologists studying these monuments find traces of ancient rituals, burnt offerings, pottery shards, and symbolic images that can tell us about the religious practices of those times. Yet, despite all efforts, we still cannot provide a definitive answer to the question of what these dolmens meant to their creators. How could ancient people, with primitive tools, create such gigantic structures that continue to amaze us with their perfection? Some believe this was connected to ancient legends of divine inspiration, which may have enabled them to undertake such grand projects. But where did this power come from? Moreover, there is a theory that dolmens not only served as burial places, but also had a special energetic significance. They may have been places of power where the worlds of the living and the dead intersected. How is this possible? Some researchers are convinced that these places were chosen not by chance, but because of their location on magnetic lines of the Earth, creating a special atmosphere that could influence people. But can this explain all the mysteries they hold? We can only imagine how many secrets and unsolved mysteries lie buried beneath the layers of Earth around these dolmens, waiting to be revealed. How strange to know that in every crack of stone, a history that was once important to the people who inhabited these lands may be hidden. And what can we learn about them if we can decipher these ancient messages? This is the magic of the dolmens of Liguria, inviting us to explore, ask questions, and seek answers. How many more dolmens are hidden in other corners of the world, waiting for someone to uncover their secrets and share their discoveries with us? These questions remain unanswered, leaving us in anticipation of new horizons in the study of ancient civilizations and their mysterious practices. Moving from the enigmatic dolmens of Liguria, let us now venture into the mysterious world of the cromlech of Almendris in Portugal, one of the oldest megalithic structures in Europe, older even than the famous Stonehenge. Here, amidst the picturesque hills and green meadows, lies this mysterious place, shrouded in legends and myths, which has attracted the attention of researchers and adventurers for centuries. But what secrets does this cromlech, composed of massive stone blocks arranged in a circle, hide? Local residents assure us that these stones are not merely lifeless boulders, but true guardians of ancient secrets that come to life in the darkness of night. They say that during a full moon, one can see these living stones slowly moving, leaving strange traces on the ground. How can such phenomena be explained? Perhaps it is merely the product of the imagination of local residents. But what if there is something more? Archaeologists conducting excavations at this site have found traces of ancient rituals, tools associated with sacrifices, and even mysterious amulets left by worshippers. What was the true purpose of this cromlech? Some researchers believe that it served as a meeting place for ancient tribes who gathered here to perform rituals aimed at strengthening their connection with the spirit world. But where did this tradition come from? Such questions remain unanswered, plunging us into an atmosphere of mystery. Moreover, the cromlech of Almendras, with its ideally arranged stones, raises many questions about the technologies available to its builders. How could people with limited tools create such a magnificent structure? Some researchers suggest that the cromlech may have played the role of an astronomical observatory, allowing ancient people to track the movements of celestial bodies. But how is this possible if there were no modern instruments? And once again, before us, a question arises. What is hidden behind this ancient structure? Diving into the depths of historical records, we encounter enigmatic mentions of cromlechs in myths and legends. They say that it was here that rituals were performed to establish a connection between the living and the dead, and to open doors to otherworldly realms. How could ancient people understand the nature of these stones and their power? Perhaps they possessed knowledge that we cannot fully appreciate and understand in our modern world. But what was their true essence? Some believe that these stones were not merely places of worship, but living beings capable of influencing the fates of people. And as strange as this may sound, such ideas continue to stir the minds of modern people. What significance did these living stones hold for the ancient inhabitants of these places? Each stone placed in the circle could hold a history waiting to be revealed. And what can we learn about ancient rituals and beliefs if we can decipher these mysterious messages? Each step on this ancient site fills us with a sense of awe and expectation, as if the stones themselves whisper their secrets to us. But despite all the research, the cromlech of Almendras remains a repository of unsolved mysteries. How many more enigmas are hidden in other corners of the world, waiting to be discovered and explored? These questions remain unanswered, leaving us in anticipation of new discoveries in a world full of ancient secrets and magic. Moving from the Almenares, let us delve into the mysterious world of Muralla de Valbona in Spain, a remarkable structure that is the subject of disputes and legends. This ancient fortress wall, towering over picturesque landscapes, not only protected local inhabitants from enemies, but also became the object of numerous myths. It is intriguing that the origin of this wall is officially unrecorded, and no one can confidently say when and by whom it was built. Local residents, however, are convinced that this wall possesses some mystical property. They claim that it grows on its own. How can such extraordinary phenomena be explained? Perhaps they are merely legends born of fear of the unknown. Or perhaps something greater lies behind them. Research conducted by scientists has revealed many facts about the construction of the wall, but none of them can shed light on its true origin. It consists of massive stone blocks that seem to have grown together, creating the impression that they have always been there. But how could these stones have ended up in their places? Some archaeologists suggest that unknown technologies were used for their construction, about which we know nothing. However, this is not the only thing that raises questions. It is said that for many years local residents have observed how the wall changes its form, as if under the influence of unknown forces. How is this possible? A scientific explanation may be related to natural phenomena, but many prefer to believe in magic that surrounds this place. What is the essence of these changes? Perhaps each stone contains a history that awaits its time to be revealed. Muralla de Valbona attracts the attention not only of historians, but also of adventurers seeking to uncover its secrets. Some suggest that the fortress wall could have served as a symbol of protection, while others speak of its ritual purpose. What was its true meaning for the ancient inhabitants of these places? Researchers continue to conduct excavations and analyze findings, but the mystery remains unsolved. Perhaps this place holds ancient prophecies or knowledge that has been lost to time. Local legends tell of how the wall could have been connected to cults that worshipped natural forces. How could the ancient inhabitants understand the mysteries of their surroundings so precisely? What was their perception of a world filled with magic and mystery? With each step on this ancient site, we immerse ourselves in an atmosphere of mystery and expectation, as if the stones themselves whisper their secrets to us. Despite all the efforts of researchers, Muralla de Valbona remains full of unsolved mysteries. How many more such enigmas are hidden in other corners of the world, waiting to be discovered? These questions remain unanswered, leaving us in anticipation of new discoveries in a world full of ancient secrets and magic. It seems that the history surrounding this wall will never be fully revealed, and perhaps it is precisely this that gives it its special atmosphere of mystery. How many more secrets are hidden in the depths of our planet, ready to astonish us with their grandeur and magic? This is not the only mysterious structure that holds us captive with its secrets. Let us travel to France, where the giant menhir of Menhir de Shan stands, a colossal stone construction weighing more than 300 tons, erected in ancient times. How could such a grand stone have been moved and installed without modern technologies? This riddle has puzzled historians, archaeologists, and lovers of antiquity for centuries. Imagine a massive menhir, about 7 meters tall, rises above green meadows, like an ancient sentinel watching over boundless spaces. But how did it get there? Official sources claim that the menhir was installed more than 4,000 years ago, but the details of its transportation remain shrouded in mystery. How did ancient people manage to move such a heavy object without modern machinery? Some scholars suggest that they used simple tools and natural forces, such as water and wooden logs, to roll the enormous stone. But this is merely a hypothesis. How could this feat of engineering have been accomplished? There are also more mystical explanations. Some researchers believe that the menhir could have been installed according to ancient astronomical calculations, which would imply a high level of knowledge among ancient people in the fields of astronomy and geometry. How could they have so accurately aligned their constructions with the stars? Perhaps this place had a ritual significance, and the menhir served as a sacred symbol connecting the heavens and the earth. Local legends speak of the stone not just as an object, but as a unique portal through which ancient people could communicate with the spirits of their ancestors. What was the perception of these people who believed in the power of stones and their connection to the spirit world? The enormous weight and size of the menhir raised numerous questions, from technical to philosophical. How was it installed with such precision? Some archaeologists suggest that ancient builders used a system of channels and levers. But how could they have accomplished such complex work without modern tools? This causes both awe and bewilderment. Perhaps the main mystery of Menhir de Shan lies in the fact that it not only demonstrates the power and diligence of its creators, but also prompts us to reflect on how much we still do not know about our ancestors and their achievements. However, if we consider this mystery from a different perspective, we can notice that Menhir de Shan is not just a stone. It has become a part of cultural heritage, reflecting the ancient beliefs and customs of the people who created it. Perhaps its true meaning lies precisely in this. What significance is hidden in its massive form? And what can it tell us about the time when the Earth was inhabited by mysterious beings who left us only hints of their existence? Every day, when we look at this monument, we cannot help but ask, how many more menhirs are hidden in the depths of our planet, waiting to be discovered? Perhaps they hold ancient knowledge and wisdom that could change our understanding of history. Menhir de Shan is just one of many mysteries left to us as an inheritance. And like all true mysteries, it keeps us searching for answers that may never be found. How many more secrets are hidden in our world, And how little do we know about those who lived here long before us? These questions remain open, just as the men here itself, which seems to hold a silent answer to the eternal mysteries of human history. This is not the only place where mysterious structures evoke wonder and bewilderment. Let us travel to Italy, to the picturesque region of Valle d'Iria, where enigmatic cave temples are located. Underground cult complexes that astound with their extraordinary precision and craftsmanship. These temples, carved directly into soft limestone, seem to have descended from the heavens to tell us about a culture of which we know so little. How could ancient builders create such complex and harmonious structures without the use of modern tools and technologies? Each curve and each corner of these temples appears to breathe history, whispering to us about secret rituals conducted here in ancient times. Some studies suggest that the builders possessed knowledge that is lost to us today. How could they have so accurately calculated acoustics and lighting to create the right atmosphere for worship? This inspires awe and raises questions. Did this civilization indeed possess unique knowledge inaccessible to modern people? Legends of the local inhabitants tell of the temples being places where important rituals were held, connected to the veneration of gods and ancestors. Imagine people gathering in these dark and mysterious halls to hear ancient tales and rituals that connected them with the power of earth and sky. But what actually happened in these sacred places? Some researchers believe that the temples could have served as astronomical observatories, given their layout and construction, which allow for precise observation of celestial phenomena. How could ancient people have created such complex structures, knowing about the movement of stars and planets as if they were part of a single whole with the cosmos? Scientific research shows that the age of these temples may exceed thousands of years, and their construction continues to amaze even modern architects. But what happened to their creators? How could such a developed culture disappear, leaving behind only the shadows of their great achievements? Some suggest that the inaccessible nature of these temples and their hidden locations could be part of a deeper plan, possibly connected to rituals or sacred knowledge. But these are only speculations. What would it be like to return to that time and see these magnificent temples filled with the light of candles and the whisper of prayers? With each step along these ancient stone corridors, we feel as if time has stopped, and we are immersed in a world where reality intertwines with mysticism. No matter how we try to explain these engineering marvels, one unchanging truth remains. The mysteries of Valle d'Iria continue to remain unsolved. How many more hidden underground temples, filled with ancient knowledge and magic, may exist in the world? Perhaps they await discovery to once again tell us about the great civilizations that once inhabited this earth. Each day when we ponder such places, we cannot help but ask, how much more do we not know about our past? And what secrets of time are hidden within the depths of the earth, waiting to be revealed? These questions remain unanswered, just as the temples themselves, which seem to hold within them a multitude of enigmas capable of changing our perception of history. Diving into the world of ancient mysteries, we find ourselves in the heart of Rome, at the catacombs of Domitilla, one of the most enigmatic and ancient places, preserving the echo of vanished epochs. These subterranean labyrinths, stretching for kilometers beneath the city's surface, are not only architectural marvels, but also a significant part of Christian history, which remains shrouded in mystery and wonder. Their origins, as well as many other aspects of early Christian history, remain partially veiled in secrecy. The catacombs of Domitilla are older than the first written accounts of Christian communities, raising numerous questions. How could these underground sanctuaries survive through the centuries, remaining forgotten and ignored? What secrets do their dark corridors and enigmatic niches hide? Delving deeper into these mysterious catacombs, we can sense an atmosphere permeated not only by history, but also by mysteries. Soft light from lanterns illuminates massive stone walls, on which ancient frescoes depicting the lives of early Christians have been preserved. These images, executed with remarkable precision, seem to come alive, and we begin to suspect the secrets they might reveal. What does each line, each stroke, mean? What stories do they tell about faith, suffering, and hope of those who sought refuge from persecution? Some researchers suggest that the catacombs may have served not only as burial places, but also as spaces for secret gatherings and rituals. In the face of persecution, early Christians sought refuge in these subterranean labyrinths, where darkness and silence created ideal conditions for prayer and fellowship. How could these people, subjected to oppression and threats, find comfort and strength in such gloomy and intricate places? This evokes admiration and genuine interest in how faith can overcome any obstacles, even those embodied in stone walls carved into the rock. However, it is not only faith and hope that make the catacombs of Domitilla so mysterious. Their architecture is breathtaking. Narrow passages leading to vast halls filled with numerous niches for burials. Some of these niches are adorned with symbols whose meanings remain a subject of debate among scholars. What were the ancient craftsmen trying to convey with these enigmatic images? Some researchers suggest that they were signs indicating affiliation with a particular community, or symbols protecting the peace of the deceased. Regardless of their purpose, the catacombs are not just remnants of ancient culture, but also a sacred place where the lines of faith and history intersect. Each step along these ancient corridors gives us the opportunity to connect with those who lived here many centuries ago, and to ponder how their lives and faith continue to influence us today. But how could these catacombs, with such profound significance, remain in the shadows for so long? What were their true functions and purposes in those distant times when Christianity was just beginning its journey? Research shows that the catacombs of Domitilla were not the only subterranean structures in Rome. The city is undoubtedly filled with secrets and mysteries waiting to be revealed. How many more similar catacombs lie hidden beneath our feet, awaiting discovery and exploration? Perhaps we are only scratching the surface of what is truly hidden beneath the earth. Each time we contemplate such places, we cannot help but ask, what other mysteries does Rome conceal, and how many of them still await unraveling? The secrets of the catacombs of Domitilla remain unsolved, leaving us in a state of bewilderment and admiration, and perhaps they only hint at the great unfinished stories that still await their time to be told. Europe is not just modern cities and resorts, but also a continent full of the secrets of ancient civilizations that are still waiting for their time to be revealed. Every stone, every path here holds the echo of forgotten history, and the underground labyrinths and architectural wonders, reminiscent of the catacombs of Domitilla, serve as a reminder that the world around us is full of mysteries and riddles that may never be solved. We have traversed moments of confusion, explored dark corridors where the wind whispers, and now stand on the threshold of new discoveries. How many more secrets do not only the catacombs but also the old castles, ancient temples, and forgotten cities still keep, which carefully preserve memories of those who lived here thousands of years ago? Your eyes and ears can become witnesses to these stories if you decide to immerse yourself in their world. Thank you for being with us on this exciting journey through the most mysterious places in Europe. If you liked this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel so you don't miss new releases about mystical and ancient places on our planet. Write in the comments which structure you would like to see with your own eyes. Perhaps it will become the next object of our research. How many more unsolved mysteries does Europe hide, and what greatness awaits to be revealed? We invite you to new adventures that will tell about ancient civilizations and their mysterious heritage. Stay with us, and let's continue exploring a world full of mysteries. In the shadows of impenetrable jungles of Central America, in the silence of the deserts of the northern continent, and on the slopes of majestic mountains of Southern America, structures stand that leave modern science baffled. The American continent, which many are accustomed to considering young in historical terms, in fact harbors mysteries that stretch back into the depths of millennia. 15 mysterious structures, about which we will speak today, challenge official history and archaeology. Imagine this: gigantic stone heads of the Olmecs, as if fallen from the sky, weighing tens of tons, created without the use of metallic tools or wheels. Or the enigmatic pyramids hidden in the green embrace of the Yucatan jungles, whose purpose still sparks heated debates among scientists. And what about the intricate network of underground tunnels, known only to the indigenous tribes, connecting points hundreds of kilometers apart? Remarkably, civilizations separated by thousands of kilometers and insurmountable natural barriers created structures with identical architectural elements, almost as if following a single unknown plan. This is not fantasy or fiction. These are real objects, many of which are recognized and studied by archaeologists, but their true purpose and methods of creation remain a mystery, hidden behind a veil of time. What were the ancient builders trying to tell us? What knowledge did they encode in stone? First on our list of mysterious ancient American structures stand the enigmatic lines of Nazca, silent witnesses of a bygone era, whose messages remain unread to this day. These colossal geoglyphs, sprawling across the Nazca Plateau in southern Peru, represent one of humanity's greatest mysteries. Imagine, over hundreds of square kilometers of desert plain, giant images of animals, birds, insects, and geometric figures are scattered, some reaching 300 meters in length. A spider, a monkey, a hummingbird, a condor all seem to have been drawn by an invisible giant hand on the surface of the earth. But what is most astonishing is that these images are practically impossible to discern from the ground. Their true outlines are only visible from the height of a bird's flight. How could an ancient civilization like Nazca, existing between 200 and 600 years before our era, create such perfect images without the ability to see the result of their labor? Without airplanes, drones, or modern technologies? Archaeologists have established that the lines were created by removing the upper layer of dark, stony soil, exposing a lighter ground beneath. But the question remains, why? Some scientists suggest that the Nazca lines served as a unique calendar or astronomical chart, helping the ancient Peruvians determine the time for planting and harvesting. Others see in them ritual paths for religious ceremonies. Still others believe that the geoglyphs were created to communicate with the gods, for only they could see these images from the heavens. But there is also a more audacious, mind-boggling theory proposed by Swiss researcher Erich von Däniken. The Nazca lines are nothing other than landing strips for spaceships of extraterrestrial beings, whom the ancient Peruvians worshipped as gods. This theory, though largely rejected by academic scientists, finds resonance among those who ask why many ancient civilizations created structures that can only be appreciated from the air. What is even more mysterious is that some Nazca lines form perfectly straight paths stretching for many kilometers, crossing hills and valleys without the slightest deviation. What tools could ancient engineers have used to achieve such precision? And why have these lines survived for thousands of years in a region where rain and wind should have long since erased them from the face of the earth? A special microclimatic zone with minimal rainfall and winds? Or something more? Standing on the edge of the Nazca Plateau, inhaling the dry air of the Peruvian desert and gazing at the lines stretching before you, which only form figures in your imagination, you can't help but feel a connection to those who created these monumental drawings thousands of years ago. What message did they want to convey? And to whom? Perhaps the answer lies not in the earth, but in the stars, to which the ancient inhabitants of Nazca so often looked on clear nights. when the celestial vault opened up before them in all its splendor. But for now, we can only speculate, and the Nazca lines continue to keep their secrets, whispering them to the winds of the desert and the rare travelers who dare to penetrate their enigmatic world. Mysterious Stonehenge. Who created the American Stonehenge? Moving from the enigmatic lines of the Nazca, it is worth turning our attention to another mystery, the American Stonehenge, located in the picturesque state of New Hampshire. This mysterious stone structure, consisting of massive blocks arranged in the shape of a solar calendar, raises numerous questions among scientists and researchers. Like its British counterpart, this monument captivates the imagination and makes us ponder the secrets hidden in its history. Imagine, amidst the green hills and dense forests of New Hampshire, against the backdrop of majestic mountains, stands this enigmatic ensemble of stones, each weighing several tons. What was the purpose of its construction? For what reason did ancient people, possibly Celts or early settlers, undertake such a laborious task? In what context did they use these massive constructions? Scientists continue to debate the age and origin of this structure, suggesting it could be several thousand years old. But how is this possible? Why is there still no consensus on the time of its creation? Some researchers believe that this monument served as an astronomical observatory, allowing ancient people to track the movement of the sun and moon, while others consider it to have performed ritual functions related to fertility cults or solar worship. But this is not all. There are even more exotic theories linking the American Stonehenge with mysterious extraterrestrial beings and their contacts with humans in ancient times. How could such diverse cultures create such similar structures, located on different continents? And what knowledge of time and the cosmos did these ancient peoples possess to build such precise and monumental constructions? Some researchers even suggest that the stones could have been part of a complex communication system between tribes, using them as landmarks. But, as with the Nazca lines, the true purpose and meaning of this monument remain unclear. How did the ancient builders quarry and move these massive stones, remaining relatively isolated from other civilizations? Are there still unknown secrets hidden in the depths of the forests of New Hampshire that could shed light on this enigmatic structure? Breathing in the fresh air among these ancient stones, you inevitably feel a sense of awe from the thought that perhaps here, amidst the ruins of antiquity, lie the answers to questions that have puzzled generations of researchers. What message have these stone giants left for us? And who knows, perhaps similar mysteries exist in other corners of the world waiting for their time to be revealed. And the Serpent Mound, ancient observatory or sacred place. Delving into the mysteries of the past, we find ourselves in the territory of Ohio, where one of the most enigmatic earthen constructions lies hidden, the Serpent Mound. This colossal earthen structure, stretching over 400 meters in the form of a winding serpent, is shrouded in an aura of mystery and ancient lore. How could such a massive structure appear in the heart of America? And who was its creator? Scholars and archaeologists continue to puzzle over the questions of its construction time and purpose. On one hand, it could simply be an earthen mound, but on the other, its precise alignment with the summer solstice line suggests that the ancient builders possessed remarkable astronomical knowledge. How could they have so accurately aligned such a monumental structure with celestial bodies? It may have served as a place for rituals honoring the sun, or as an observatory to track celestial cycles. Some historians suggest that the Serpent Mound may have been a sacred place for Native American tribes, who revered it and used it for rituals and ceremonies. But what exactly were they seeking here? What cosmic connection did they feel when standing on this enigmatic hill? It is hard to miss that the Serpent Mound, like many other ancient structures, raises more questions than it answers. But that is not all. There exists a more exotic theory that asserts this hill could be part of a complex system of ritual sites connected to one another, forming something greater than mere earthen constructions, a network of sacred spaces. But how could ancient peoples, lacking modern technologies, create such a complex architecture? And what significance did the serpent form, a symbol of transformation and rebirth, hold for these people? This mystery remains unsolved, and each researcher stepping onto the soil of Ohio feels that the solution may be very close, hidden within the very structure of this magnificent hill. But what was the true purpose of the Serpent Mound? And why does it continue to be a sacred place, even after centuries? Perhaps the answers lie hidden within its depths, answers that we are not yet able to comprehend. Gazing upon this gigantic earthen hill, you feel the history whispering its secrets, secrets that still await to be heard. And perhaps similar mysteries continue to exist in other corners of our planet, hidden beneath layers of time, waiting to be revealed once more. Tiwanaku, the enigma of an ancient city drowned in jungles. Amidst the dense jungles of Bolivia lies one of the most mysterious ancient civilizations, Tiwanaku. This high-altitude megalithic city, submerged in greenery, is shrouded in an aura of mystery and untold stories. But how could such an impressive monument arise if its age is still debated? Archaeologists and historians argue about the time of its construction, with some asserting that Tiwanaku was built more than 3,000 years ago, while others suggest it was created significantly later. However, there is no doubt that its massive stone blocks, weighing tens of tons, were crafted with such precision that modern technologies seem crude in comparison to the skill of ancient builders. How could they create such complex constructions using only simple tools? Some researchers propose that advanced methods were employed in the construction of Tiwanaku, methods of which we are still unaware. Others link this to the enigmatic gods from the sky, who, according to local legends, brought knowledge and technologies that allowed the creation of this magnificent city. But who were these gods? Perhaps they are just myths, but looking at the precision of the stonework, it is hard not to wonder if the ancient inhabitants of Tiwanaku possessed some extraordinary knowledge. Each stone, each block, seems to whisper tales of its creators. While some researchers delve into the astronomical and mathematical knowledge that the inhabitants of Tiwanaku might have possessed, others focus on the mysterious symbols found on the walls of the structures. What do they mean? What story are they trying to tell? What significance did this city hold for its inhabitants? Perhaps Tiwanaku was not only a center of trade, but also a sacred place where ancient rituals intertwined with celestial cycles. But this is not all. Some theories suggest that Tiwanaku could have been part of a much larger civilization that disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only its stone creations that continue to inspire awe and admiration. How could such a developed culture vanish without leaving clear traces? Perhaps their secrets went with them into oblivion, leaving only echoes in the stones and the jungle. What happened to this enigmatic civilization? What legacy did they leave for posterity? And how many more secrets are hidden beneath the leaves of the Bolivian jungle, waiting to be revealed? Tiwanaku remains one of the most intriguing ancient monuments, and its mysteries, like shadows, continue to haunt us, making us ponder what truly happened in these high-altitude lands. Megaliths of Sacsayhuaman, traces of alien builders? But this is not all. Moving south from Tiwanaku, we encounter another mystery, even more enigmatic and mysterious, Sacsayhuaman. This ancient complex, located not far from Cusco in Peru, is awe-inspiring in its scale and architectural precision. Walls made of enormous stone blocks weighing up to 200 tons are laid out so perfectly that even a sheet of paper cannot be inserted between them. How did the ancient builders create such cyclopean structures? The complexity of this task still evokes admiration and bewilderment, as modern technologies cannot replicate such achievements. Each block, like a giant mosaic, is perfectly fitted and secured without the use of mortar, suggesting unimaginable skills of the ancient craftsmen. How did they manage to lift and move such heavy stones to significant heights? Some researchers suggest that hidden technologies were used, which we are not yet capable of understanding. But perhaps behind these incredible achievements lie forces that transcend our perception. Local legends tell of gods from the heavens who descended to earth to share their knowledge with the ancient inhabitants, inspiring them to create such magnificent structures. But who were these gods? Mythical creations or extraterrestrial beings from other worlds? Whatever the case, Sacsayhuaman remains a mystery, challenging our understanding of history. Despite the use of modern research methods such as radiocarbon dating and laser scanning, scientists cannot provide clear answers to the questions about the construction of Sacsayhuaman. Some theories link these megaliths to astronomical observations, claiming that their arrangement and shape could have had a sacred significance. Perhaps each structure was not just an architectural object, but also an observatory, allowing the ancient inhabitants to track stars and predict natural phenomena. But how could such a complex system have emerged in pre-industrial times? And more importantly, what was it created for? Sacsayhuaman raises many questions. How did the builders achieve such precision? What secrets are hidden in these stone walls that could shed light on their creators? What significance did these enormous blocks have for their society? Perhaps this place was not just a fortress, but also a sacred space, where the ancient ones conducted rituals connected to celestial cycles. Intriguingly, even modern researchers, equipped with advanced technologies, cannot explain all aspects of the construction and purpose of this complex. Some believe that Sacsayhuaman could be part of a larger network of ancient structures connected by unknown paths. But what exactly happened to this enigmatic civilization that left behind such grand monuments? What legacy did they leave us, researchers? And how many more secrets are hidden beneath the massive stones and in the shadows of the ancient walls? Sacsayhuaman remains one of the most captivating examples of ancient architecture, and its mysteries seem to await their time to be revealed. Can we ever unravel these enigmas, or will they forever remain in the shadows of history? Pyramids of Tikal, a mystery hidden in the jungles of Guatemala? But this is not the only mystery that our planet hides. Traveling to the heart of Central America, we find ourselves before another magnificent testament to an ancient civilization, the Pyramids of Tikal. This ancient Mayan city, lost amidst the dense jungles of Guatemala, is a true treasure trove of archaeology, where pyramids served not only as temples, but also as sites for ritual sacrifices. How is it that among the greenery, which over centuries has swallowed up great constructions, these grand structures have survived? Each step along these ancient paths leads us into a world where time seems to have stopped, and the secrets of the past still await their discovery. One of the most intriguing pyramids of Tikal, known as Pyramid 1, attracts attention not only for its size, but also for its unique acoustic properties. Legend has it that if you clap your hands at the base of this pyramid, the sound will echo as if you have heard the cry of a sacred bird, the Quetzal. How is this possible? Could the ancient builders have intentionally created such an acoustic phenomenon using architectural techniques that we are only beginning to understand? Scientists continue to investigate this question, trying to unravel the mysteries that these pyramids and the entire city of Tikal hold. Tikal is not just a collection of buildings, it is a whole universe where each structure has its own significance. Pyramids rising above the tree canopy could have served not only as religious centers, but also as observatories, allowing the ancient inhabitants to observe celestial bodies that governed their lives. Some researchers suggest that the arrangement of the pyramids and their architecture were linked to astronomical cycles, making them an integral part of a broader system of knowledge unique to the Mayan culture. But how was such a complex astronomical system created without modern technologies? And why did this great civilization disappear, leaving behind only ruins and questions? With each new discovery, Tikal warns us that we are only scratching the surface of understanding. Researchers studying this ancient city encounter numerous questions. What were the true purposes of constructing such gigantic complexes? What rituals were performed on their summits? And what secrets are hidden in the stones that remain silent about their history? Perhaps they hold information about how the Maya interacted with their surrounding world, how they revered nature and celestial phenomena. Despite all the technologies we have, we are still far from fully understanding this place. Each new layer of Earth that archaeologists uncover brings new mysteries. Some believe that Tikal could have been part of a larger network of cities connected not only by trade routes, but also by shared beliefs and rituals. But what happened to this magnificent city that was once full of life? What legacy did its creators leave us? And how many more secrets are hidden in the jungles waiting to be revealed? The pyramids of Tikal, like guardians of time, continue to keep their secrets, leaving us in wonder and striving to learn more. Perhaps it is here, amidst the noisy trees and ancient stones, that the answers to the questions that have tormented us for centuries lie hidden. How many more such mysteries await us in the depths of history, ready to be uncovered? Stone faces gazing at the sky, the enigma of Olmec, heads in Mexico. Traveling from the pyramids of Teotihuacan, we enter the world of Olmec Hedsa mystery shrouded in the aura of antiquity and mysticism. These gigantic stone heads, weighing up to 40 tons with intricately worked facial features, seem like silent sentinels gazing at the heavens, harboring secrets that may never be unraveled. How could the ancient Olmecs create such monumental works of art, and what did they symbolize for their creators? Each glance at these stone sculptures raises numerous questions about past civilizations, their interactions with the surrounding world, and the thoughts and feelings that went into every detail. Some researchers suggest that these heads could be depictions of rulers or gods, but perhaps there is something even deeper hidden within them, related to the very existence of the Olmecs. The stone used to create these massive heads was quarried from distant sites, and to this day, it remains a mystery how the ancient masters transported such heavy loads through complex landscapes. Imagine the labor involved without modern technologies, only simple tools and collective effort. What resources and determination were required to create such magnificent statues? Some even propose possible connections with African cultures, but these are still mere speculations without concrete evidence. How was such complex stoneworking and transportation technology accessible to the ancient Olmecs? And could they have drawn inspiration from other corners of the world? Each Olmec head is more than just a stone sculpture. It is a whole history encapsulated in stone. They have been found at various archaeological sites in Mexico, and each one has unique features that can tell different aspects of Olmec life. Despite the efforts of researchers, many questions remain unanswered. What did these heads represent for the ancient civilization? And what was their true significance? They may have served not only as monuments, but also as bridges between the world of humans and the world of gods. Researchers continue to study these enigmatic artifacts, but with each new discovery, more questions arise, as with Teotihuacan. Why did the Olmecs leave us these stone faces, and what message did they intend to convey to future generations? We stand before them, as if before the doors to the unknown, trying to understand what lies beyond the familiar. Perhaps the answers to questions about our collective history, about who we are and where we came from, are hidden within these heads. In conclusion, Olmec heads are not just artifacts. They are keys to unraveling the mysteries of the past, secrets that may have been forgotten but never lost. How many such enigmas lie hidden in the world, waiting to be revealed? What else might history conceal? And how many more unanswered questions await their time? In the end, each stone, each sculpture, is not just a part of the past. It is a part of our journey toward understanding ourselves. Vanished City, Palenque and its mysteries. Traveling from the Olmec heads, we find ourselves in the enigmatic world of Palenquia ancient city that seems to have dissolved into the air, leaving behind only whispers of past times and dark secrets. This Mayan city, hidden in dense jungles, was once one of the most significant centers of Mayan civilization. But how could it vanish without a trace, leaving behind only mysterious ruins and a multitude of questions about its fate? Elegant temples and palaces, built from meticulously polished stone blocks, rise above the earth like sentinels guarding their secrets. However, the greatest interest is drawn not by the buildings themselves, but by the tomb discovered within one of the temples, which has astonished archaeologists and historians. Inside this tomb lies a sarcophagus adorned with intricate carvings depicting a mysterious figure resembling an astronaut. Many researchers have been baffled by this discovery. How could ancient Mayans create such a complex image, and what did it mean to its creators? Some suggest it could be a reflection of their beliefs about the cosmos and life after death. But how could they have such advanced knowledge of the universe? What if this sarcophagus is not merely a burial object, but a message left for future generations? Perhaps it is a symbol of their quest to understand eternity, or a depiction of a god who descended from the heavens to guide humanity on earth. Palenque was renowned for its astronomical observations and advanced knowledge of time, and many researchers believe that the Mayans may have possessed a deeper understanding of the cosmos than is commonly accepted. But what were the true causes of their disappearance? It is said that climate changes and wars may have played a role in the fall of this magnificent city. But are these the only explanations? How could such a complex and developed civilization vanish, leaving behind only mysterious artifacts and unsolved mysteries? Every corner of Palenque hides unanswered questions, from astronomical calendars to enigmatic inscriptions that seem to whisper about forgotten wisdom. Yet despite all the efforts of scholars, many questions remain unanswered. Perhaps it is in these ancient ruins that the key to unraveling not only the history of the Mayans, but also our own understanding of humanity's place in the universe lies. How much more unknown is hidden in this city, waiting for its moment to be revealed? The history of Palenque is not just a chronicle of a civilization. It is a part of a broader enigma that encompasses our entire planet. How many such vanished cities remain in the shadows of our history? And what else might the world be hiding, waiting for its secrets to be uncovered? In the end, each stone, each drawing, these are not just parts of the past. They are calls to us, modern seekers of truth, to seek and unravel these ancient mysteries that may change our view of human history and our place in the boundless expanses of the cosmos. The riddle of the Moai, a strange coincidence of ancient cultures. Traveling through the mysterious Palenque, we arrive at the distant Easter Island, where gigantic stone statues, the Moai, stand tall. These enigmatic creations, seemingly like sentinels, gaze into the boundless expanses of the ocean, preserving the secrets of their creation and purpose. How did it happen that even on this isolated island belonging to Chile, a unique culture emerged capable of creating such grand architectural structures? Researchers still debate how the ancient Rapa Nui people managed to move these massive figures, weighing tens of tons, and what they symbolized for their creators. How could people living in such a remote territory exhibit such a level of skill and understanding of their environment? Moai of different sizes and shapes amaze not only with their magnitude, but also with the fact that some of them have bodies hidden underground. What is hidden beneath the Earth's crust? Some believe this indicates the scale of the work done by the local inhabitants and the importance of these statues in their culture. Perhaps these statues were not only symbols of their ancestors, but also embodied the living connection with spirits that, according to legends, protected the island. How could such an isolated culture create such complex images that resonate with the representations of other ancient civilizations, from the Maya to the Egyptians? It is worth noting that Easter Island remained isolated for a long time, and the Rapa Nui people were able to develop their unique culture. This raises even more questions. What were the sources of their inspiration? Perhaps they interacted with other peoples through maritime routes that have not yet been discovered? Or was their creativity the result of internal evolution, when society, striving to express its ideas and beliefs, created similar artifacts? But this is not the only mystery associated with the Moai. As researchers suggest, their production and transportation could have led to conflicts and ecological consequences for the island, ultimately leading to the destruction of the culture. How could the Rapa Nui people create such impressive statues and then lose their greatness and almost completely disappear? Each Moai, like each enigma of Palenque, screams that their history is not yet complete. Are there other cultures that created their own gigantic statues, remaining in the shadows of history, waiting for their secrets to be revealed? How many more unsolved mysteries does this world hold, where each statue, each ruin awaits its researcher, ready to delve into the depths of time and open new horizons of understanding? How many more secrets lie hidden beneath the surface, waiting for us, the modern seekers of truth, to unravel their mysteries and grasp their significance for our collective heritage? Mystery of the Moving Stones. Secrets of Death Valley. Let's shift from the statues of Easter Island to a remarkable phenomenon that can be found in Death Valley, located in the United States. Here, in this hot and arid place, on the dried-up bed of Lake Rystrik, one can observe an astonishing sight. Stones that appear to move by themselves, leaving behind enigmatic traces on the smooth surface. How could such massive boulders, weighing tens of kilograms, leave their original positions without human intervention? This creates the impression that nature is playing a mysterious game with us, leaving many questions unanswered. For many years, researchers have attempted to decipher this mysterious phenomenon, and while they have partially traced the movement of the stones, a full explanation has not yet been found. How is it that these seemingly immobile rock formations suddenly begin their walk across the desert? Some scientists suggest that this is related to the unique climatic conditions of Death Valley. When the temperature drops and rain washes the earth, a thin layer of ice forms, allowing the stones to move across the surface. But how can one explain that for a long time the stones remain in one place, and then suddenly begin their journey? Is there some other force at work that we are not yet aware of? Perhaps this is not just a physical phenomenon, but something greater that makes us question what we know about nature and its secrets. No less intriguing is the fact that many of these stones leave traces that can only be seen on the dried-up bed of the lake. These traces are like codes written by nature itself, intriguing researchers and enthusiasts of mysteries, making them ponder what else is hidden in the depths of this mysterious valley. What conditions led to this phenomenon? What effect does nature have on these massive stones? Each trace is not just a physical imprint. It is a challenge that nature presents to us. Studying these moving stones, we encounter ancient questions about time and space, about how these elements interact with each other. Scientists touch upon such themes as geology and meteorology, but even in their work there is a touch of mysticism. How is it that nature, which seems so predictable, can sometimes surprise us with its mysteries? Death Valley, with its moving stones, is not just a geographical object, but also a symbol of the secrets that still await discovery. This place reminds us that even in our modern world, full of technologies and knowledge, there are many phenomena that remain unexplained. How much more is hidden beneath the surface, waiting for us, the modern seekers of truth, to decipher their secrets and understand their significance for our common heritage? Perhaps in each stone, in each trace, there lies something greater than just a physical object, but a whole universe of questions demanding answers. Pyramid Under the Hill, the mysteries of Cholula. From the Valley of Death, we move to the heart of Mexico, where one of the greatest enigmas of the ancient world is hidden: the Pyramid of Cholula. At first glance, this hill, topped by the Church of Santa Maria, seems unremarkable. But beneath this unassuming exterior lies something extraordinary, the largest pyramid by volume in the world. How did it come to be that this magnificent structure remained in the shadows for centuries, masquerading as an ordinary hill? This raises many questions about how much more of our world remains hidden, waiting to be revealed. When Spanish conquistadors arrived on these lands, they did not merely conquer new territories, but also tried to erase the traces of ancient cultures. By building a church on the pyramid's summit, they seemed to deliberately attempt to close this sacred place, burying the deep roots of local history under layers of their influence. What purpose lay behind this act? Did the Spanish understand the true power and significance of this place? Or was it simply necessary to suppress any memories of former beliefs? Research conducted in recent decades has revealed fascinating details about the pyramids of Cholula. Archaeologists have used modern technologies such as ground-penetrating radar and laser scanning to study the hill's structure and discovered massive stone constructions beneath it, meticulously aligned. These ancient structures, built over centuries by various cultures, inspire awe and bewilderment. How could such a complex and grand structure remain unnoticed for so long? Perhaps this suggests that the history we know is just the tip of an iceberg, with countless mysteries hidden beneath it. According to some theories, the Pyramid of Cholula could have been a place of worship, a religious center for the local tribes. But what specifically drew people here? Are there any forgotten rituals or ceremonies that could explain the importance of this place? Researchers continue to debate the pyramid's purpose, and each new discovery adds another layer to the already complex narrative. Some believe it could have served not only as a religious center, but also as an astronomical observatory. What significance did the stars hold for the ancient inhabitants of Cholula? Despite all the efforts of archaeologists and historians, the Pyramid of Cholula remains shrouded in mystery. What were the true motivations behind its creation, and what else lies hidden beneath its massive walls? Each new layer of Earth that scientists explore may bring unexpected discoveries that change our understanding of this ancient civilization. How many more secrets await their discovery beneath the hills and ruins that we consider ordinary? Perhaps it is in these forgotten places that the keys to unraveling the great history of humanity lie, a history that remains largely inaccessible to us. Strength built not according to the laws of geometry. Continuing our journey through ancient mysteries, we travel to Peru, to the magnificent fortress of Ollantaytambo. Located at an altitude of over 2,700 meters above sea level, this enigmatic structure captivates the imagination of anyone who decides to visit it. The stepped terraces and walls, perfectly fitted together, create a sense that we have entered a world where the rules of geometry were entirely different. How could the Incas, who built this grand structure, have raised such massive stones to such a significant height? This question has tormented the minds of researchers for centuries. Many of them speculate about how such enormous blocks, weighing tons, could have been processed and transported here without modern technologies. Some theories suggest that the Incas possessed mysterious knowledge of the properties of stone, which today seem inaccessible to us. There is evidence that the stone used for construction could have been soft during processing, allowing the masons to easily give it the desired shape. But how was this possible? How could they achieve such an effect without the use of modern tools and technologies? Mystical assumptions that the Incas might have used ancient methods or even magical knowledge continue to stir the minds of scientists and history enthusiasts. But Ollantaytambo is not just about the amazing walls, but also an architectural marvel that includes an entire system of terraces used for agricultural purposes. These terraces did not just adorn the landscape, but also served as a vital element in Inca agriculture, allowing them to efficiently utilize limited resources in the mountainous climate. How did the Incas manage to create such harmony between nature and architecture? Each terrace, each wall, seems to hold many secrets, waiting for someone to decipher them. According to some research, Ollantaytambo could have been not only a military base, but also a religious center. The fortress's location at the intersection of important trade routes and its strategic height created ideal conditions for observation and protection. But what exactly did the ancient Incas worship here? What rituals were performed on these stepped terraces, and what secrets are hidden in the dark corners of the fortress? Each step on this ancient land reminds us that it has been a witness to many events about which we can only guess. And despite all the efforts of archaeologists, the fortress of Ollantaytambo remains shrouded in mystery. What were the true purposes of its creation, and what else is hidden within its depths? Each new artifact found on this land can change our understanding of the Inca civilization and their incomprehensible achievements. How many more mysteries await their time, hidden under layers of time and inscribed in stone? Perhaps it is in these ancient fortresses that the keys to understanding not only the past of the Incas, but also the entire history of humanity lie, which, as we know, could be much more extraordinary than we imagine. City where there is not a single right angle. Traveling through the riddles of ancient civilizations, we find ourselves in Mexico, in the incredible city of Teotihuacan. This ancient megacity, founded long before the arrival of the Aztecs, remains shrouded in mystery and ignorance to this day. Imagine vast plazas, magnificent pyramids, and streets where there is not a single right angle. How did the builders of this incredible city manage to create such architectural harmony, while remaining in deep ignorance for modern researchers? The Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon, towering over the city, seem to keep ancient secrets, waiting for someone to decipher them. But who were these enigmatic architects? Their names and history are lost, leaving us with questions and hypotheses. Some archaeologists suggest that Teotihuacan could have been the center of religious life, a place where complex rituals and ceremonies were conducted. The Pyramid of the Sun, the largest of the constructions, reaches a height of over 60 meters and could have been used for astronomical observations. There is a theory that its proportions match the dimensions of Egyptian pyramids in an extraordinary way. How is this possible? Did ancient civilizations share some common knowledge that allowed them to create similar structures independently? Or is it simply a coincidence that highlights the mystery of our past? Even more strange is the fact that the city, once inhabited by tens of thousands of people, suddenly declined. How could such a great civilization disappear without a trace? Researchers propose various theories, from ecological catastrophe to cultural changes, but none of them provide a definitive answer. What happened to the people who created this magnificent city? What was their fate, and what became of their knowledge? A walk through the streets of Teotihuacan is not just a journey into the past, but also an attempt to touch the unknown. Each step in this ancient city raises many questions. What role did the sun and the moon play in the lives of its inhabitants? What secrets are hidden behind the massive stone walls? And why are there no right angles here, making the city's architecture so unique? Some researchers suggest that this architectural peculiarity could have had symbolic significance, reflecting the spiritual or cosmological beliefs of its creators. But what was the true meaning of these forms, and how did they influence the daily life of the inhabitants of Teotihuacan? Each detail of this city, from its layout to the materials used, can tell us much. But unfortunately, the answers remain beyond our understanding. No less mysterious are the findings made in the vicinity of the city. Artifacts, such as enigmatic figures and carved stones, cause much debate among scholars. What do they symbolize? And what role did they play in the lives of ancient people? What were their beliefs and customs? Each new artifact opens new horizons for research, but at the same time emphasizes that we still have so many questions without answers. Teotihuacan is not just a city of the past, it is a riddle that continues to attract the attention of researchers and history enthusiasts. How many more secrets are hidden under the layers of centuries, and what discoveries await us in the future? Perhaps it is in this ancient megacity that the keys to deciphering not only its history, but also the entire human civilization lie, whose past, as we know, could be much more extraordinary than we imagined. Journey into the depths. Mysteries of Puerto Rico's underground caves. But this is not the only mystery that attracts the attention of researchers. Let us transport ourselves to the tropical island of Puerto Rico, where caves lie hidden, delving deeper than can be explained. These enigmatic underground worlds, filled with ancient petroglyphs and legends of unknown tribes, evoke both awe and reverence. Local residents believe that these caves are the gates to other worlds, inhabited by spirits and creatures unknown to modern man. How did it come to pass that these secrets, which remain unsolved to this day, were hidden in the bowels of the earth? The caves of Puerto Rico, such as the famous Cueva Rayo, are filled with mysterious images left by ancient inhabitants. These petroglyphs, depicting unknown creatures and symbols, give rise to numerous questions. Who were the people who created these drawings? What story were they trying to tell? Researchers propose various hypotheses that these drawings might be connected to rituals and beliefs of the ancient Taíno, the indigenous people of the island. However, there is no certainty that this is the only civilization that left its mark in these caves. There is a belief that the depths of the underground might contain traces of even older cultures, about which nothing is known. In recent decades, archaeologists have found tools and remnants of objects that do not associate with any known civilization. How could these enigmatic tribes have existed parallel to more well-known cultures? What happened to them? These discoveries make us ponder how many more secrets are hidden beneath the earth, waiting to be discovered. Some researchers suggest that the caves of Puerto Rico could have been used as sacred places where rituals connected to the veneration of nature spirits were performed. But what exactly happened in these dark depths? What was the true purpose of these spaces? Local legends tell of underground dwellers who live in these caves and guard their secrets from unwelcome guests. But who are they? Were they the spirits of ancestors, or were they merely products of imagination? Each expedition into these caves is not just a research endeavor, but a genuine hunt for secrets that could change our understanding of the past. Researchers, armed with flashlights, navigate through narrow passages, listening to the echo of their footsteps, and feel as if the spirits of antiquity might be observing them. What could they say if they could speak? What stories of their lives could they tell? Their silence only adds to the mystery and intrigue of this place, making us wonder what we still do not know. As we delve deeper into these underground labyrinths, the silence becomes increasingly ominous, and the walls covered with petroglyphs seem to whisper their secrets. Yet, each discovery only underscores that we are on the brink of understanding, and many questions remain unanswered. What would it be like to see the world through the eyes of the ancient inhabitants of these caves? How would they describe life in these dark depths, filled with mysticism and spirits? Puerto Rico is not just an island of vibrant beaches and warm sun, but also a mysterious world where the underground holds a multitude of secrets waiting to be revealed. How many more incredible discoveries are hidden beneath the earth, and what secrets await us in the future? Perhaps it is here, in these dark caves, that we will find the keys to unraveling not only the history of Puerto Rico, but also the entire human civilization, where each stone could tell its story, and each image could be a window into a forgotten world. Legend of the temple built in one night. Transport yourself to the heart of Mexico, to the mysterious city of Chichen Itza, where the impressive temple of Kukulkan stands. This architectural gem of antiquity is shrouded in numerous legends, one of which tells that the temple itself was built in one night with the help of supernatural forces. How could ancient builders, without modern technologies, create such a magnificent structure that continues to awe us to this day? It is said that on that night, the sky was full of stars, and the gods themselves guided the hands of men, bestowing upon them strength and wisdom. But are these tales true, or are they merely attempts to explain something truly strange and inexplicable? The Temple of Kukulkan is not merely a magnificent structure, it is a true astronomical observatory. Each year, during the vernal equinox, a serpent crawls down its staircase. This effect is created by the interplay of light and shadow, as sunlight falling on the steps forms a writhing serpent silhouette that descends towards the earth. How precisely did ancient architects calculate this cosmic phenomenon? How did they manage to combine architecture with astronomy at such a high level? Many centuries ago, when science and magic were inseparably linked, such knowledge could seem like a gift from the gods. But this is not the only mystery hidden in Chichen Itza. Researchers find numerous symbols and rituals connected to the cult of Kukulkan, the god of wind and wisdom, who, according to legend, came to people from the heavens. What message did the ancient builders leave us, and what were they trying to tell us through their symbols? Their secrets remain unsolved, and each discovery only deepens the mystery. Among archaeologists, there are many theories about how and why this temple was built. Some believe it served not only religious purposes, but also as a place for astronomical observations. Others suggest it could have been a sanctuary where the faithful gathered to receive divine revelations. Yet, despite all hypotheses, the history of the Temple of Kukulkan continues to be shrouded in mystery. What were the true intentions of its creators? What did they know about the cosmos, time, and their role in this vast universe? Each researcher stepping onto this sacred land feels the breath of antiquity and understands that before them are not just ruins, but a whole universe of secrets. Chichen Itza, with its temples and pyramids, becomes a living testimony to ancient wisdom. Here, among the stones carved with incredible precision, the spirits of the past dwell, who may reveal deep knowledge and unsolved secrets. How many more such places exist where history intertwines with myths, where each stone can tell its story, and each ritual can be a key to unraveling the mysteries? We are only scratching the surface, and there are countless secrets waiting to be revealed. What future awaits these mysteries, and what else may yet be discovered in the depths of history? Mysteries of human history amaze and enchant, giving rise to numerous questions that remain unanswered. Many ancient structures, such as the Temple of Quetzalcoatl in Chichen Itza, are not only real but also officially recognized as historical heritage protected by UNESCO. These monuments not only testify to the high level of architectural skill and astronomical knowledge of ancient civilizations, but also remain enigmas that continue to captivate both researchers and history enthusiasts. What significance did these structures hold for those who built them? What were their true purposes and rituals conducted within these magnificent temples? Answering these questions is not easy, and it is likely that we will never fully understand the truth. Each stone, each carved detail, each image on the walls of these temples can tell its own story. But to do so, we must look back into the past, into a world that was perhaps filled with secrets and mysteries. But how many such places remain hidden beneath the surface of time, awaiting rediscovery? We are only scratching the surface, exploring ancient ruins, and realizing that there are still countless mysteries ready to be revealed. It is important to remember that these places not only preserve history, but also the spirits of those who once lived on this land. So, ponder this. Which of these amazing structures would you like to visit personally? What impressed you the most? Leave your thoughts in the comments. Like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit the bell. More intriguing stories from around the world await you, helping us get closer to unraveling ancient mysteries. What does the future hold for these enigmas? And what else might be discovered in the depths of history? In the most remote corners of our planet, far from bustling megacities and tourist routes, lie secrets that most of us are not even aware of. Sacred places whose mystical power is felt by anyone who dares to approach them. ancient petroglyphs, as if left by beings not of this world, but from other realms. Majestic stone statues whose origins are lost in the mists of time. What were the ancients trying to tell us? What messages did they encode in stone and clay? Despite all its achievements, modern science is still powerless to solve many of the mysteries of the past. Local residents whisper legends about spirits dwelling among ancient ruins, about mysterious fires that appear over sacred hills on moonless nights, about inexplicable phenomena that befall those who disturb the peace of these places. Is it possible that our ancestors possessed knowledge lost through the ages? Or are these enigmatic artifacts merely the product of an imagination seeking meaning in the random? Today, we embark on a journey to the most mysterious corners of the ancient world, to touch the eternal riddles of humanity. The first stop on our mysterious journey will be the majestic Uluru, a colossal monolith standing amidst the endless Australian deserts, like an ancient sentinel guarding the thousand-year-old secrets of the Aborigines. In the rays of the rising sun, this massive red rock seems to pulsate, shifting from deep purple to fiery orange, creating an indescribable sensation that it is not just a geological formation, but a living, breathing entity. The local Anangu tribes have revered Uluru for centuries as a sacred place, the center of the universe, where the invisible boundary between worlds becomes so thin that the whispers of ancestral spirits can be heard by simply placing a hand on the warm surface of the rock. According to ancient beliefs, Uluru was created during the time of dreams, a mystical period of world creation, when ancestral spirits wandered the earth, shaping the landscape and establishing the laws of existence. Each crack and curve of the rock tells a story of the giant snake Kunia, the battle between the venomous snake Liru and Kunia, and the wanderings of the lizard people. But what truly astounds scientists are the inexplicable acoustic phenomena that occur around Uluru. Visitors report strange sounds reminiscent of distant singing or rhythmic drumbeats emanating from the very heart of the monolith, at certain hours, most often at dawn or twilight. Modern researchers try to explain these phenomena as peculiarities of sound wave refraction in the heated desert air, but local shamans smile at these explanations. These are the voices of our ancestors, they say. They are always here, but not everyone can hear them. Anthropologist James Foster, who has lived among the Anangu for more than 15 years, claims that some of the rock paintings around Uluru contain information about the starry sky, with remarkable accuracy depicting the positions of constellations visible in the southern hemisphere thousands of years ago. But how could a tribe without writing or complex mathematical knowledge have so precisely recorded astronomical observations? And why do many visitors to Uluru report an inexplicable sense of disorientation, a loss of time awareness while standing near the monolith? Some describe visions of ancient ceremonies as if a veil of time momentarily lifts, allowing a glimpse into long-gone epochs. Geologists assert that Uluru is just the tip of a giant stone formation, with the majority hidden beneath the earth, like an iceberg. But how many more secrets lie hidden in the depths of this ancient monolith? What mysteries do its inaccessible caves hold, where no European foot has trodden? And why do electronic devices often malfunction in certain points around the rock? Science has yet to provide comprehensive answers to these questions, while local elders merely smile enigmatically when asked about these phenomena. Uluru knows more than we can tell, they say, and in these simple words, perhaps lies the deepest wisdom. Now, let us transport ourselves from the scorching continent of Australia to the cool forests of Central America, where among the impenetrable jungles lies another great enigma of the ancient world. Before we leave the mysterious continent of Australia, we must linger a little longer to touch upon another extraordinary enigma of this ancient land, the rock art galleries of Kakadu National Park, whose stone canvases preserve memories of times when the world itself was young. These remarkable artistic testimonies, dating back tens of thousands of years, are not only astonishing in their antiquity, but also in their enigmatic expressiveness, as if ancient artists possessed a unique vision inaccessible to modern man. In the reddish half-light of the rock shelters, where cool stone retains the touch of countless generations, figures emerge, balancing on the edge between reality and myth, the figures of mimes, air spirits, so thin that, according to legend, they can hide in the cracks of rocks from the slightest breeze. Local residents believe that these spirits taught the first people the art of painting, hunting, and cooking. Among the multitude of images, the enigmatic Wanjinas stand out mysterious faces without mouths, with enormous hypnotic eyes and glowing halos around their heads. Who are these beings? Ancient gods? Aliens from other worlds? Or symbolic representations of shamans in a state of trance? Anthropologists still cannot agree on a single interpretation. Remarkably, many of these paintings are made with pigments whose composition remains a mystery to modern chemists' colors that have retained their brightness for thousands of years in the tropical climate, where ordinary dyes disintegrate in just a few years. Dr. Elizabeth Morris, a researcher of rock art, notes an extraordinary feature of many images: they seem to glow from within, especially in the rays of the setting sun or under the full moon. This creates a nearly mystical sensation, as if the paintings come to life at certain moments, trying to convey some message to us, she says. No less mysterious are the so-called X-ray paintings, where artists with astonishing anatomical precision depicted the internal organs of animals and people. Where did the ancient Aborigines, who did not practice dissections and had no knowledge of modern anatomy, acquire such knowledge? Elders of the tribes claim that during sacred ceremonies, shamans acquired the ability to see through flesh, penetrating the essence of things. But perhaps the most unsettling enigma of the rock art galleries of Kakadu are the images of beings unlike any known to science, with disproportionately large heads, thin limbs, and strange attributes reminiscent of modern technological devices. In one of the hard-to-reach caves, discovered only in 2012, there are paintings depicting, according to local guides, the time of times, a period when stars were closer and gods walked the earth. These images are dated to around 17,000 years old, but contain elements that archaeologists find difficult to interpret in the context of the Stone Age culture. Many visitors to these places report a strange sensation that arises from prolonged contemplation of the ancient paintings, a feeling as if time slows down and consciousness expands, allowing one to perceive some other dimensions of reality. Anthropologist John Harrison, who has lived among the indigenous people of Northern Australia for more than 20 years, says, "These galleries are not just works of art. For the indigenous people, they are living, breathing places of power, where the thin line between the past and the present, between the world of people and the world of spirits, becomes permeable." According to ancient beliefs, the images do not merely represent the spirits of ancestors. They are their physical embodiment, and adding new colors to faded paintings is akin to feeding these spirits, sustaining their existence in our world. What if these beliefs are not just a beautiful metaphor? What if our understanding of reality is much more limited than we are accustomed to thinking? Listening to the whisper of the wind in the ancient rock galleries of Kakadu, looking at the enigmatic faces of beings staring at us through the thickness of millennia, one cannot help but ask, who is really observing whom? And what other mysteries do these silent witnesses of epochs, when the world was entirely different, still hold? Leaving the enigmatic ruins of Central America with their impenetrable mysteries behind, we return to the Australian continent to touch upon another extraordinary enigma of this ancient land, the mysterious stones of Karajuru, standing in the arid, landscapes of Western Australia like silent sentinels of time. These peculiar stone formations, scattered across the sun-scorched plain of Nambung, create a truly surreal landscape, reminiscent of the sets of a science fiction film about other planets. In the rays of the rising sun, their silhouettes cast long, ominous shadows, while the sunset illumination paints their surfaces in deep shades of red and orange, giving the illusion that the stones pulse with an inner fire, as if they harbor some ancient energy. The strange limestone pillars, some reaching heights of 4 meters, are not only impressive in size, but also in their amazing variety of forms. Here one can see figures resembling people with arms raised to the sky, profiles of giant birds, silhouettes of animals frozen in motion, and even outlines of creatures with no counterparts in the modern world. Geologists explain the formation of these remarkable structures as a result of erosion and weathering processes that have occurred over millions of years. But for the indigenous inhabitants of these lands, the Noongar people, the stones of Karajaru, are sacred objects connected to the time of dreams, a mythical period of world creation. According to ancient legends, these stones are not just whimsical creations of nature, but petrified heroes of myths, beings from an era when the boundary between the material and spiritual worlds was permeable. The elder of the Wajari tribe, custodian of traditions, Jarad Wali, shares, "Our ancestors knew that these stones were living beings. They could hear, see, and feel. On special nights when the moon is full and the stars align in a certain way, the stones whisper ancient stories to those who know how to listen." One of the most widespread legends tells of a group of warriors who embarked on a distant journey in search of sacred knowledge. When they reached these places, they were struck by the wrath of a powerful spirit who turned them into stone for daring to enter forbidden territory without proper respect and preparation. Another story speaks of 2 lovers from warring tribes who fled to the desert to be together, but were pursued by a sorcerer who turned them into stone to make their love eternal but unattainable. Anthropologist Margaret Lindsay, who has been studying the culture of the Western Australian Aborigines for over 30 years, notes an extraordinary peculiarity. Many of these stone formations are positioned in such a way that on certain days of the year, especially during the solstices and equinoxes, they cast shadows forming complex geometric patterns or figures resembling petroglyphs found hundreds of kilometers away. This makes one wonder, is this arrangement purely coincidental? Or did the ancient inhabitants of these lands possess some astronomical knowledge that we are only beginning to rediscover? The acoustic phenomenon discovered by sound researchers from the University of Sydney is even more mysterious. Under certain conditions, especially at dawn or dusk when the air is filled with moisture, some of the stones emit low, vibrating sounds reminiscent of distant singing or rhythmic drum beats. Local residents claim that this is the spirits of their ancestors trying to convey messages to the living. Geophysicists suggest that the cause may be micro-vibrations caused by temperature changes or underground water flows, but a precise scientific explanation for this phenomenon has not yet been found. A group of stones known as the Council of Elders, 12 tall pillars arranged in almost a perfect circle, is of particular interest. In the center of this circle lies a flat stone with mysterious indentations, whose arrangement, according to some researchers, corresponds to the positions of certain stars in the Pleiades constellation. The question arises, how could ancient people, without modern astronomical instruments, create such an accurate map of celestial bodies? Or is this merely a coincidental occurrence to which we attribute too much significance? Some of the stones of Karajaru bear strange markings resembling carved symbols or inscriptions. Official science attributes them to natural erosion, but alternative theories suggest that they could be primitive forms of writing or ritual signs, the meaning of which has been lost with the disappearance of ancient traditions. Visitors to this mysterious place often report strange sensations Sudden temperature fluctuations, not related to weather conditions, inexplicable sounds, and even visual phenomena resembling mirages, when the stones seem to change their outlines or begin to glow from within. Scientific explanations link these phenomena to the peculiarities of the desert climate and psychological effects caused by prolonged exposure to the scorching sun. But many visitors are convinced that something inexplicable is happening here, beyond our understanding of the nature of reality. Gazing at these ancient stone figures, silently standing under the Australian starry sky for centuries, one cannot help but wonder, what have they witnessed over the long centuries of their existence? What secrets could they reveal if they could speak? And are the legends of the Aborigines not just beautiful myths, but encrypted memories of real events that took place in the distant past, when the world was very different from what it is now? Leaving behind the enigmatic stones of Karajuru, we carry away more questions than answers, and an understanding that some mysteries of this world may never be fully unraveled. Leaving the enigmatic landscape of the Karaho Rocks, we head towards the eastern coast of Australia, where the majestic Blue Mountains rise, another place shrouded in mystical aura and ancient mysteries. The name of these mountains is not accidental. On clear days, the mountain ranges indeed take on a bluish hue, created by the finest mist of eucalyptus oil evaporating from millions of trees and scattering sunlight in a peculiar, almost supernatural way. But it is not just the natural splendor that attracts seekers of mysteries here. At the heart of this mountain range lies the mysterious Burra Range, a place where, according to the beliefs of the indigenous Australians, strange creatures known as yowies reside. In the shadowy gorges, among the ancient eucalyptus trees, whose trunks remember the times when the first people set foot on this land, something lies hidden that does not fit into the framework of modern science. Yowies are tall, hairy creatures resembling the legendary Bigfoot or Yeti, but with their own unique mythology closely linked to the spiritual traditions of the Aborigines. The elder of the Daruk tribe, Uncle Wally, whose wrinkled hands and deep like ancient wells, eyes testify to the wisdom passed down through generations, tells, Yowies have always been here. They are the guardians of the land, remembering times before people. They know the secrets of the mountains, talk to the trees and stones. When I was a boy, my grandfather showed me the Yowie tracks in the soft soil by the stream, huge prints with 5 fingers. Too big for a human, too strange for any known animal. Skeptics may scoff at such stories, but the fact remains that for decades, hundreds of people, including experienced bushrangers, tourists, and even scientists, have reported strange encounters in the remote areas of the Blue Mountains. They describe creatures over 2 meters tall, covered in thick, dark fur, moving on 2 legs and possessing an extraordinary ability to disappear into the forest without leaving a trace. Cryptozoologist Rex Gilroy, who has dedicated more than 50 years to studying the Yowie phenomenon, has collected an impressive collection of evidence, including plaster casts of tracks, samples of unknown origin fur, and hundreds of interviews with eyewitnesses. It is becoming increasingly clear that we are dealing with an unknown species, Gilroy asserts. The question is not whether Yowies exist, but how they have managed to remain undetected for so long. Particularly intriguing is the fact that the legends about Yowies remarkably echo the myths of similar creatures among the indigenous peoples of North America, the Himalayas, and Siberia. How could such similar tales have arisen among peoples separated by thousands of kilometers and never having had contact with each other? Is this evidence of the existence of a real prototype of these legends? Or are we dealing with a universal archetype of the human subconscious? Anthropologist Maria Westfield suggests, perhaps these legends are echoes of memories of encounters of our ancestors with the last representatives of other hominids who coexisted with Homo sapiens. We know about Neanderthals, Denisovans, and Flores people. What if some of these species survived longer than we assume, and encounters with them were preserved in oral tradition? But Yowies are not the only mystery of the Burra Range. In these mountains, there are ancient rock paintings, estimated by archaeologists to be over 10,000 years old. Some of these images strikingly resemble tall beings with disproportionately large heads, which some researchers interpret as images of aliens or unknown hominids. Other paintings demonstrate an amazing knowledge of the starry sky, including detailed images of constellations visible only in the southern hemisphere. How could ancient artists depict astronomical objects with such accuracy without modern instruments? Deep within the Blue Mountains, there are also mysterious stone structures resembling megalithic constructions of Europe, but clearly of a different origin. Some of these stones are positioned in such a way that on the days of the solstices and equinoxes, sunlight passes through special openings, illuminating certain symbols on opposite walls. Engineer and researcher of ancient technologies Richard Thompson notes, "The mathematical precision of these structures is astonishing. It requires knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and construction techniques that, according to official history, the Aborigines of Australia did not possess. This forces us to rethink our understanding of the ancient cultures of this continent." The peculiar atmosphere of mystery is created by acoustic anomalies observed in some gorges of the Burra Range. Here, sounds spread in a strange, inexplicable way. Whispers can be heard from a distance of hundreds of meters, while loud cries are sometimes absorbed, not having traveled more than 10 steps. Local residents speak of singing rocks and whispering caves, where one can hear the voices of ancestors if one comes at the right time and with pure intentions. There is no scientific explanation for these phenomena yet, although acousticians suggest a complex interaction of sound waves with the unique geological structure of these places. When night falls on the Blue Mountains and the first stars appear on the horizon, the Burra Range transforms. Shadows become deeper, sounds more distinct, and the boundary between the real and the supernatural thins to transparency. It is at this time, according to local legends, that Yowies emerge from their hidden lairs, and the spirits of ancient warriors gather around sacred places to perform ritual dances visible only to those with second sight. Standing on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the endless sea of eucalyptus trees shrouded in bluish mist, one cannot help but wonder, what else do these ancient mountains hide? How many secrets do their silent rocks and dark caves keep? And are the legends about Yowies and ancient spirits not just myths, but reflections of a reality that exists parallel to ours, but remains inaccessible to the perception of the majority of people? Leaving the mysterious Burra Range, we carry away not only memories of the majestic landscapes, but also the feeling of contact with something ancient and incomprehensible, with a mystery that, perhaps, will never be fully unraveled. Leaving the enigmatic Burra Range, we seem to be transported across the boundless expanses of the Pacific Ocean to one of the most isolated places on Earth, the mysterious island of Rapa Nui, better known as Easter Island. Lost in the endless blue of the ocean, at a distance of 3,700 kilometers from the nearest inhabited settlement, this tiny speck of land harbors one of the greatest mysteries of human civilization. Here, on the slopes of volcanoes facing the boundless horizon, stand silent stone sentinels, the Moai, whose enigmatic faces with empty eye sockets have gazed into eternity for more than 1,000 years, guarding the secrets of a long-lost civilization. The salty oceanic breeze caresses the rough surface of these colossi, as if trying to erase the traces of time from their stern faces. Some of them tower to 10 meters and weigh more than 80 tons, monumental monuments created by a people who knew neither the wheel, nor metallic tools, nor draft animals. How could such a small community, numbering no more than 15,000 people at its most optimistic estimates, create nearly 900 of these monumental sculptures. How did they transport these stone blocks over distances of up to 20 kilometers from the quarry of Rano Raraku, where they were carved from solid volcanic tuff? And most importantly, why? Local legends tell of the supernatural power of mana, possessed by ancient chiefs and priests. According to these traditions, Moai could walk to their destinations, filled with the spiritual energy of their creators. Our ancestors did not move the Moai. They asked them to come, and they came by themselves, says Matteo Tepano, keeper of ancient traditions and descendant of the original inhabitants of Rapa Nui. In his deep black eyes, the wisdom of generations is reflected, and in his voice, the unshakable confidence of a man for whom these stones are not just archaeological artifacts, but embodiments of a living connection with ancestors. Modern archaeologists offer more mundane, but no less astonishing explanations. Experiments have shown that with the help of a system of ropes and wooden rollers, a relatively small group of people, around 20, could rock the Moai from side to side, making them walk to their destination. This theory amazingly coincides with local legends about walking statues. But even if we can explain the technology of their transportation, the question of the purpose of these monuments remains. According to the beliefs of the Rapa Nui, Moai were repositories of the spirits of ancestors, nobles and chiefs, whose mana continued to protect and bless their descendants even after death. Each clan had its own platform ahu, on which the Moai were installed, facing inward towards the island, so that their spiritual power spread to the settlements. Especially mysterious are the puako, huge cylindrical hats made of red stone, crowning the heads of some Moai. Weighing up to 12 tons, these massive blocks were quarried in the Puana Pau Quarry, located a few kilometers from Rano Raraku. How did the Rapa Nui raise these heavy structures to a height of 10 meters without modern machinery? And why were some Moai crowned with these mysterious crowns, while others were not? Anthropologist Catherine Routledge, who studied the culture of Easter Island in the early 20th century, recorded a local legend that puako symbolized a special spiritual power, available only to the most powerful chiefs. Red stone is the petrified blood of ancient gods, the island's elders told her. Another mysterious aspect of the culture of Rapa Nui is the enigmatic Rongo-Rongo script, the only writing system developed in Oceania before contact with Europeans. Carved wooden tablets with Rongo-Rongo symbols may have contained ritual hymns and genealogies related to the cult of Moai, but their exact meaning remains undeciphered to this day. The last people who could read these mysterious signs died in the 19th century, taking with them the key to understanding the spiritual world of the creators of the stone giants. The tragedy of the civilization of Easter Island lies in its sudden and dramatic decline just before the arrival of the first Europeans. Archaeological data testify to a period of chaos and interclan wars, during which many Moai were deliberately toppled. What could have driven the Rapa Nui to turn against their sacred ancestors? Was it an ecological catastrophe caused by deforestation for the transportation of Moai, as some researchers suggest? Or was it more complex social and religious changes? In the shadowy caves of the island, archaeologists have found evidence of the emergence of a new cult, Tangata Manu, or man-bird. This cult, which replaced the veneration of ancestors through Moai, was focused around an annual competition in which representatives of different clans had to obtain the first egg of the dangerous Motu Nui Island. The winner became the embodiment of the god Makemake and ruled the island for a year. Standing on the edge of the volcanic crater Ranokau, where these mysterious ceremonies took place, one cannot help but feel the presence of ancient spirits, as if observing every step. The wind that penetrates this sacred place seems to whisper in a long-forgotten language, telling stories that have never been written down. What led to the change in religious beliefs? Was it the result of a social crisis, or an attempt to find a new source of spiritual strength when the old gods, it seemed, had turned away from their people? Modern Rapa Nui, whose culture has almost completely been destroyed as a result of the slave trade and epidemics of the 19th century, are today restoring their connection to their heritage. For them, the Moai are not just archaeological monuments, but living witnesses of their glorious past, keepers of ancient wisdom that may be the key to their future. The Moai were never just stones, says Eliana Paua, keeper of traditions and teacher at the local school. They are our ancestors, watching over us, protecting us. When I stand next to them in the silence of the early morning, I feel their presence, their power. They speak without words, teach without books. When the sun sets over the horizon and the first stars light up the velvet sky of Rapa Nui, the silhouettes of the Moai against the ocean create an unforgettable, almost mystical sight. At that moment, the boundary between the past and the present, between the material and the spiritual worlds, seems especially thin. Perhaps it is in such moments that we come closest to understanding the truth that the creators of these enigmatic monuments wanted to convey. Or will the mystery of the Moai remain one of the greatest mysteries of humanity, reminding us of how little we know about the ancient cultures that have disappeared in the fog of time? Even among the numerous mysteries of Easter Island, there is a place where the enigma reaches its peak, the Rano Raraku Quarry, the sacred factory of the Moai, where time seems to have stopped in an instant many centuries ago. Approaching this place at dawn, when the first rays of the sun paint the slopes of the volcano in golden pink hues, one cannot help but feel like a witness to an interrupted performance, where the actors suddenly left the stage, leaving the scenery untouched. Here, in the frozen silence, broken only by the rustling of rare grass and the cries of seabirds, more than 300 statues in various stages of creation remain in the same position they were left by the ancient masters. Some are barely outlined in volcanic tuff, just the contours of future giants. Others are almost complete, but still attached to the rock, like butterflies that haven't yet escaped their stone cocoons. A third group is completely carved and awaits transportation that never happened. Stone tools toki lie nearby, as if the masters had just stepped away for lunch and would return to work at any moment, although it has been more than 500 years. What caused the Rapa Nui to suddenly stop working on these sacred idols? Why did some Moai, already ready for transportation, remain lying on the slopes of Rano Raraku? Local legends, passed down through generations, tell of a terrible curse that befell the island. According to one of the legends recorded by ethnographer Sebastian Englert in the 30s of the 20th century, the high priest Hatut Matua warned the people of the god's wrath, caused by the excessive pride of chiefs competing in creating ever more magnificent Moai. When human pride reaches the heavens, the gods send a sign, says the ancient prophecy. Stone will become heavier than water, and wood will disappear from the face of the earth. Archaeological data indeed testify to a sudden ecological catastrophe that struck the island around the 15th century. Pollen from trees found in the sediments of Lake Ranokau shows that the once lush forests of the island were completely destroyed in a relatively short period. Could this have been the sign of the gods mentioned in the legend? Especially mysterious is the largest unfinished Moai in the quarry, known as El Gigante. This colossus, nearly 22 meters tall and weighing around 270 tons, was never completed. Its enormous face, with a characteristic elongated nose and stern lips, has already emerged from the stone, but the body is still part of the rock. What were the Rapa Nui planning to do with this giant? How did they intend to transport it, if even the largest installed Moai are half its size? Was it intended as a demonstration of the power of some particularly influential chief, or as a collective monument of the entire people of Rapa Nui? Professor Joanne van Tilburg, who has devoted more than 30 years to studying the moai, suggests that El Gigante may not have been intended for transportation at all. It is possible that it was meant to remain in the quarry as a sacred object, connected to the very process of creating the moai, she says. The Rano Raraku quarry was not just an industrial zone in our modern sense. It was a deeply sacred space where material stone was transformed into a vessel for the spiritual essence of ancestors. Another mystery is presented by the moai buried up to their shoulders, the famous heads of Easter Island, which actually have full bodies hidden under layers of soil and volcanic ash. Why were some statues intentionally partially buried? Was it related to changes in religious practices, or an attempt to protect the sacred idols during a period of intertribal conflicts? Local historian and descendant of ancient moai carvers, Sergio Rapuhawa, tells an old legend about the sleeping moai. Our legends say that the moai whose bodies are buried in the earth are not dead, but asleep. They voluntarily descended into the earth to accumulate mana's spiritual power. A day will come when they will fully awaken and rise to protect our people in the hour of greatest danger. Touching the rough surface of the unfinished moai, one feels the traces of ancient tools, evidence of the meticulous work of masters who worked. Without metal tools, using only stone toki. In the air of the Rano Raraku quarry, it seems that the dust from the work of ancient sculptors still hangs, and the echo of their songs, with which they accompanied their work, continues to sound in the silence that follows sunset. Perhaps we will never know for sure why work in the quarry suddenly stopped. Was it an ecological catastrophe, intertribal war, epidemic, or spiritual crisis? Each theory has its supporters and opponents, but the truth is probably more complex than any single explanation. Like many other aspects of Easter Island culture, the Rano Raraku quarry remains a place where questions multiply faster than answers, and each new archaeological discovery only deepens the mystery that envelops this tiny island in the vast expanses of the Pacific Ocean. Perhaps the main charm of Rapa Nui lies in its ability to challenge our understanding, reminding us that even in the age of cosmic technologies and artificial intelligence, some mysteries of the past remain unsolved, beckoning us with their unfathomable depth and ancient wisdom encrypted in stone. Orongo, situated on the edge of the Rano Kau volcano, seems to be not just a part of Easter Island, but its very soul, permeated with ancient rituals and mystical practices that continue to captivate researchers and travelers. Ascending the steep slopes to this sanctuary, you feel the air fill with the spirit of antiquity, and the surrounding nature seems to whisper forgotten stories. Orongo was the center of the Birdman cult, a unique and enigmatic ritual that left an indelible mark on the culture of the Rapa Nui. Here, on the edge of the cliff, from which a breathtaking view of the vast Pacific Ocean unfolds, chiefs and rivals once gathered to compete for the right to become chief, gaining the secret power attributed to the Birdman spirit. Each year, at a certain time when the ocean was calm, competitions began, in which participants had to embark on dangerous sea voyages to find the eggs of the rare Manu bird. These eggs, according to legend, were symbols of divine blessing and power that chiefs gained by winning. But the competitions were not just tests of physical strength. They were imbued with deep mystical meaning, reflecting the connection between humans and nature and the spirits of their ancestors. Petroglyphs carved into the stone tell of those distant times when birds soared in the sky, and people believed they could communicate with spirits. These mysterious images, depicting figures of people and animals, carry not only artistic value, but also deep symbolism. What were their true meanings? What did the ancient masters intend to express by leaving these signs on the stone? Perhaps they were spells invoking good luck, or records of events that took place during the rituals. Local legends about the competitions held on these cliffs are filled with drama and mysticism. It is said that winners received not only glory, but also secret knowledge passed down through generations. However, with each new archaeological discovery, questions only multiply. Why did the Birdman cult lose its significance? What happened to those who once competed for this sacred power? Some researchers suggest that changes in the island's ecosystem, as evidenced by archaeological finds, could have contributed to the disappearance of this ritual. Others point to possible internal conflicts and societal breakdowns that could have led to the abandonment of ancient traditions. A local historian recounted how his ancestors, who lived through the change of epochs, kept in their hearts the memory of those times when Orongo was the center of spiritual life. "We remember how our ancestors and great-grandparents gathered here," he says, pointing to the petroglyphs. "These stones remember our prayers and rituals." But what lies beyond these memories? How many more secrets are hidden in the depths of the volcano and the ocean? Orongo remains a place where the sacred and the profane intersect, creating an atmosphere filled with mysteries and unsolved enigmas. No matter how hard we try to decipher its symbolic mosaic, the true meaning of this sanctuary remains elusive, like a shadow flickering across the water's surface. And perhaps it is in this very mystery that its magic lies in, that even in our modern world, filled with knowledge, we continue to seek answers to the questions our ancestors asked, leaving us a legacy of ancient wisdom shrouded in secrecy. Nanu Madol, hidden in the lush greenery of the tropical jungles on the island of Pohnpei, is a mysterious city that seems to have stepped out of the pages of ancient legends. This unique complex of artificial islands, consisting of more than 90 separate structures, was built on underwater reefs and surrounded by lagoons, creating an atmosphere of a lost world where time appears to have stopped. When you first step onto these ancient lands, you are enveloped in an unfamiliar silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind and the gentle lapping of waves against the stone walls. Massive blocks, perfectly fitted together, seem to hold the secrets of an ancient civilization that, according to one legend, was endowed with magical powers. How did the ancient builders create this unique city using only primitive tools and the strength of their hands? Some researchers suggest that they possessed knowledge that was lost over time, possibly through interaction with ancestral spirits. Legends tell of great shamans with supernatural abilities who called upon the forces of nature to aid in the construction of Nanu Madol. It is said that the stones themselves were consecrated by spirits that dwelt in these places, protecting them from destruction. But who were these mysterious builders? Researchers propose various hypotheses. Some believe they were part of a powerful nation that possessed knowledge of astronomy and navigation, while others suggest they were remnants of an even older civilization that vanished without a trace. But, like the mystery of Oronogo, the enigma of Nanu Madol remains unsolved. How could such an advanced culture disappear, leaving behind only ruins and legends? Traveling through these ancient islands, you can feel as if the spirits of the past are watching you from the shadows hidden in the depths of the stone arches. Local residents tell of ghosts that wander among the ruins, guarding them from unwelcome visitors. Some believe that on certain nights, one can hear the whispers of ancient spirits still conducting their rituals in sacred places. But what happened to the people who once inhabited this city? How did they create such a magnificent structure and then disappear, leaving only these mysterious islands? In recent decades, archaeologists have discovered numerous artifacts that testify to the prosperity of Nanu Madol. But with each new discovery, the questions only multiply. Perhaps climatic changes led to the depletion of resources and, consequently, the disappearance of the inhabitants. Or perhaps internal conflicts and the collapse of society led to this once lively place becoming abandoned. Nanu Madol remains a symbol of mystery, shrouded in spirits and myths that continue to live in the hearts of those who live nearby. Every crack in the stones and every overgrown path serves as a reminder that even great civilizations can disappear, leaving behind only shadows. What is the true history of Nanu Madol? How many more secrets are hidden beneath the waters of the lagoon and beyond the horizon of visibility? Looking at these ruins, it is hard not to wonder, how many other forgotten cities await discovery in the most secluded corners of our planet? Without a doubt, Nanu Madol is one of those places where the sacred and the mundane intersect, and, like Orinoco, the true meaning of this mysterious city remains unsolved, shrouded in a veil of mystery that continues to draw researchers and adventurers back again and again. But this is not the only mystery that shrouds the waters of Oceania. Gazing at the majestic basalt columns rising from the depths of the sea and towering above the water's surface, it is impossible not to feel that these stone giants harbor many secrets. These natural formations, resembling enormous towers, are cut with remarkable precision, as if someone used unknown tools to create them. However, according to local legends, these columns are not merely a product of nature. Myths tell of ancient giants who, according to legend, created these structures to leave a mark of their greatness and power. How could such a miracle have occurred? Did giants really once roam this land, leaving behind such impressive structures? Some researchers suggest that these columns are nothing more than the result of volcanic activity, but to the eyes of local residents, they embody divine forces that once ruled this land. Even in ancient times, the tribes of Oceania believed that each column represented a spirit of ancestors who protected the islands from evil. In their beliefs, these columns served not only as architectural monuments, but also as sacred places where rituals were held in honor of gods and forest spirits. When looking at these colossal formations, it is hard not to ponder, how could nature create such precise and symmetrical forms? Is there a connection between these columns and the vast wealth of knowledge left to us by our ancestors? Some researchers even propose that these columns may have served as navigational aids for ancient sailors, who used them as landmarks. But despite all scientific research, part of this myth remains unexplained. The magnificent columns, rising from the earth as if petrified for eternity, continue to inspire awe and reverence. Local residents claim that on certain nights, one can hear the whisper of the wind, as if carrying the voices of those who once inhabited these lands. They speak of how in moonlight nights, one can see the silhouettes of giants returning to their sacred places, raising their hands to the sky in prayer. But what if this is not just a myth? What if these columns were indeed created not only by nature, but also by the hands of those who possessed power and knowledge beyond our reach? How could such an advanced culture have remained unnoticed in history? And what other secrets do these lands hold, waiting to be discovered? Traveling through these islands, one feels that each column has its own history, its own soul, and seems to be waiting for someone to listen to it. How many more such natural and mystical formations are hidden in the depths of the ocean and the bowels of the earth? Perhaps it is in these inaccessible places that the answers to the questions that have troubled humanity for centuries lie. How much we are still dependent on the knowledge of our ancestors, of which we know so little, and how many mysteries remain in our world, waiting for their time to be revealed. Cyclopean stone walls, towering above the churning waves of the Pacific, continue to stir the imagination of researchers and enthusiasts of ancient history. These colossal structures, composed of massive stone blocks perfectly fitted together, evoke awe and bewilderment. How could ancient people, without modern tools and technologies, create such monumental constructions? These walls, like sentinels guarding the secrets of the past, encircle islands, reminding us of unknown civilizations that left their mark on history. Legends of the local inhabitants speak of the ancient builders' giants, endowed with superhuman strength and knowledge. It is said that these giants could lift heavy stones as if they were feathers, and their building skills were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. How could such a powerful culture disappear, leaving only enigmatic ruins? Some researchers suggest that these walls were built in honor of gods, and the builders received divine inspiration, explaining their phenomenal abilities. But how plausible is this hypothesis? Or is it merely an attempt to explain what eludes our understanding? We can only speculate about the knowledge and technologies that ancient masters possessed when creating such monumental structures. Did they truly have secret formulas that allowed them to work with stone in ways we cannot even imagine? And what became of these knowledge? How many more secrets do the walls, standing under the scorching sun and facing the onslaught of sea waves, still hide? Local legends about these walls being erected under the guidance of divine beings leave no one indifferent. Some residents claim that at night, when the moon illuminates the ocean surface, one can hear the whisper of ancient builders who continue to work, steadfastly caring for their creations. However, despite all efforts to unravel this mystery, the truth remains unclear. Some scientists suggest that the walls served as protection against enemies or as sanctuaries for conducting rituals. But too many questions remain unanswered. How could these structures withstand the test of time and destruction when other cultures faded away? Perhaps the answers to our ancient ancestors' lives, customs, and beliefs lie hidden within these walls. Yet, no matter how hard we try, we will always remain partially in the dark. How many more such monuments are hidden on distant islands, waiting for someone to rediscover them and immerse themselves in their mysterious world? And how many more stories like these await their turn to be told? Sunken cities and ruins, hidden beneath the transparent waters of Oceania, like ghosts from lost worlds, continue to entice researchers and adventurers eager to unravel their mysteries. These underwater discoveries, framed by coral reefs and covered in marine vegetation, speak of civilizations that once flourished on the surface but now reside in the ocean's embrace, leaving only faint memories. Legends of local inhabitants tell of submerged lands and cities swallowed by the sea in catastrophic events. How could entire civilizations vanish without a trace, leaving only fragments of rumors and folklore? Some researchers dive into these waters, hoping to find stone blocks built with the same meticulousness as those standing on land. Ancient temples, possibly serving as places of worship, are now buried under layers of salt and sand, their masterpieces hidden from human eyes. In the depths of the ocean, archaeologists uncover mysterious artifacts that raise many questions. What are these objects? What is their history? Local legends claim that the submerged cities were inhabited by wise people who possessed knowledge of stars and waters, allowing them to predict weather and control harvests. But what happened to these people? What curse befell their civilization, leading to its downfall? Some suggest they were victims of natural disasters, such as powerful earthquakes or tsunamis that suddenly destroyed their world. But what if it was not just a natural force, but something more sinister? Perhaps their own ambitions and aspirations led to their fall, leaving behind only submerged cities that remind us of their greatness and tragedy. There are also theories that these lands were cursed, and that the spirits of ancestors still roam their ruins, protecting them from curious eyes. Local fishermen sometimes tell of strange sounds emanating from the depths, of visions they have seen in the fog while pursuing their trade. But these are not the only mysteries hidden beneath the waves. Research using modern technologies such as laser scanning of underwater territories opens new horizons for understanding these submerged worlds. Scientists discover remnants of structures that indicate the presence of complex water supply and agricultural systems, raising questions about how these civilizations developed. How did they achieve such levels of skill and knowledge? What became of their legacy? Perhaps some of these submerged cities still hold the keys to unraveling ancient mysteries that could shed light on our history. And as archaeologists continue to explore these underwater realms, we are left with the question, what other mysteries does the ocean hold, waiting to be discovered? How many more submerged lands may be found? And what can they tell us about human history that we still do not know? Each new discovery, each new find of underwater ruins makes us ponder how many secrets remain unsolved and how little we truly know about our ancestors and their complex fate. Sacred groves with unusual trees, hidden among the greenery of Australia and Oceania, appear as living sanctuaries where ancestral spirits dwell in nature. These places, surrounded by the soft whisper of leaves and mysterious shadows, seem to hold ancient secrets waiting to be deciphered. People living near these groves believe that each branch and root is imbued with spirits that protect their world and pass down knowledge accumulated over centuries. Legends of local tribes tell of how ancient ancestors communicated with these spirits, gaining wisdom and assistance in difficult times. How could such extraordinary trees, standing at the intersection of reality and mysticism, become a bridge between two worlds? Some of these trees possess unique properties that defy imagination. For instance, giant beech trees have trunks that can reach impressive sizes, and their bark is covered with mysterious signs reminiscent of ancient scripts. Local residents claim that if you look closely, you can see how sunlight plays on these trees, creating patterns that seem alive. It's as if nature itself is trying to convey a message encoded in the branches. These sacred groves are also known for their healing properties. Leaves and bark are used in traditional medicine, and some tribes believe that drinks made from their parts can heal the soul. But where did these knowledge come from? Did the spirits themselves teach people how to properly use natural resources? Legends say that extraordinary events occur in these groves. For example, stories of how in full moon one can hear music coming from the depths of the forest. These melodies, according to local residents, are played by ancestral spirits, inviting people to dance, to communicate with nature and the world of the dead. But how can these sounds be explained? Are they just a product of imagination or a real manifestation of something greater? Researchers studying these places often encounter inexplicable phenomena. They note that in sacred groves, there can be strange changes in temperature, as if the air is filled with energy that defies explanation. Some of them report encounters with unusual creatures that they believe are spirits guarding these sacred places. How can such phenomena occur in our world? Is this a natural phenomenon or a manifestation of something otherworldly? As you walk through these groves, you can feel how each moment is filled with history. The wind softly whispers, as if telling tales of ancient battles and great victories, and the roots of the trees, like hands, reach out to the earth, connecting the present with the past. These places, filled with magic and mystery, remind us that nature itself is a keeper of secrets that we have not yet been able to decipher. Perhaps in these groves lies the key to understanding our ancestors and their relationship with the surrounding world. What else do these sacred trees hide? Perhaps they are ready to share their knowledge with those who are willing to listen and understand. Each step through this magical forest makes us ponder. How many secrets remain unsolved? And how much more needs to be discovered to understand the depth of our existence and our connection to the ancient spirits living in nature? This is not the only mystery hidden in the vast expanses of Australia. Venturing into the heart of the continent, we encounter remarkable formations known as sandstone mushrooms. These peculiar rock shapes, towering over the desert landscape, seem to guard ancient secrets and myths of the Aboriginals. Their smooth contours and incredible sizes evoke both awe and fear, creating an atmosphere where reality intersects with mythology. Local residents believe these stone mushrooms are petrified creatures that once roamed the earth, and their appearance is linked to mythical events from the distant past. How could such strange forms have emerged in this harsh climate? According to legends, these petrified figures are the result of a battle between the spirits of water and fire. Tales tell of two great shamans embodying these elements who fought for control over the land. In their conflict, fiery tongues erupted and water surged, creating powerful waves. The outcome of their struggle, as told by the Aboriginals, resulted in the creation of these unusual stone formations, which we now see as mushrooms. How could such an event leave its mark on stone for centuries? Perhaps this is where the mystery of their existence lies. Through the ages, these mushrooms have become objects of veneration and symbols of power that the Aboriginals associate with nature. When people approach these rocks, they feel something more than just stone. They sense spirits that still dwell in these formations, guarding ancient knowledge and wisdom. Local tribes recount how the spirits of these mushrooms aid them in difficult times, guiding them and foretelling the future. How could these stones become intermediaries between worlds? Scientific research shows that these formations are indeed the result of sandstone erosion, but how to explain their unique forms and mystical significance to the Aboriginals? Geologists consider them natural phenomena, but can we ignore the cultural context and spiritual value they hold for the local residents? Perhaps this is the point of contact between science and mysticism, where reality and myth intertwine in a single flow. Each time researchers approach these remarkable rocks, they encounter inexplicable phenomena. Some claim that at certain times of the day, when light falls at a particular angle, the mushrooms seem to come to life, changing their contours and colors. This could be a trick of light, or it might be a mysterious manifestation of the power contained within these stones. How to explain these changes? Is it merely optical illusion? Or is there something more that we cannot yet comprehend? The passage of time does not affect these stone formations, and they continue to keep their secrets. They stand as sentinels of the past, and each who passes by cannot help but wonder, what other mysteries are hidden in the depths of this land? Perhaps it is in these mushrooms that the answers to questions about our connection to nature and how myths can influence our reality lie. What else can these petrified creatures tell us about ancient civilizations and their interaction with the world? Who knows what mysteries await their turn to be revealed when we once again turn our gaze to the land where these majestic stone monuments stand? Resonating rocks. This enigmatic phenomenon is located in the heart of Australia, where nature and spirits unite in a single dance, creating a musical symphony of ancient land. When winds blow through these unusual formations, they produce melodious sounds that resemble music born of nature itself. How can this be? These rocks, seemingly simple and insignificant, possess unique acoustic properties that even scientists struggle to comprehend. Known as resonating rocks, they become objects of study and admiration, as well as sources of numerous myths and legends spanning centuries. According to local folklore, these rocks are not merely fossils, but crystals that hold the voices of ancestors. Aborigines believe that each sound hides stories about spirits dwelling in these rocks and how they influence human life. When someone taps on a rock, it is believed to summon a spirit that can share wisdom or warn of danger. How can these sounds carry such deep meanings? Perhaps this is where the magic lies, connecting people with their history and nature in a single whole. Scientific research shows that the sound waves produced by these rocks are created due to their unique composition and structure. They can be hollow or have specific microcracks that resonate when struck. Yet, despite all explanations, the question remains, how could nature create such unique acoustic instruments? Some scientists suggest that this phenomenon was meant to be as part of ancient rituals that may have been practiced long before the first civilizations. But this is not the only mystery surrounding the resonating rocks. Local residents tell stories of how on certain nights, when the moon illuminates the earth, the sounds of the rocks become particularly clear and harmonious. This time is considered a moment when spirits emerge from their hiding places to communicate with people. How could these ancient beings create such a connection between worlds? Are there messages in these melodies that we have not yet learned to hear? Some believe that each sound has its own history and, therefore, its own meaning. Comparing the resonating rocks with other known acoustic places around the world, one can notice that similar phenomena exist in other cultures. For example, in some parts of the world, one can find stone formations that, like the Australian ones, produce melodies that resonate with the surrounding space. How can these phenomena intersect, connecting different peoples and their myths in a single thread? The answers to these questions remain unclear, leaving room for speculation and new discoveries. Each time researchers visit the resonating rocks, they encounter something greater than just a physical phenomenon. It is a kind of portal to the world of ancient knowledge, where each sound can tell its story. How to explain this mystical connection that unites people and nature, spirits and matter? Perhaps this is the grandeur of the resonating rocks. They not only produce sounds, but also remind us that our world is filled with many mysteries waiting to be revealed. And as we continue our research, we can only guess at the secrets hidden in the rocks surrounding us. What if each melody holds the answer to a question we have not even thought to ask? How many more mysteries lie hidden in the depths of this earth, waiting for us to turn our attention to them once again? Geoglyphs. These mysterious signs, scattered across the vast expanses of Australia, represent something more than just earthen mounds and drawings etched into the surface of the earth. They seem to whisper to us about their secrets, which we can only guess at. How could this art, which combines aesthetic beauty with deep symbolism, have emerged? Some researchers claim that these geoglyphs could have served ritualistic functions, served as markers for ancient travelers, or even been part of astronomical observations. Each one is like a message from a distant past, etched into the earth. Imagine enormous figures outlined in the landscape, such as giant snakes, deer, or even human silhouettes, which can reach several hundred meters in length. These images, visible only from above, evoke awe and wonder. For centuries, they remained hidden from human eyes. What were the intentions of those who created these mysterious signs? Some suggest that they could have been part of ancient rituals that connected people with the spirits of nature that inhabited these places. There are even legends that tell of how some geoglyphs served as meeting places for tribes, where they exchanged knowledge and wisdom. But this is not the only theory. There is a belief that some of these geoglyphs could have been created for astronomical observations. For example, some researchers claim that certain drawings could indicate the movement of the sun and moon, allowing ancient people to more accurately determine the seasons and conduct agricultural activities. How could the movement of celestial bodies have influenced the lives of our ancestors? Perhaps these signs contain knowledge that we have not yet deciphered. Local residents also have their own interpretations of the meaning of these geoglyphs. In their legends, it is told that great spirits left these signs on the earth to help people find their way in difficult times. How could these ancient beings create such powerful symbolism, which continues to inspire and amaze us today? Some believe that geoglyphs are not just artifacts of the past, but living beings that interact with those who come to them with an open heart. Comparing Australian geoglyphs with similar structures in other parts of the world, it becomes clear that such symbols exist in various cultures. For example, in Peru, there are the mysterious lines of Nazca, which, like Australian geoglyphs, can only be seen from above. How do these different traditions and symbols connect peoples who share common human aspirations and mysteries? The answers to these questions remain unclear, But it is precisely in this mystery that the charm of these ancient signs lies. Each time archaeologists study these earthen mounds, they encounter something greater than just physical objects. It is a kind of bridge between the past and the present, opening doors to a world filled with mysteries and enigmas. How can we explain this magical connection that occurs between people, nature, and spirits that might inhabit these signs? Perhaps the greatness of geoglyphs lies in the fact that they are not just images, but keys to understanding our place in this world. And as we continue to explore, we can only guess at the many more mysteries that may be hidden beneath the earth, waiting for us to turn our attention to them once again. How many more enigmas await discovery on this ancient continent, where every square meter of Earth holds traces of past epochs? Australia and Oceania. These remote corners of our planet are filled with mysteries and secrets that continue to captivate and intrigue us. We have traveled through mystical ancient times, uncovering not only astonishing geoglyphs, but also images that recreate the grandeur of forgotten civilizations. Each of these places, imbued with the spirit of time, reminds us of how much we still do not know about our history and the diversity of human cultures and beliefs. Why did ancient peoples leave us such enigmatic signs? What were they trying to convey, inscribing their thoughts in the earth? These questions, like many others, remain unanswered. But it is precisely these questions that fuel our interest in the past and inspire us to explore the unexplored pages of history. In every geoglyph, in every legend, lies the key to unraveling the mysteries that continue to stir our minds. We can only speculate about the knowledge and wisdom that may have been lost over the centuries. Despite the remoteness of these territories, their mysteries evoke a universal interest in the unknown. How many more artifacts and stories await discovery in this mysterious corner of the world? Perhaps this is not just a geographical journey, but a deep dive into the very essence of humanity. We invite you to share your impressions and reflections in the comments. Which mysteries have impressed you the most? What questions remain unanswered in your soul? Subscribe to our channel to continue exploring the mysteries of this extraordinary planet. We are confident that new encounters with mysticism and history await us. Let us continue this exciting journey together, in search of answers to the questions that have troubled us since ancient times. The unknown always beckons, and perhaps it is you who will open the next page of this endless book of mysteries.
Antarctica, the most remote, coldest, and most mysterious continent on our planet, a place where time seems to have frozen along with the multi-kilometer layers of ice that preserve the secrets of the past. What lies beneath this pristine white cover stretching to the horizon? Scientists have been trying to unravel the mysteries of this harsh land for decades, but with each new discovery, more questions arise. Have you ever heard of the strange, inexplicable sounds emanating from the icy depths? Low-frequency rumbles, reminiscent of the breath of something ancient and powerful, are recorded by scientific stations, but their origin remains a mystery. And what about the subglacial lakes isolated for millions of years? Lake Vostok, discovered by Russian scientists, may contain life forms that have evolved along a completely different path than anything known to science. Geological anomalies found beneath the ice sheet challenge our understanding of the formation of continents. Some researchers claim that peculiar atmospheric phenomena over Antarctica blur the line between reality and illusion, creating mirages that can deceive even the most precise instruments. What then is this mysterious continent hiding from us? Exactly these sounds, these mysterious signals from the depths, have become one of the most intriguing mysteries associated with Antarctica and the waters surrounding it. In 1997, hydroacoustic sensors of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration of the United States recorded something unusual, a super strong, low-frequency sound, later known as bloop. This enigmatic signal, reminiscent of a giant bubble rising from the abyss, was so powerful that it was detected by sensors located more than 5,000 kilometers apart. What could have produced such a loud sound in the cold waters of the Southern Ocean? Initially, scientists hypothesized that the source could be an unknown marine creature of colossal size, a being that surpasses even the largest known blue whales. Other researchers linked the bloop to the movement of glaciers or underwater volcanic activity. However, after years of research, the most likely cause was identified as cryoseismic activity, the sound of massive icebergs calving from glaciers. But is this really the case? Why are such sounds not registered regularly if their source is a natural process of ice melting? And why does the spectral analysis of the bloop differ so much from other known natural sounds? Even more mysterious are the so-called whispering stars, strange acoustic phenomena that polar researchers describe as a melodic whisper, seemingly coming from nowhere on particularly quiet Antarctic nights. Scientific equipment records these sounds at the edge of the audible range, but their source remains undetermined. Local legends of research stations speak of these sounds as the voices of those who are forever trapped in the icy grip of the continent. But there is another, more ominous category of sounds. Low-frequency rumbles coming as if from the very depths of the continent. These can we end or per and yet it is as if the Lake imagine this is but the could it thus studying Lake Vostok could provide us with a key to understanding the possibility of extraterrestrial life in our solar system. Russian scientists who drilled a hole to Lake Vostok in 2012 encountered incredible technical difficulties and ethical dilemmas. How to study a pristine ecosystem without contaminating it with modern microorganisms. The first analyses of water samples showed the presence of DNA that does not correspond to any known microorganisms. Is this an error in the research or the first evidence of unique life that has been developing in isolation for millions of years? Even more mysterious is the fact that Lake Vostok is just one of nearly 400 subglacial lakes discovered in Antarctica. They form a complex hydrological system connected by subglacial rivers and channels, like the circulatory system of a giant organism. Some of these lakes periodically breathe. Their levels rise and fall in accordance with cycles whose nature remains a mystery. Local researchers report strange vibrations and sounds that can be heard if you press your ear to certain parts of the ice above these lakes, like the sound of distant waves or even rhythmic pulsations, reminiscent of a heartbeat. The scientific explanation for this phenomenon is the movement of water in the subglacial channels. But why do these sounds have such a strange regularity? Of particular interest are the mineral deposits around the places where subglacial waters sometimes break through to the surface. Analysis of these deposits shows an unusual chemical composition with high concentrations of rare earth elements and compounds that are usually not found in nature in such quantities. Some researchers attribute this to unique geological processes occurring beneath the ice sheet, while others propose more daring hypotheses about the biological origin of these anomalies, possibly the result of the life activities of unknown microorganisms. Yet the main question remains unanswered. What else does the icy shield of Antarctica hide from us, this natural keeper of the secrets of ancient Earth? Each new step in the study of subglacial lakes brings us closer to the solution, but at the same time poses new questions, as if nature itself were testing our readiness to accept knowledge that could forever change our understanding of life on our planet and beyond it. But this is just one of many mysteries that the sixth continent holds. If the subglacial lakes of Antarctica make us ponder the hidden life in the depths of the continent, then its surface often displays no less mysterious phenomena, as if challenging our understanding of natural processes. Tabular icebergs are one of the most awe-inspiring sights that the icy continent can offer. Imagine colossal ice platforms with perfectly smooth edges, rising above the ocean's surface like giant monoliths created by intelligent beings. Some of these natural formations are so geometrically perfect that they appear to be artificial constructs. Perfect right angles, parallel sides, and perfectly horizontal surfaces stretching for kilometers. Particularly famous is iceberg A38, which broke off from the Larsen Shelf ice in 2017. It is practically an ideal rectangle, measuring approximately 160 by 40 kilometers, with almost perfect right angles and remarkably smooth edges. How can such geometric precision arise naturally? Official science explains this phenomenon through the structure of shelf ice from which tabular icebergs are formed. Years of pressure, slow movement of ice, and the specifics of the calving process create these extraordinary forms. But even experienced glaciologists admit that the perfection of some specimens leaves them in awe. There is a hypothesis that the internal crystalline structure of ice, formed under the influence of colossal pressure over thousands of years, creates lines of tension that manifest as perfectly straight fractures when the ice breaks off. But why do not all icebergs have such a perfect form? What determines whether a calved fragment of ice will be geometrically correct or will have more chaotic outlines? Even more mysterious are the so-called ice circles of Antarctica, almost perfect circular formations in the ice, with diameters ranging from several hundred meters to several kilometers, discovered on satellite images in various parts of the continent. Some of them have a concentric structure, resembling giant fingerprints on a snow-white surface. The official explanation links them to subglacial lakes whose heat creates these strange patterns, or to local wind vortices. But why are these formations so symmetrical? Some researchers note that in certain regions of Antarctica, one can observe entire complexes of geometric structures, lines intersecting at certain angles, concentric circles, and even forms resembling architectural elements. Of course, most scientists explain this as a play of shadows, peculiarities of relief, and our human tendency to see patterns where there are none. But local researchers who have worked on stations for years tell of a strange feeling that comes over them when they observe these formations from the air, as if looking at the ruins of an ancient city buried under the ice. Particularly interesting is the story of Russian polar explorer Vladimir K., who in 2005 discovered a series of parallel lines intersecting with another series at a right angle of 90 degrees, forming something like a giant grid measuring approximately 20 by 30 kilometers during aerial photography. A repeat expedition could not find this formation. Possibly it was hidden under new snow, or was a temporary phenomenon related to special atmospheric conditions. But the photographs remain, and they continue to raise questions among those who have seen them. What is even more remarkable, similar geometric anomalies are observed not only in the ice, but also in the coastal waters of Antarctica. Satellite images sometimes capture strange regular patterns on the surface of the ocean around the continent, concentric circles, spirals, and even rectangular structures stretching for tens of kilometers. Oceanographers link these phenomena to underwater currents, interaction of water masses of different temperatures and salinity, and the influence of underwater relief. But why are these patterns so remarkably regular? Why does nature, which usually prefers fractal and chaotic forms, suddenly demonstrate almost mathematical precision in the waters of Antarctica? Perhaps the answer lies in unique hydrological processes characteristic only of polar regions, or in the special properties of Antarctic waters. Or maybe we simply do not yet understand the full complexity of the interaction of the ocean, atmosphere, and cryosphere in this extraordinary region of our planet. Whatever the case, the geometric enigmas of Antarctica continue to attract researchers, offering them new horizons for scientific research and making us ponder how fully we understand the processes that shape the face of our planet. And as the icy continent slowly reveals its secrets, we can only guess what other amazing discoveries await us behind the veil of snowstorms and polar night. If the geometric anomalies of the continent raise questions about the present state of Antarctica, then paleontological discoveries partially lift the veil of mystery over its past, painting a picture of a world so different from the current icy silence that reason refuses to accept this transformation. In 2020, an international group of scientists discovered fossilized remains of an ancient forest, approximately 90 million years old, in the Sobral Formation on James Ross Island. Imagine, where now stretches vast ice deserts, once thrived lush coniferous forests teeming with life. Analysis of tree rings and pollen showed that this forest grew just 300 kilometers from the South Pole during the Cretaceous period, when a greenhouse climate prevailed on Earth. The average temperature in this region was around 13 degrees Celsius, almost like today in Northern Europe. How could the Earth undergo such radical changes? And more importantly, could such a transformation occur again, but in the opposite direction? The discovery of dinosaur fossils in Antarctic rocks is even more intriguing. In the region of the Transantarctic Mountains, paleontologists found the remains of a Cryolophosaurus, a cold-blooded lizard, a predatory dinosaur about 6.5 meters long that lived there around 190 million years ago. Imagine this majestic and fearsome creature roaming through green valleys where now lie kilometers of ice. What were these lands like when they were traversed by giant reptiles? What other creatures inhabited ancient Antarctica? And how many of their remains still lie beneath the impenetrable ice shield? But the real sensation was the discovery in 2011 of fossilized remains of primitive mammals in the Hansen Formation on the Antarctic Peninsula. These findings indicate that around 60 million years ago, shortly after the extinction of the dinosaurs, Antarctica was one of the centers of evolutionary radiation of early mammals. Among the fossils were the remains of a Gondwanatherium, a strange creature the size of a beaver with teeth unusual for mammals, resembling those of some reptiles. This animal may have been one of the last representatives of a group of mammals that evolved in isolation in the southern hemisphere. In 2018, a Russian Antarctic expedition in the area of the Progress Station discovered fossilized remains of ancient ferns, cicade trees, and ginkgos dating back to around 250 million years ago. Analysis of annual rings and leaf structure showed that these plants adapted to the conditions of polar night, which lasted several months despite a much warmer climate. How could these plants survive in conditions of prolonged absence of sunlight? What unique adaptations did they develop? And can we use these knowledge for modern agricultural technologies? The finds in the sediments of Lake Vostok, an ice-covered lake isolated from the outside world for around 15 million years, are particularly interesting. In samples of frozen water from this lake, scientists discovered DNA of organisms that apparently inhabited Antarctica before its glaciation. Among them were genetic material of plants, insects, and even some vertebrates that today do not exist anywhere in the world. Are these organisms completely extinct, or do their descendants still exist in isolated ecosystems under the ice? Imagine, under kilometers of ice, there may be relict ecosystems, the last living witnesses of an era when Antarctica was a green continent. Some scientists propose the existence of hot oases, places where geothermal activity creates local zones with temperatures sufficient for the survival of ancient organisms. These hypothetical sanctuaries could serve as a bridge between the glaciated Antarctica and the present era, preserving species that have long disappeared from the rest of the planet. But if such oases exist, they must be extremely isolated and inaccessible, making their discovery one of the most challenging tasks of modern science. What is even more intriguing, some Antarctic rocks contain microscopic structures resembling fossilized microorganisms, but with biochemical features not characteristic of known forms of life. These findings have sparked speculation about the possibility of the existence in ancient Antarctica of alternative forms of life that evolved along a different evolutionary path. Could the isolation of the continent have contributed to the emergence of unique forms of life? And if so, what became of them after the onset of glaciation? Did they disappear without a trace? Or did some of them adapt to extreme conditions and continue to exist in places inaccessible to us? In any case, the fossil evidence tells us that Antarctica hides in its icy depths the history of a lost world, a lush green continent teeming with life that thrived in conditions vastly different from the present. This transformation reminds us of the impermanence of our world and the fact that even the most fundamental characteristics of the planet can change over time. And as scientists continue to extract fragments of this lost reality from under the ice, we can only guess what other secrets the white continent hides from us and what revelations await us in its frozen depths. But not only ancient geological and biological mysteries does the ice continent hide. Among its snowy expanses, one encounters phenomena so unusual and visually striking that they seem to have been torn from fantastic tales or dark legends. One of the most mysterious and ominous natural phenomena of Antarctica is the famous blood falls, located in the dry valleys of McMurdo in the eastern part of the continent. Imagine a surreal scene. Amidst the lifeless gray rocks and pristine white glaciers, a stream of vivid red-brown color suddenly appears, slowly flowing down the slope as if blood from a wound in the very body of the earth. This eerie crimson flow, contrasting with the monochromatic landscape around, creates the impression that nature itself has committed some terrible crime, leaving a bloody trace on the white blanket of the continent. The first researchers who discovered this phenomenon in 1911 were struck and dismayed. In their minds, associations with the biblical plagues of Egypt and apocalyptic prophecies inevitably arose. How could pure water acquire such a sinister hue in the land of eternal ice? What secret lies behind this crimson flow, slowly seeping from the depths of Taylor Glacier? Modern science offers an explanation, which, although devoid of mystical charm, is no less astonishing. Beneath the glacier lies an ancient subglacial lake, isolated from the outside world for around 2 million years. During this unimaginably long time, The water in the lake has become 3 to 4 times saltier than seawater and has been enriched with iron leached from the surrounding rocks. In this closed world, devoid of sunlight and oxygen, a unique ecosystem of microorganisms has evolved, capable of surviving in extreme conditions. When water from this ancient reservoir finds its way to the surface through cracks in the glacier and comes into contact with atmospheric oxygen, the iron dissolved in it oxidizes, acquiring a characteristic rust-red color. Thus, this ominous, bloody flow is born, slowly flowing down the pristine white slope. But even the scientific explanation does not diminish the enigma of this phenomenon. Imagine, beneath the ice lies an ancient lake, isolated from the rest of the world for a period comparable to the history of humanity. In its dark, salty waters, microorganisms have evolved in complete isolation, adapting to life without oxygen and sunlight. What other secrets may be hidden in this subglacial world? What forms of life could have developed in such extreme conditions? And how many more such isolated ecosystems may exist beneath the ice shield of Antarctica? Researchers have discovered that the microorganisms from bloodfalls possess unique biochemical mechanisms, allowing them to survive in an environment with high salt and iron content and complete absence of oxygen. Some of these microbes are so different from known forms of life that scientists suggest they may represent relict forms preserved from ancient times when the Earth's atmosphere had a completely different composition. These organisms, living fossils, witnesses to epochs long past, continue their existence in a tiny isolated world beneath the Antarctic ice. What is even more astonishing, such microorganisms could provide us with a key to understanding what life on other planets might look like. For example, on Mars or the moons of Jupiter, where conditions are reminiscent of the subglacial lakes of Antarctica. Perhaps by studying these strange forms of life from bloodfalls, we are approaching an understanding of what extraterrestrial life might look like. Local polar researchers and explorers who have long worked in the area of the dry valleys describe a strange sensation that comes over a person when seeing this crimson flow amidst the lifeless rocks and ice. Many describe an inexplicable feeling of unease and even fear, as if this bloody trace on the white cover of the continent were a warning or omen. On quiet, windless days when sunlight is refracted in a special way by the ice crystals, the red flow seems to pulse, alive, as if an ancient heart were beating beneath the icy crust. It is not surprising that among polar researchers, numerous legends and superstitions have arisen connected with this place. Some claim to have heard strange sounds coming from beneath the ice, a low, barely discernible hum or pulsation. Others speak of unexplained malfunctions in electronic equipment near bloodfalls. Scientists explain these phenomena as natural causes, movement of ice, acoustic effects in the unique environment of the dry valleys, or the influence of extreme temperatures on equipment. But there always remains a place for doubt, for that elusive mystery that envelops this strange place. Bloodfalls of Antarctica reminds us of how little we know about our own planet, about the hidden worlds beneath the ice cover existing according to their own laws, beyond human comprehension. And who knows what other riddles the white continent hides, waiting for its hour to reveal itself to the astonished gaze of researchers. The Bloodfall Waterfall is just one of many mysterious phenomena hidden among the vast snow deserts of the sixth continent. If we move to the western part of Antarctica, we will discover another enigma that excites researchers and spawns the most extraordinary hypotheses. In the El Suert mountain range, stretching for 400 kilometers across Mary Birdland, there are strange mountain peaks whose geometric regularity challenges our understanding of natural processes. Imagine this: amidst the chaotic jumble of rocks and ice, suddenly appear mountains whose outlines are so symmetrical and regular that they seem to have been created by an intelligent hand, not blind natural forces. Their clear triangular or quadrilateral shapes with almost perfectly flat slopes resemble man-made pyramids so much that, at first glance at satellite images of this area, one can't help but feel as if one is looking at a creation of an ancient civilization, not the result of geological processes. Among them, one peak stands out, informally known as the Antarctic Pyramid. Its silhouette is so reminiscent of the famous Egyptian structures that even the most skeptical scientists cannot fail to notice this astonishing similarity. The slopes of this mountain form almost perfect faces, converging towards the summit at an angle remarkably close to what we observe in the pyramids of Giza. When sunlight falls on these slopes in a certain way, the illusion of artificiality becomes almost irresistible. Official science offers a perfectly rational explanation for this phenomenon. Geologists assert that such forms are the result of special erosion processes typical of polar regions. When massive glaciers move across the mountain range, they sharpen it, like a giant chisel, creating characteristic pyramid-like shapes known as nunataks. This process is enhanced by cycles of freezing and thawing, when water penetrates the rock cracks and, expanding upon freezing, breaks it along natural lines of tension, often forming geometrically regular patterns. Such formations are found in other mountain systems around the world, in the Alps, Himalayas, Andes, wherever powerful glaciers operate. But nowhere do these natural pyramids reach such geometric regularity as in the El Suert Range. Why? Perhaps it is due to the unique combination of rock types, glacier movement directions, and special climatic conditions in Antarctica. Or maybe there is some other explanation that escapes our understanding. It is not surprising that these strange mountain formations have become fertile ground for numerous alternative theories. Proponents of non-traditional views on human history point to the striking similarity of these mountains to ancient megalithic structures and propose a daring hypothesis. What if these are not just whimsical natural formations, but when inaccessible to human understanding? On quiet Antarctic nights, when the polar lights color the sky in ghostly hues, the shadows of these mountains take on whimsical shapes like dancing figures from long-forgotten rituals. Local polar guides tell of inexplicable acoustic phenomena, strange sounds coming from the direction of the mountains on particularly quiet days, reminiscent of a distant hum or melodic ringing. Scientists explain this as resonance phenomena arising from the movement of air masses around the sharp peaks, but some eyewitnesses claim that these sounds are too organized, too rhythmic to be just the play of the wind. What lies beneath the thick ice surrounding these mysterious mountains? What secrets could be revealed to us if we could look deep under the ice cover? Modern technologies such as ground-penetrating radars and seismic sounding allow us to partially see through the ice, but the data obtained are often fragmentary and allow for various interpretations. Some researchers claim to have discovered strange anomalies in the structure of the subglacial relief around the pyramid-like mountains, regular geometric forms that are difficult to explain by natural processes. Others insist that these anomalies are artifacts of measurements, the result of technical limitations of the equipment used. As it often happens with Antarctic mysteries, the truth remains somewhere in the middle, hidden under a kilometer-thick layer of ancient ice. And who knows what other amazing discoveries await us in this mysterious land of eternal cold, on the very edge of the inhabited world. But these are not the only mysteries shrouding Antarctica, for within its depths lie magnetic anomalies that can provoke thought and cause unease. These invisible forces, like ghosts of an ancient world, permeate the icy expanses, creating enigmatic and unusual phenomena. Magnetic anomalies discovered in various corners of the continent represent deviations in Earth's magnetic field, caused by geological features in the composition of rocks. However, behind this scientific explanation lie questions that keep researchers awake at night. How could such powerful magnetic fields arise in this remote and uninhabited region, where nature itself is a mystery? Proponents of mystical theories suggest that these anomalies may be linked to ancient technologies left behind by long-lost civilizations. Perhaps they used magnetic fields for their rituals, or even as a source of energy. It is impossible not to wonder how many secrets these invisible forces may hold, which seem to simply exist in nature. Local polar explorers sometimes report strange sensations they experience in places with strong magnetic anomalies. Some claim to feel a sense of unease or even inexplicable fear when near such places. This sensation undoubtedly adds an atmosphere of mystery, making people believe that these magnetic fields may be connected to something deeper and otherworldly. Scientific experiments confirm that in these anomalous zones, unpredictable changes can occur in the operation of electronic devices and navigation systems. How is this possible? Observers and researchers ask themselves, what if these magnetic anomalies serve as some kind of warning signs or barriers, protecting ancient secrets hidden beneath the ice? The feeling of being on the brink of uncovering something important leads to thoughts that Antarctica may harbor more than just ice and snow. But how does this relate to the ancient civilizations we have already mentioned? Perhaps it is the magnetic anomalies that serve as a link between the past and the present, reminding us that even in our high-tech world, there are things that remain beyond our understanding. What are the true causes of these invisible forces? What can they tell us about what happened before? With each new discovery and each new question we ask, we delve deeper into a world of unsolved mysteries. And perhaps it is in these enigmas that we find the key to understanding what happened on our planet long before we began keeping records. Hidden beneath a thick layer of ice, these magnetic anomalies continue to lure researchers, drawing them into the depths of the unknown, where each step can lead to new discoveries and the unraveling of ancient secrets. Frozen caves, like the true treasures of Antarctica, are hidden from the eyes of ordinary people. But when they are revealed, their beauty can astonish the imagination. Imagine stepping into these mysterious underground worlds where light, penetrating through the ice, creates magical blue hues as if reflecting the celestial vault. These ice arches and vaults, carved by nature over millions of years, appear as if they were created by masters endowed with an extraordinary gift. Each projection, each drop of water frozen in this eternal cold, forms unique shapes, from crystals to majestic columns, embodying the power and beauty of nature. But how did these caves form? Complex processes occurring beneath the earth play a key role in their formation. Initially, as snow begins to melt, water is created, which seeps through cracks in the ice layers. Over time, under the pressure of ice layers, this water freezes, creating enigmatic underground rivers and lakes that, in turn, form magnificent ice structures. But how is this possible in such a harsh climate? Some scientists suggest that beneath the surface lie hot springs that contribute to the formation of these incredible caves. This discovery raises questions about how unpredictable nature can be and what else it may hide beneath its icy shell. Despite all scientific explanations, these frozen caves possess a nearly magical allure, making us ponder how many secrets this world may hold. How can such a cold and unforgiving region as Antarctica be home to such wonders of nature? And what else do we not know about the process that leads to the creation of these masterpieces? With each step through these icy corridors, one feels the breath of antiquity, as if the earth itself whispers its secrets. Local researchers describe their experiences in these frozen caves. Many of them feel a reverent awe, as if entering a sanctuary where time stands still and space is filled with mystical energy. This place where the boundaries between reality and fantasy blur, where every corner may hide details previously unnoticed, which can shed light on the mysteries of the past. But this is not all. Moving from the frozen caves, let us turn our attention to the enigmatic artifacts found in these harsh conditions, which challenge our understanding of history. What can these discoveries tell us about how ancient civilizations interacted with their environment and with each other? Discoveries in Antarctica continue to amaze and raise questions, pushing us to reflect on what else may lie beneath the ice, waiting for the moment when its secrets will be revealed. Miracles and optical illusions that arise in Antarctica represent yet another facet of its mysterious nature. Imagine in the distance on the horizon where the ice cover meets the sky, there appear whimsical shapes as if rising from the depths of the sea. These visual deceptions, known as fata morgana, can distort our perception of reality, making us question what we see. How is this possible in such a harsh climate? The answer lies in the unique atmospheric conditions that prevail on this continent. When warm air meets cold air, light is refracted, creating illusions that can appear as distant lands or even entire cities floating above the icy wasteland. This phenomenon is not only breathtaking, but also mysterious, as it evokes feelings of wonder and bewilderment. How do these mirages affect our perception of Antarctica? Local researchers assert that mirages not only visually distort space, but also open new horizons for our understanding of this land, imbuing it with a mystical aura. These optical illusions, sometimes frozen against the backdrop of icy landscapes, remind us of how easily one can get lost in this mysterious world where reality and illusion are intertwined. Each time scientists encounter such phenomena, questions arise. What hidden meaning lies behind this spectacle? What does it tell us about the nature of light and perception? But the fata morgana is not the only element contributing to the creation of Antarctica's mysterious atmosphere. Moving on from mirages, let us explore how ancient legends and tales of local peoples intertwine with these enigmas. Some of them claim that behind the mirages lie not just optical illusions, but submerged cities left by forgotten civilizations that once inhabited this region. These legends, filled with magic and mystery, make us ponder, what if, beneath the ice, there is something more than just frozen wastes? Around these mirages and legends, stories circulate about travelers who, lost in snowstorms, saw distant lights and heard mysterious voices. Local residents share tales of how, in a storm, on the horizon appear silhouettes that disappear as quickly as they appear, leaving only the whisper of the wind in one's ears. These stories, imbued with mysticism, underscore the uniqueness of this region, where every phenomenon can be more than just a natural occurrence, but a part of deeper mysteries that we are not yet able to unravel. But perhaps this is the charm of Antarctica, its ability to evoke questions for which there are no ready answers. How powerful is nature, capable of creating such optical illusions, and what does this say about our perception of reality? With each mirage, with each mysterious whisper of the wind, we delve deeper into the abyss of the unknown, where each discovery spawns new questions. Ultimately, all that remains is to speculate how many more secrets lie hidden beneath the thick layers of ice and snow, waiting for the moment when they will be revealed. The dry valleys of McMurdo, located on the eastern coast of Antarctica, are indeed a mysterious place where conditions starkly differ from the familiar icy realm. Imagine a landscape reminiscent of a Martian desert, where ice sheets give way to exposed rocks carved by wind and time. These ice-free valleys seem otherworldly, raising questions about the possibility of life in such extreme conditions. Can nature perform miracles that we are still unable to comprehend? Here, in this harsh environment, temperatures can drop to minus 60 degrees Celsius, and precipitation falls as rare water droplets, creating an illusion of lifelessness. Yet life finds a way to adapt and survive in this extreme climate. Microscopic organisms such as bacteria and algae have managed to establish themselves in these harsh conditions, serving as living proof that life can exist in the most unexpected places. How do these tiny, invisible creatures overcome such challenges? Scientists studying this unique ecosystem have discovered that local organisms have developed remarkable survival mechanisms, enabling them to thrive in conditions where others would perish. But this is not just about survival. It is a mystery that makes us question the limits of life on our planet and beyond. Could such forms of life exist on other planets under similar conditions? The dry valleys also host remarkable geological formations, such as petrified waterfalls and crumbling cliffs, which tell the story of ancient climate changes and the evolution of Earth. How were these formations created? How are they connected to the broader history of our planet? Scientific research shows that these valleys were once part of a vast ice sheet that gradually disappeared over millions of years. But the question remains, what else lies hidden in the depths of these ancient lands? What is their true nature, and what secrets might they reveal to us in the future? As we delve into the study of the dry valleys, we encounter another mystery. How will the climate of Earth change? And what role will these remote corners play in our understanding of global changes? Here, amidst vast expanses and enigmatic forms of life, we can ask questions that transcend our understanding, exploring the boundaries where life and death, existence and extinction intertwine. Each step through these lands reminds us that nature is full of mysteries that we have yet to unravel. How extraordinary that in this seemingly lifeless desert, a whole world of life and mysteries lies hidden. What awaits us around the next bend of these ancient valleys? How many more discoveries await us when we dare to look into the depths of the unknown? But this is not the only mystery that Antarctica hides. If we move from the dry valleys to the icy expanses, we will discover that this continent is also a true treasure trove of meteorites. Meteorites, these mysterious stones from space, fall to Earth, and many of them remain unharmed thanks to the unique conditions of Antarctica. Here, under a thick layer of snow and ice, they are preserved in perfect condition, making this region one of the best places for their search. Imagine these cosmic stones having traveled through millennia and millions of kilometers, lying frozen in silence, waiting for researchers to uncover their secrets. Antarctica is known for its abundance of meteorites. Since the beginning of the 21st century, more than 3,000 samples have been found here. And this is just a fraction of what is hidden under the snow cover. Some of these meteorites are so unusual that they have given rise to entire theories about the origin of life on Earth. How could they have transported molecules that became the building blocks of life to our planet? Meteorites containing organic compounds pose important questions for scientists, Could they have acted as catalysts for the emergence of the first living organisms? Some samples have compositions that indicate their extraterrestrial origin and that they could have formed in other parts of our solar system, possibly even on other planets or moons. Reflecting on this, one cannot help but wonder, what are the chances that life in some form exists somewhere else in the vast expanses of the cosmos? Remarkably, among the found meteorites, there are those that can be traced back to known parents, such as asteroids that once orbited in the belt between Mars and Jupiter. This leads to contemplation of how our solar system formed and what mechanisms led to its formation. Scientists studying meteorites can unravel some of these mysteries using methods like radiocarbon dating and other modern technologies such as isotopic composition analysis. But even with these advanced tools, many questions remain. What else can these ancient cosmic messengers tell us? What are their connections to processes that occurred on Earth millions of years ago? Perhaps meteorites hold the keys to unraveling not only the history of our planet, but also that of our entire solar system. What were the conditions in which they formed, and how could they have influenced the formation of Earth's atmosphere and climate? These stones that once fell to our Earth continue to hold many secrets, and each discovery is a step toward unraveling the grand cosmic plan. But despite all the achievements of science, the question remains: how many more meteorites are waiting under the snow cover of Antarctica, ready to reveal their secrets? The mystery of life and its origins may lie precisely in these cosmic stones, and each new meteorite could be another link in the long chain of discoveries yet to be made. What secrets lie hidden in the depths of this icy continent? What possibilities await their turn when we dare to look at them again? But this is not the only secret that Antarctica hides. If we focus on the subglacial volcanoes, we will uncover a completely new, mysterious world. Beneath the ice layers that reach several kilometers in thickness, there are not only frozen meteorites, but also active volcanoes, about which humanity is just beginning to suspect. These subglacial volcanoes, of which until recently few people were aware, can cause local areas of warmth, which in turn can affect the dynamics of the ice and even the ecosystems living in the dark waters beneath the ice shield. Imagine how the molten lava flows, breaking through the ice, create unique conditions in which life could exist, about which we have not even suspected. The geothermal activity under the ice cover, seemingly the opposite of the cold and lifeless landscapes we are accustomed to associating with Antarctica, is actually a source of heat necessary for the survival of ecosystems hidden under the ice. Microbial communities that inhabit these underwater hot springs may not only be amazing examples of adaptation, but also keys to understanding how life can exist in extreme conditions. How did it happen that life arises in such an inaccessible place as Antarctica? Scientists studying subglacial volcanoes have discovered that they can be not just geological formations, but also links in ecosystems that we are only beginning to explore. With the help of modern technologies such as underwater drones and seismic research, researchers have found that there are entire networks of volcanoes under the ice shield, some of which may be active even today. But this is not just geological activity. It certainly raises questions about how these volcanoes can influence the Earth's climate and even sea levels. What are the consequences of their eruptions for the surrounding environment? How can an ecosystem change if a volcano begins to release gases or hot water into the ocean? This question becomes even more relevant in the face of global warming and the melting of glaciers. After all, we know that subglacial volcanoes can release carbon dioxide and methane, which can exacerbate the greenhouse effect. But perhaps there is another side to this enigma. Some researchers suggest that volcanoes could become sources of new forms of life that have adapted to extreme conditions. What are the mechanisms of these adaptations? What role do they play in the evolution of life on our planet? These volcanoes, hidden under multi-kilometer layers of ice, may be the key to solving many mysteries related to climate change and the evolution of organisms. And despite all the achievements of science, the question remains open. How many more subglacial volcanoes are hidden under the ice cover of Antarctica? And how can they change our understanding of life and climate on Earth? Perhaps it is here in the depths of this harsh continent that the answers to some of the most mysterious questions about our planet and its future lie. This is not the last mystery that Antarctica hides. If you look up at the sky, you can see strange cloud formations, such as iridescent clouds, which in their rainbow hues seem almost magical. These unusual clouds, also known as iridescent, form high in the stratosphere at low temperatures, when water droplets freeze and create ice crystals. But how do they appear in such a harsh continent as Antarctica? As the sun begins to set, these clouds fill with vibrant shades of pink, purple, and turquoise, creating a spectacle that captivates and amazes. Their rarity only adds to their mystery. Few of us can boast of having seen these clouds in person, and it is precisely this rarity that invests them with an aura of mystique and enigma. What is the nature of the phenomenon that allows these clouds to exist in such a hostile environment? Some meteorologists suggest that this phenomenon is linked to changes in climate and atmospheric conditions, which are becoming increasingly unpredictable. How could simple ice crystals become bearers of the mystery of global changes? What can they tell us about the state of our planet? Moving on to other aspects, it is worth remembering that iridescent clouds are not the only anomalies that can be observed in polar regions. Antarctica also features unusual atmospheric phenomena, such as light pillars and halos, which are created by the refraction of light in ice crystals. These enigmatic light effects, suddenly appearing against the backdrop of vast snow-covered expanses, create an atmosphere in which it seems that nature itself is trying to convey some message. What symbolic meaning can these phenomena have? Perhaps they serve as a reminder that even in the most remote and harsh corners of the Earth, there is room for beauty and mystery. But let us return to the iridescent clouds. Their appearance can serve as an indicator of changes in the atmosphere, and this raises many questions among scientists. What influence does anthropogenic activity have on the formation of these clouds? Does the change in climate play a role in increasing their frequency? The answers to these questions are not as obvious as one might hope. Some researchers suggest that with changes in atmospheric temperature, we may not only observe the disappearance of unique natural phenomena, but also their transformation. These clouds, which were once rare, may become a common sight in the future, opening new horizons for the study of meteorology and ecology. Thus, we are once again faced with the question, how many more secrets are hidden in the skies of Antarctica? What else can these strange but beautiful clouds tell us about our climate and the future of our planet? Looking at this mysterious phenomenon, we can only guess how many more unsolved secrets this snow-covered country holds. Perhaps it is in these celestial patterns that the answers lie, which will help us understand not only the history of the Earth, but also its future. Ancient ice cores and the history of climate. Diving into the mysterious world of Antarctica, one cannot fail to mention the ice cores, which serve as a true book of history for our planet. These multi-meter tall columns of ice, extracted from the depths of glaciers, contain not only frozen water molecules, but also genuine chronicles of climatic changes that have occurred on Earth over hundreds of thousands of years. Each layer, like a page in an ancient manuscript, holds information about the atmosphere, temperature, and even the dust that once floated in the air. Scientists studying these ice samples have discovered abrupt changes in the composition of the air, indicating catastrophic events such as global warming or sudden cooling. How could such changes have occurred, and what do they mean for the present? Some researchers conclude that in the past there were ecosystems vastly different from today's, and these unique conditions could have led to the extinction of entire species. For example, in one of the ice cores, traces of methane were found, a powerful greenhouse gas. But how could it have appeared in such quantities in prehistoric times? What cataclysm could have caused its release into the atmosphere? These ice witnesses not only tell us about climatic changes, but also hint that our planet may experience cycles of which we are not yet aware. Hidden within these ice cores are unsolved mysteries that could shed light on how life on Earth has responded to climatic fluctuations. Some geologists argue that such changes could have been caused not only by natural processes, but also by the influence of ancient civilizations that could have left their marks in the atmosphere. What is the impact of humans on climatic changes, starting from the earliest times? Questions about lost ecosystems and their connection to modern conditions are becoming increasingly relevant. But ice cores are not the only ones that can tell us about the past. In Antarctica, there are also traces of ancient seas and lakes that were once teeming with life, but are now buried under a multi-meter layer of ice. What did the flora and fauna of these vanished ecosystems look like? What happened to the world when the climate changed beyond recognition? Perhaps these ice capsules of time contain not only climatic data, but also clues on how to adapt to the changes we are observing today. With each new study, scientists uncover more details about how our planet has changed over centuries. Yet despite all the scientific achievements, we still stand at the threshold of a great mystery. What else do the ice cores of Antarctica hide? What answers can they provide regarding our future and the future of our planet? Gazing into this cold but captivating world, we can only speculate about how many more secrets this magnificent continent holds and how important it is to unravel them to understand the legacy we will leave for future generations. But this is not the only mystery that Antarctica holds. Diving into a world where ice and snow seem eternal, we encounter remarkable adaptations of wild nature that astound with their elegance and resilience. How did seals and penguins manage to survive in this harsh climate, where temperatures can drop to minus 40 degrees Celsius? In this vast white kingdom where nature appears merciless, a true miracle unfolds. For instance, seals, these marine mammals with a thick layer of fat and waterproof fur, can spend long hours in icy water without discomfort. How do they cope with such extreme conditions? Perhaps it is due to their unique ability to regulate body temperature, allowing them to remain active even in the cold. Penguins, on the other hand, exhibit extraordinary examples of collective behavior. When temperatures drop, they gather in tight groups, creating their own microclimates. These small creatures, covered in thick feathers, can endure the harshest winters by using the heat of their neighbors. How do they manage to retain heat in such a frozen environment? Perhaps the secret lies in their ability to change positions within the group, allowing each one to warm up a bit. These wild creatures, despite their apparent fragility, embody resilience and strength, demonstrating how life can adapt even in the most unfavorable conditions. But the discussion goes beyond mere survival. These adaptations raise more questions than they answer. What were the conditions when previous generations of seals and penguins first began to inhabit these lands? What climate changes drove their evolution? Scientists study the DNA of these animals and observe their behavior, trying to unravel the mysteries of their origins and adaptations. Yet despite all efforts, many aspects remain unclear. What is the true impact of climate change on these species? And how will they adapt to future conditions as the world changes at an astonishing pace? Comparing the adaptations of these animals with the changes occurring in our own world, we begin to realize that some of these mechanisms could be useful for humans as well. What lessons can we learn from their survival in conditions where life seems impossible? Perhaps these examples hold the keys to our own survival in the face of global warming and ecological catastrophes. However, the mysteries of Antarctica do not end with the wild nature. Moving from seals and penguins, let us turn our attention to the enigmatic artifacts discovered in this frozen wasteland. Are they evidence of ancient civilizations that once inhabited these lands? Or are they simply the products of researchers' imagination? What are their true secrets? We can only speculate about how many more unknown mysteries and extraordinary discoveries await us beyond our understanding. Antarctica, covered in eternal ice and snow, is indeed a place where scientific discoveries intertwine with mystical wonders, creating a unique atmosphere of mystery and wonder. Despite science providing numerous explanations for observed phenomena, it is undeniable that the extreme nature of this continent and its peculiarities continue to evoke awe and a sense of the inexplicable. What is the true nature of the enigmatic artifacts found beneath the ice? What secrets could ancient civilizations, which may have once inhabited these icy expanses, reveal to us? With each new discovery, we delve deeper into a world where reality and myths intertwine, allowing us only to speculate about the countless mysteries hidden beneath the cloak of Antarctica. Although scientists explore these wonders, attempting to unravel their enigmas, the question remains, what is the true impact of this harsh climate on the life that exists here? And perhaps it is in this contrast between scientific truth and mystical perception that we find the source of our reverence for nature. We invite you to share your thoughts on which of the presented wonders seem most captivating to you and which mysteries, in your opinion, await discovery. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel to continue exploring the mysterious places of our planet with us. For each new journey opens doors to worlds filled with wonders and the unknown. So stay with us, and together we will strive to understand the most extreme environments that still keep their secrets. What secrets remain to be discovered, and what wonders await us beyond the horizon? In the depths of Asian jungles and on the peaks of mountain plateaus, monuments hide that challenge our understanding of the past. Imagine a renowned contemporary architect equipped with advanced technologies and computer models stands before the wall of Angkor Wat, unable to comprehend how ancient masters created such perfect masonry without a single millimeter of gap. Stone to stone, like molecules in a crystal, connected by an invisible force. How could builders from 1,000 years ago, without laser levels and precise measuring instruments, achieve such perfection? Today, we embark on a captivating journey through the most mysterious architectural wonders of Asia, from the lost temples of Cambodia to the enigmatic pyramids of China, from the floating monasteries of Tibet to the mystical structures of India. We will touch stones that remember the touch of long-lost civilizations and attempt to decipher their messages, encoded in architectural forms and astronomical calculations. Some of these mysteries have baffled scholars for centuries, while others have only recently been revealed thanks to the latest technologies. Yet even the most advanced science often proves powerless against the genius of ancient architects whose secrets have dissolved into time. As we ponder the mysteries of ancient architects, our gaze inevitably turns to the greatest and perhaps most monumental architectural achievement in human history, the Great Wall of China. This colossal defensive barrier, snaking like a stone dragon for over 21,000 kilometers, challenges not only our imagination but also the limits of human endurance. Imagine if we used all the materials of this titanic structure, we could build a wall 3 meters high and 1 meter thick that would encircle the equator of our planet twice. What necessity compelled ancient Chinese people to undertake such a titanic project? According to some estimates, millions of people were involved in its construction over many centuries. Each stone, each brick holds the memory of human fates, tears, blood, and sweat. Ancient chronicles mention that not only lime mortar, but also rice flour was used to bind the masonry, an ancient secret of strength that continues to intrigue modern engineers. But the most astonishing discovery was made recently. During the restoration of one section of the wall, archaeologists found love letters hidden between the stones. Imagine, stern warriors and builders, far from home, secretly left messages for their beloved ones, intended for the eyes of descendants through millennia. How many more such touching testimonies of human feelings are hidden in this monumental masonry? Local residents tell of a strange phenomenon. On particularly quiet moonlit nights, the wall begins to sing. This low, barely audible hum, reminiscent of the distant echo of ancient battles, is actually created by wind passing through numerous gaps and holes in the masonry. But some researchers suggest that ancient builders intentionally designed an acoustic quarter system, turning the wall into a giant musical instrument capable of warning of an approaching enemy by changing the tone of this singing. Few people know that the Great Wall is not just a barrier, but a complex defensive system, including watchtowers, barracks, stores, and even ancient signaling systems. It was here, on the border towers, that the first fireworks were born. Initially, they served not for entertainment, but as a means of quickly transmitting information over vast distances. Signal fires could convey news of an invasion within hours over hundreds of kilometers. But perhaps the most intriguing mystery is related to recent archaeological findings. Using ground-penetrating radar, scientists discovered an extensive network of underground tunnels beneath the wall, the purpose of which remains unclear. Were they secret paths for counterattacks? Shelters in case of a breach in defense, or as some researchers suggest, these tunnels are much older than the wall itself and are connected to an even more ancient, possibly prehistoric civilization. The Great Wall continues to guard its secrets, and each new expedition, each new study brings more questions than answers. If we travel from the lands of the Celestial Empire to the heart of Southeast Asia, we encounter no less astonishing marvel of ancient architecture, the majestic Angkor Wat, a stone symphony lost among the emerald jungles of Cambodia. This colossal temple complex, sprawling over more than 200 hectares, is so immense that its silhouette is clearly visible even on satellite images from space. Imagine this: in the 12th century, when European masons were just beginning to construct their Gothic cathedrals, Khmer craftsmen were already completing this architectural masterpiece, using over 5 million tons of sandstone, each block transported from quarries 40 kilometers away from the construction site. How did they manage to move such massive blocks without modern technology? Some researchers suggest that builders created a complex system of canals to transport the stones on rafts, but the exact method remains a subject of debate. Angkor Wat is not only impressive in its scale, but also in the incredible detail of its carved bas-reliefs. the total length of which exceeds 800 meters. The temple's charm is enhanced by thousands of elegant apsaras, celestial dancers, each with unique facial features and poses. Local guides claim that there are no two identical stone beauties, and modern research using 3D scanning confirms this remarkable characteristic. What inspired the ancient masters to create such a variety of images? Perhaps they were portraits of real women of the time, or a manifestation of some lost sacred canon of beauty. The astronomical orientation of the temple is equally remarkable. During the spring equinox, the sun rises directly over the central tower of the complex, creating a golden halo over the sanctuary. Such precision required deep knowledge of astronomy and mathematics, which makes one ponder the high level of development of the Khmer civilization. One of the most intriguing mysteries of Angkor Wat is the technology of its construction. Analysis of the connections between the stone blocks revealed the presence of organic substances. According to local legends, a unique mixture of milk, honey, and egg whites was used to bind the stones. Modern experiments have shown that such a composition indeed possesses adhesive properties and can withstand the humid climate of the jungle for centuries. However, the most astonishing discovery was made only a few years ago when an international group of archaeologists, using LiDAR scanning technology, discovered an extensive network of underground tunnels and chambers beneath the temple complex, the existence of which is not mentioned in any historical document. These subterranean structures form a complex geometric system resembling a labyrinth or mandala. What were these mysterious corridors used for? Were they part of a drainage system, secret treasure chambers, or, as some researchers suggest, ritual spaces for conducting esoteric ceremonies? Local shamans speak of ancient texts that mention a city of shadows beneath the earth, where sacred knowledge is kept for the initiated. With each new archaeological expedition, Angkor Wat reveals new secrets, but it seems that with each answer, a dozen new questions emerge. What else do these ancient stones, silently observing the changing epochs from the green embrace of tropical jungles, hide? What other secrets does this stone colossus, a silent witness to the glory of a long-lost civilization, keep? If one sets off from ancient Cambodia to the west, crossing the boundless expanses of India, one will encounter perhaps the most exquisite architectural embodiment of human love, the magnificent Taj Mahal, gleaming like a pearl on the banks of the sacred river Yamuna. This dazzling white mausoleum, built from semi-transparent marble, seems not to be a creation of human hands, but a vision materialized from the morning mist. Few know that behind this otherworldly beauty lies a history equally beautiful and tragic. In 1631, Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan, grief-stricken after the death of his beloved wife Mumtaz Mahal, vowed to create a monument worthy of their great love. Could the 20,000 workers gathered from all corners of the empire have imagined that they would spend 22 years building the eighth wonder of the world? Caravans of hundreds of elephants delivered the pristine white marble from the quarries of Rajasthan, 300 kilometers from the construction site. But the most astonishing thing is the incredible precision of the execution. The mathematical calculations were so perfect that the 4 minarets surrounding the main dome are inclined by 1 degree outward. We thought if an earthquake occurs, they will fall away from the main building, not damaging the tomb of the emperor's beloved. There is a mysterious legend that after the construction was completed, Shah Jahan ordered the hands of the chief architect Ustad Ahmad Lahori to be cut off and all the craftsmen to be blinded, so that they would never be able to create anything like it again. Is this true or a myth? Historians still debate it, but this dark story adds even more mystical allure to the White Mausoleum. Upon closer inspection, an attentive observer will notice that in the seemingly perfect symmetry of the Taj Mahal, there are almost imperceptible deviations. According to Sufi beliefs, only Allah can create perfection, so there should be at least one intentional imperfection in human creations. Is this so, or are these asymmetrical elements the result of builders' errors? Or do they have some sacred meaning, the key to which has been lost in the ages? The inlay of marble with semi-precious stones, the technique of pietra dura, is particularly impressive, brought to an incredible level of perfection by Indian masters. Thousands of pieces of lapis lazuli, malachite, jasper, carnelian, and turquoise form elegant floral patterns that seem to come to life under the sun's rays. Local guides whisper that during a full moon, when the moonlight falls on these stones at a certain angle, they begin to shimmer, creating the effect of moving shadows. to shimmer, created as if Mumtaz Mahal herself is walking through the corridors of her final resting place. Scientists explain this phenomenon as the special properties of semi-transparent marble and the refraction of light. But does a scientific explanation diminish the magic of the moment? The engineering genius of the creators of the Taj Mahal is also remarkable. The foundation of the mausoleum is a complex system of wooden piles driven into the river sand, allowing the building to float slightly during earthquakes, dampening destructive vibrations. How could engineers of the 17th century, without modern instruments and computer models, create such a perfect earthquake-resistant structure? Some researchers suggest that the builders possessed ancient knowledge lost in modern times. There is a little-known theory that under the Taj Mahal lies a complex system of underground chambers, possibly even a secret mausoleum of Shah Jahan himself, who planned to build a mirror image of the Taj Mahal from black marble on the opposite bank of the river. Archaeological excavations in the vicinity have indeed discovered traces of the foundation of some grand structure. But what was it? An unfinished black Taj? Or something entirely different, whose purpose will forever remain a mystery? In the early 2000s, a group of hydrologists studying the state of the foundation discovered strange acoustic anomalies in the central hall of the mausoleum. If one whispers certain words at one wall, they are clearly heard at the opposite wall, creating the effect of a whispering gallery. Is this a coincidence or an intentional architectural feature? And if the latter, what sacred significance did this acoustic peculiarity have? Perhaps it was a way of communication between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The Taj Mahal has kept its secrets for almost 400 years, and with each new generation of researchers, new questions arise about this enigmatic monument of eternal love. What else does this white phantom, shimmering in the morning mist on the banks of the ancient river, hide? What secrets did its creators take with them? And how many more mysteries lie hidden in its marble walls waiting to be revealed? This 14 majestic gopurams, temple towers, rise above the city like colorful mountains adorned with thousands and thousands of sculptures. Each of these figures is a frozen tale from ancient Puranas and Upanishads, each line and curve a message from the depths of time. Local residents with mysterious smiles tell a remarkable legend. In moonless nights, when the city is asleep, the deities descend from their stone pedestals and stroll through the temple galleries, engaging in leisurely conversations about the fate of the world. Skeptics may scoff, but is it not strange that some sculptures change their position by a few millimeters over time, as if they truly return to their places after nocturnal wanderings? Modern scientists explain this as thermal expansion of stone and erosion. But why do these changes occur only with some figures and not all? What if ancient artisans imbued their creations with something more than just stone and paint? Inside the temple, in the half-light illuminated only by flickering oil lamps and rare sunbeams filtering through narrow windows, lies perhaps the most extraordinary part, the 1,000-pillar hall. In reality, there are 997 pillars, each unique. But the main mystery is not in the exquisite carvings, but in the extraordinary acoustic properties. If you lightly tap on certain pillars, they produce musical sounds of different pitches, creating the impression that the entire hall is a giant stone instrument. How did ancient builders, without modern equipment for measuring frequencies and resonance, create such an acoustic marvel? Some researchers suggest that the builders possess lost knowledge about the connection between sound vibrations and cosmic energy. They hypothesize that certain combinations of sounds produced by these pillars could induce states of consciousness close to meditative trance. But if this is true, what was the purpose of this stone instrument? What sacred melodies were played on it? And what doors to other dimensions could it open? A special place in the temple complex is occupied by the shrine of the goddess Meenakshi, she whose eyes are like fish. According to ancient legend, Meenakshi was born with 3 breasts, and it was prophesied that the third would disappear when she met her beloved. This happened when she met Shiva, who appeared before her as Sundareshvara, the beautiful Lord. This romantic story made the temple a place of pilgrimage, not only for the devout, but also for lovers from all over India. It is believed that a marriage blessed in the Meenakshi temple will be long and happy, and childless couples who perform a certain ritual here will soon experience the joy of parenthood. Skeptics may dismiss this as superstition, but strangely enough, statistics show that the divorce rate among couples who marry in this temple is significantly lower than the national average. Coincidence? Or do these ancient walls contain some energy that positively influences human relationships? The water supply system of the temple, created more than 1,000 years ago, is also remarkable. The sacred pond Porthamari Kulam, located in the center of the complex, is filled with water from underground sources through a system of canals that remain operational even in the driest years. How did ancient engineers find these underground water veins without modern equipment? And why does the water in this pond possess unusual properties? It does not bloom even in the hottest weather and, according to some researchers, contains microelements with healing properties. Local residents whisper about strange light phenomena that sometimes occur over the central towers of the temple just before dawn, a mysterious glow unlike anything known. Scientists explain this as atmospheric phenomena and light refraction. But why do these atmospheric phenomena occur precisely over the temple and precisely on certain days of the lunar calendar? Perhaps ancient architects knew something about cosmic rhythms and Earth's energy flows that is beyond the reach of modern science. The Meenakshi Temple remains a living testament to the fact that our ancestors may have possessed knowledge and technologies that we are only beginning to rediscover. And looking at these magnificent towers adorned with thousands of colorful figures, these singing pillars, and the mysterious ritual spaces, one cannot help but wonder, how many more secrets do these ancient walls hold? And what if these secrets are not just architectural riddles, but keys to understanding deeper, fundamental laws of our universe, about which we are not even aware? If the Temple of Meenakshi impresses with its brilliance and multicolored splendor, then the lost city of Petra, hidden in the pink sandstone cliffs of the Jordanian desert, makes quite a different impression. This ghostly metropolis of antiquity, carved directly into the sandstone, seems to have materialized from a mystical dream. Imagine, for 800 years, the city remained completely forgotten by the Western world until, in 1812, a Swiss researcher named Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, disguised as an Arab, ventured into these mysterious lands. What he saw exceeded the wildest expectations: a city carved into the rocks, with majestic facades, columns, and temples gleaming in shades of pink, ochre, and purple under the desert sun. But how did the Nabateans, the ancient creators of this wonder, manage to build such a city? In defiance of all architectural laws, they began construction not with the foundation, but with the roof. Masters descended from the top of the cliff, gradually carving out the facades of buildings, inner rooms, staircases, and corridors. Picture this incredible process. The sculptor had to visualize the entire future object hidden within the rock, without the luxury of error. One wrong strike, and months of work could be ruined. What tools did they use? Modern researchers still cannot accurately reproduce the techniques of the ancient masters. Analysis of the marks on the rock shows that the Nabateans used tools of incredible hardness and durability. But what material were they made of? Local Bedouins tell a legend about the singing stones of Petra, special chisels that supposedly found the lines of fracture in the rock, emitting a soft, melodic sound as they approached. There is no scientific confirmation of this, but how else to explain such exquisite precision? The hydraulic system of Petra is particularly enigmatic. In the heart of a waterless desert, the Nabateans created a city with fountains, baths, and gardens. A system of dams, aqueducts, cisterns, and ceramic pipes stretching for tens of kilometers collected and stored every drop of precious water. Engineers of Petra knew how to capture even the rare dew that condensed on the rocks at dawn. But the most astonishing aspect is the filtration system. Archaeologists discovered layers of sand, gravel, and a strange mineral substance through which water passed. Analysis showed that this material contained silver in microscopic doses, a metal with powerful antibacterial properties. How did the Nabateans know about such properties of silver 2,000 years ago? And an even more intriguing question, why did this perfect civilization suddenly abandon its magnificent city? The official version points to changes in trade routes and earthquakes, but local residents whisper about an ancient prophecy predicting the city's doom from an invisible enemy. It is interesting that the analysis of sedimentary rocks in the vicinity of Petra shows an unusually high concentration of certain microelements that could cause chronic poisoning. What if the Nabateans noticed these strange illnesses and, linking them to their place of residence, decided to leave their magnificent city? Or was the reason even more mysterious? In the depths of the rocks, in the most inaccessible parts of Petra, researchers discovered strange symbols not belonging to any known script. These signs, carved with mathematical precision, form complex geometric figures resembling modern fractal patterns. Some enthusiasts claim they are a map of the starry sky or indications of some portal, but there is no scientific confirmation of these hypotheses. And yet, standing in the famous Sick, a narrow passage between towering cliffs leading to the treasury of Petra, one cannot shake the feeling of standing on the threshold of something greater than just an ancient city. When the last rays of the setting sun paint the cliffs in deep purple and the sound of footsteps echoes off the stone walls, it seems as if the stones are whispering their 1,000-year-old secrets. But do we understand their language? And are we ready to hear what they want to tell us? If the mysterious Petra hides its secrets in the pink sandstone of the desert, then no less enigmatic is the Borobudur Temple, hidden among the lush greenery of Indonesian jungles, like an ancient stone flower breaking through the emerald carpet of the island of Java. This colossal monument, the largest Buddhist temple in the world, is not only astonishing in its size, but also in the incredible engineering puzzle it presents. 2 million stone blocks, laid without a single gram of cement or a single nail. Imagine 9 tiers ascending to the sky form a gigantic 3-dimensional mandala, a cosmic map of the Buddhist universe. From above, the complex resembles a blooming lotus flower, a sacred symbol of enlightenment. But what truly leaves one in awe is the mathematical precision of the entire structure. Each block, each element has a strictly defined place in this stone puzzle of wisdom. A deviation of even a few centimeters could have led to the collapse of the entire structure. Yet the temple has stood for over 1,200 years, enduring earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tropical rains. How did the ancient builders achieve such precision without modern measuring tools? Some researchers suggest that the builders of Borobudur possessed unknown knowledge of resonant frequencies of stone, allowing them to determine the ideal position of each block. Others point to strange metallic inclusions found between some stones, perhaps remnants of a long-lost bonding material with unusual properties. But what makes Borobudur even more intriguing is its function as a kind of spiritual quest. A pilgrim ascending the tiers of the temple passes through a path from the world of desires and passions to enlightenment, guided by 2,700 carved panels, forming the longest series of reliefs in the world. These stone comics from the 8th century tell not only Buddhist parables, but also contain remarkably accurate astronomical maps, images of unknown plants, and strange mechanical devices reminiscent of modern technologies. How to explain these anachronisms? Some enthusiasts see in them evidence of contact with more advanced civilizations, although academic science prefers more conservative interpretations. The fate of the temple itself is also remarkable. Imagine this magnificent structure was completely forgotten for 800 years. After a series of catastrophic eruptions of the Merapi volcano in the 10th and 11th centuries, Borobudur was buried under a layer of volcanic ash and then swallowed by the jungle. Local residents considered this territory cursed, telling legends of strange fires and ghostly figures appearing on the hill on moonless nights. Only in 1814 did British Governor of Java Thomas Stamford Raffles, hearing stories from farmers about a hill full of statues, organize an expedition that discovered the forgotten wonder. 200 workers spent a month and a half just to clear the top of the monument, and full-scale restoration work continues to this day, revealing new mysteries. For example, a recently discovered drainage system inside the temple demonstrates an amazing understanding of hydrodynamics. Water never stagnates in the structure, despite heavy tropical rains. But the greatest mystery of Borobudur is its creators. Who were these genius architects and engineers who created such a perfect structure? Historical chronicles remain silent. Not a single name, not a single image of the builders has been preserved. It is as if some force intentionally erased all traces of those who built this stone ship of eternity. And when you ascend to the upper terrace of Borobudur, where 72 slender stupas, like stone bells, surround the central stupa, one cannot help but wonder, is this entire grand complex something more than just a temple? Perhaps it is an ancient transmitter of knowledge, encrypted in stone, a message to future generations? Or, as locals whisper, a portal to other dimensions, opening only to those who have deciphered all its mysteries? We can only guess, gazing at the enigmatic smiles of the stone Buddhas, silently looking at us through the thickness of centuries. If the mysterious temple of Borobudur rises to the heavens amidst the greenery of Java Island, then the equally enigmatic Potala Palace, situated at an altitude of over 3,700 meters above sea level, seems like a true city in the clouds. This magnificent complex, a symbol of Tibetan Buddhism, towers over Lhasa, like a guardian of ancient secrets and spiritual wisdom. Legend has it that the first Dalai Lama, Songtsen Gampo, was foretold that his residence should be built on this sacred mountain, where the heavens touch the earth and the spirits of ancestors protect their descendants. How could a person from such distant times have chosen such an auspicious location for construction? It could not have been a coincidence, and ancient beliefs hold the key to this mystery. However, to build such a grand structure, not only knowledge but also incredible effort was required. The construction of the Potala took over 50 years, and remarkably, it was done without modern technology. How did ancient craftsmen create this architectural masterpiece using only wooden blocks, ropes, and simple tools? According to monastic beliefs, the stones used to build the palace were light due to prayers and spiritual influence. But what secrets lie behind this belief? Scientific research shows that builders used ingenious methods, such as lifting stone blocks with special mechanisms based on the principles of levers and pulleys, allowing them to move heavy structures with remarkable ease. The interior of the Potala is no less impressive. Walls and ceilings are adorned with vibrant frescoes and paintings depicting the life of Buddha and Tibetan deities. Golden statues, intricately carved altars, and precious stones create an atmosphere of sacred splendor, where each element is imbued with deep spirituality. The palace consists of 1,000 rooms, in which one can easily get lost, and each corridor leads to new discoveries. But how could such a large structure remain unnoticed for centuries? As we pass through its halls, a question arises. Is the Potala not just the residence of great lamas, but also a repository of knowledge forgotten in our world? Behind each door lies a new enigma, and around each corner echoes ancient prayers. Some researchers suggest that the Potala could have been not only a spiritual center, but also a place where knowledge about meditation and philosophy was passed down from teacher to student over centuries. Despite all the research, stories, and legends, we are left with the question, what other secrets does this magnificent palace hold? What are its true mysteries waiting to be revealed? We are just beginning to realize that the Potala is not just an architectural wonder, but a living memory of ancient civilizations in their quest to understand the universe. How many more unexplored corners does this city in the clouds hide, waiting for those who dare to unravel its mysteries? Forbidden City, imperial secret behind purple walls. Diving into the mysteries of ancient China, one cannot fail to mention the magnificent Forbidden City, a mysterious palace complex that remained inaccessible to ordinary people for centuries. This vast architectural ensemble, located in the heart of Beijing, contains more than 9,000 rooms, each imbued with history and symbolism. But how could such a grand structure remain hidden from the common people? The palace, surrounded by high purple walls, was not only the residence of emperors but also a fortress protecting their secrets. Legends say that the entrance to the Forbidden City was imbued with magic. The nails on the gates were arranged to repel evil spirits, and every architectural detail held deep symbolic meaning. For instance, the number 9, considered a symbol of eternity in China, is present in every aspect, from the number of gates to the number of steps. But what lies behind these walls? Many of the Forbidden City's secrets remain unsolved. Researchers and archaeologists continue to discover references to hidden passages and secret rooms that may still await discovery. It is said that some of these chambers hold ancient relics and documents that could shed light on forgotten pages of Chinese history. How did the emperors use these secret passages? Perhaps they served not only for secret travel, but also for storing knowledge that could change the world's understanding? This only adds to the fascination with this mysterious place. Moreover, it is worth noting that the Forbidden City was built during the Ming Dynasty, and its architectural elements reflect not only the grandeur of imperial power, but also deep philosophical ideas that permeated Chinese culture of the time. Each element, from an elegant dragons on the roof to the intricately carved columns, reminds us that this palace was not just a home, but a sacred space where the worlds of humans and gods intersect. Yet despite all the research, questions remain. What other secrets are hidden behind these walls? What were the true intentions of those who built this palace, and what knowledge did they leave for future generations? Perhaps the Forbidden City is not just an architectural masterpiece, but a repository of ancient knowledge and wisdom waiting to be revealed. How many more unexplored and hidden corners does this imperial complex hold, which seems to have already revealed its secrets? Each step through its corridors reminds us that history is not just a collection of facts, but an endless journey into a world of mysteries and riddles waiting to be discovered. Buddha statue in Lashan, majestic gaze from the cliff. Traveling through the mysterious China, one cannot help but be awestruck by the majestic Buddha statue in Lashan, which, like an ancient sentinel, gazes upon the Jin River. This colossal figure, over 30 meters tall, is carved directly into the cliff and is not only a work of art, but also a unique engineering achievement. How could such artistry and skill have emerged in that distant era? Legend has it that the creation of this statue was inspired by the desire of the priest Hai Tun, who, observing the tumultuous waters of the river, realized that these currents were taking the lives of many sailors. Moved by the idea of salvation, he decided to sacrifice himself to create a statue that, as he hoped, would calm the rivers and protect the people. And indeed, his selflessness became the foundation for one of the largest and most significant Buddhas in the world. But this is not just a monument, it is a whole system with hydrotechnical functions. Thanks to a well-designed drainage system, water flowing from the Buddha's head passes through his hair, which serve as gutters, preventing erosion of the cliff and keeping the statue in perfect condition. How is it that this ancient work of art continues to stand sentinel for centuries? Researchers note that this is not only a testament to the skill of ancient people, but also an example of harmony between art and nature. Imagine the cool breeze playing with the water droplets, and the statue like a living organism interacting with its surroundings. Yet, despite all this, questions remain. How did the monk Haitun manage to bring this grand vision to life? What else lies hidden behind the ancient walls of Lashan, which could reveal new secrets about the lives and beliefs of its creators? This monument is not only a symbol of Buddhist philosophy, but also a lesson on how art can serve not only for beauty, but also for practical purposes. Furthermore, what was the reaction of the local residents to such a great work? Perhaps they saw in it a kind of deity that protected them from natural disasters and illnesses. From the Buddha statue in Lashan, let us move on to other mysterious artifacts that, like it, can tell us about forgotten civilizations and their secrets. How many more unexplored and hidden corners does this world hold, filled with riddles and amazing stories waiting to be discovered? Bayon Temple, smiles of the ancient empire. Traveling to the heart of Cambodia, we encounter a mysterious architectural gem, the Bayon Temple, which, like a secret treasure box, holds numerous secrets and mysteries. Its massive stone heads, facing in different directions, evoke awe and wonder. These smiling faces, carved from granite, attract the attention of travelers and researchers, not only for their beauty but also their enigmatic nature. What do they represent? Some scholars propose that these are portraits of King Jayavarman VII, who ruled in the 12th century, while others suggest that each of these heads could represent the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, the symbol of compassion and wisdom. But these are not the only theories. Local residents claim that the expressions on the stone statues change depending on the time of day. They are friendly and smiling in the morning and more stern and mysterious in the evening. How is this possible? The interplay of light and shadow creates an illusion of life, making it seem as if the stone heads are watching us, revealing their secrets only to those who are willing to listen to their silent stories. But this is not all that the Bayon Temple can tell us. Recent archaeological discoveries have linked the arrangement of its towers to the star map of the ancient Khmer Empire. How could such a connection have come about? Perhaps the wise ones of that era possessed knowledge of celestial bodies that seem inaccessible to us today. How did they use this knowledge in their architecture? There are speculations that each tower symbolized a particular star or constellation, creating a bridge between the earthly and the celestial. This discovery adds another layer of mystery to the already enigmatic temple. Yet despite all these theories and hypotheses, the question remains, what lies behind the smiling faces, and what were the true intentions of the creators of this architectural marvel? The Bayon Temple has become not just a place of worship, but a symbol of the connection between people and the cosmos, between earthly life and the spiritual world. This entire ensemble evokes thoughts about how many more secrets our history holds. From the smiles of the ancient empire, let us move on to other mysterious places that may also harbor unsolved mysteries and astonishing discoveries. How much more do we have to learn about our past, about forgotten civilizations and their wonders, waiting to be revealed? Ancient observatories, stargate of the past. Traveling through the mysterious expanses of India, we encounter another fascinating chapter in history, the Jantar-Mantar observatories, which seem to open doors to the boundless celestial realms. These magnificent structures, built in the 18th century by the great astronomer and Maharaja Jai Singh II, are not just groups of stone constructions, but true masterpieces of astronomical science. Their massive stone instruments, resembling giant time machines, are meticulously carved and positioned to accurately determine the positions of the sun, moon, and stars. How is this possible? Consider this. The precision achieved by ancient astronomers is astounding. Using simple yet ingenious devices such as the Samrat Yantra, a giant sundial, they could calculate time with an accuracy of several seconds. Breathing in the scent of hot air and feeling the warmth of the sun's rays, we can imagine the ancient scholars conducting their observations, recording the movements of celestial bodies, and perhaps trying to comprehend the grandeur of the cosmos, seeking to unravel its mysteries. But what if this was not just a pursuit of knowledge? Local legends claim that Jantar-Mantar is not just a tool for astronomical observations, but a place where one can establish a connection with the celestial bodies. Some believe that these observatories were not only built for scientific purposes, but also to fulfill ancient prophecies, for they contain not only mathematical formulas, but also elements of mysticism. How could such a connection with the cosmos have influenced the lives of those who use these instruments? Perhaps it was here, among the stone structures, that ancient sages sought answers to questions about life, death, and destiny, using the stars as guides. But this is not the only mystery hidden behind the shadows of these observatories. Researchers have discovered that some instruments, such as the yantra, can not only track celestial movements, but also predict eclipses. How was this possible in an era when the technologies available to us today did not exist? Perhaps the ancient astronomers possess knowledge that has been lost to us, or they use secret methods of which we are unaware. These stone structures, standing against the backdrop of a bright Indian sky, hold many secrets and mysteries that continue to intrigue scientists and travelers. We can only speculate about the secrets hidden in the depths of these ancient observatories, the knowledge that may be lost forever. And perhaps places like Jantar-Mantar are not only monuments of science, but also portals to a world where past and future intertwine, opening before us unexplored horizons. But the question remains, are we truly capable of understanding all the mysteries left to us by our ancestors? And how many more secrets does the cosmos hold, waiting to be revealed? In this vast ocean of possibilities, we are but on the surface, and the depths of history likely conceal many more extraordinary discoveries. Rice terraces of Ifugao, stairways to heaven created by human hands. As we traverse the mysterious expanses of the Philippines, we discover something extraordinary. The rice terraces of Ifugao, which like magical staircases lead to the clouds. This magnificent system of terraces, hand-carved into the rocky slopes of mountains, has been standing for more than 2,000 years and is a true testament to the skill and perseverance of ancient tribes who created this unique landscape, harmoniously integrated into the surrounding nature. Each terrace is more than just a plot of land. It is an entire ecosystem where the irrigation system is intelligently organized, allowing rice to thrive in the mountain climate. How was such a complex and efficient water management system created without modern technology? The local people, known as Ifugao, passed down their knowledge from generation to generation through oral traditions, for they had no maps but knew every waterfall, every path, and every river bend. This remarkable ability created a strong bond between humans and nature, based on deep respect for the surrounding world. We can only imagine the ancient farmers standing at the edge of their terraces, gazing at the magical landscapes, realizing that their labor and dedication bore fruit not only for them, but also for future generations. But a question arises, how is this balance between humans and nature maintained in the face of modern challenges? Will such harmony be lost? Research shows that the rice terraces of Ifugao not only ensure food security, but also play a crucial role in preserving the ecosystem of the region, preventing soil erosion and supporting biodiversity. Each year, local residents gather to care for the terraces together, strengthening their unity and cultural identity. But this is not the only mystery hidden behind these majestic slopes. How did they manage to calculate the angles and heights of the terraces so precisely to avoid water accumulation and ensure optimal sunlight for rice? Perhaps they had knowledge that we still cannot comprehend, or it was the result of deep interaction with nature that spanned centuries. With each step along these terraces, we feel the breath of history, as if we ourselves become part of this extraordinary story of continuity and tradition. But a question remains: what will happen to this unique heritage if the younger generation leaves for the cities, leaving their roots behind? Can we preserve this amazing art, this embodiment of harmony between humans and nature? Or will it become yet another lost page in the book of history? In this world full of mysteries and riddles, the rice terraces of Ifugao remind us of the fragility and greatness of human creativity, of the importance of preserving what our ancestors left us and continuing to seek answers to the questions they left behind. Bagan, Myanmar, the city of 1,000 pagodas, enveloped in legends. As we journey to the heart of Myanmar, we find ourselves in the captivating city of Bagaina, where over 2,000 temples and pagodas, like enormous stone flowers, reach towards the heavens. These majestic structures, scattered across vast plains, bear witness to the former glory of an ancient civilization that left behind mysteries, shrouded in the mists of time. How could such a powerful culture have emerged and flourished in this region, leaving us only with riddles and legends? According to legend, each ruler of Bagan, striving to immortalize their name, built one temple per day, adding a mystical aura to this place. But what lay behind this ambitious building program? Perhaps it was not only the desire to glorify oneself, but also to create a spiritual legacy that would endure for centuries. Exploring Bagan, we can see how these temples were adorned with vibrant frescoes, hidden beneath thick layers of plaster. Archaeologists who conducted excavations discovered remarkable images that tell the story of the lives, beliefs, and traditions of the ancient inhabitants. How did they manage to preserve such vivid colors over the centuries? It is possible that this is due to the unique composition of the building mortar used in the construction of the temples. Research shows that the ancient builders used fruit juice and sticky rice, which gave the mortar incredible strength and durability. How did they uncover such secrets, which we are only now rediscovering? Each temple in Baganan, from the magnificent Shwezigon Pagoda to the Ananda Temple, seems to hold a whisper of history that we can hear if we listen to the world around us. But this is not all. Bagan is not just an architectural marvel, it is also a place where myths and reality intertwine. How many more secrets lie hidden beneath the surface of this mysterious land? We can only speculate about the ancient rituals that may have been performed in these sacred places, the ceremonies that have remained silent for centuries. What role did these temples play in the lives of the people of that time? Researchers suggest that Bagan could have been not only a religious center, but also a major trade route connecting different cultures and peoples. But how did this influence its architecture and spiritual life? Some believe that the temples could have served not only as places of prayer, but also as observation points, allowing the tracking of trade caravans. From the vibrant frescoes to the secrets of the construction techniques, Bagan continues to be a mystery that attracts researchers from all over the world. How could this magnificent city, once teeming with life, fall into decline and be forgotten? The answers to these questions remain unclear. Perhaps we will never know all the nuances of its history, but one thing is certain: Bagan continues to hold its secrets, waiting for someone to once again unravel its mysteries. Does something similar await us in other corners of the world, where such inaccessible stories lie hidden? How many more such places, shrouded in the mists of time, await our attention and study? Golden Pavilion, Kyoto, Japan, the radiance of eternity in the pond's reflection. As we journey to the enchanting city of Kyoto, we find ourselves before one of Japan's most captivating structures, the Golden Pavilion, or as the locals call it, Kinkakuji. This temple, gleaming gold in the sunlight, appears like a star fallen to earth, reflected in the tranquil waters of the pond, creating the illusion that it hovers in the air. But what remarkable history lies behind this splendor? Originally built as an aristocratic villa, In the 14th century for the shogun Ashikaga Yoshimitsu, it eventually transformed into a Buddhist temple. How did this transformation occur? Perhaps it was an attempt to preserve the spirit of an era when art and philosophy intertwined. But what does this transition from secular to spiritual signify? The symbolism of the temple extends far beyond its grandeur. The gilded walls, shimmering against the backdrop of green trees, represent not only wealth but also a pursuit of spiritual purity. Every element of Kinkakuji is imbued with deep meaning, from its architecture to the surrounding landscape. This place has become a symbol of resilience and devotion to tradition, enduring numerous wars and destructions. During World War II, like many other historical landmarks, Kinkakuji faced destruction, but its restoration was a true triumph of human will. How was it possible to restore such splendor after so much devastation? Perhaps it is because the Japanese have always had a deep connection to nature and culture, allowing them to rebuild and preserve their sacred sites. Inside the temple, where the walls are covered in gold, an atmosphere of peace and tranquility prevails. How does this light reflected in the pond create an effect of eternity? Ancient craftsmen creating this masterpiece knew how to capture the spirit of the time, and perhaps that is why the Golden Pavilion has become a place of pilgrimage for those seeking harmony and inspiration. But this is not the only mystery associated with Kinkakuji. What was its true purpose? Researchers propose various hypotheses. Some believe it served as a place for meditation, while others think it was a center for meetings of philosophers and poets. But what if it hides even deeper secrets, of which we are unaware? With each passing year, as thousands of tourists come to admire its beauty, Kinkakuji continues to breathe history. How many more such places, shrouded in mystery, await discovery? Perhaps there are temples elsewhere in the world, like the Golden Pavilion, that hold unknown enigmas and reflections of eternity, waiting to reveal their secrets to those who seek them. Ruins of Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, Pakistan, the mystery of the Indus Valley civilization. Traveling from the blooming Kyoto to ancient cities lost in the sands of time, we find ourselves in the heart of a mysterious civilization that flourished more than 4,000 years ago. Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, names that evoke both awe and wonder, are not just ruins, they are remnants of a highly advanced culture that, like many others, vanished mysteriously, leaving behind only questions. What really happened to this civilization that boasted advanced technologies for its time? Imagine meticulously planned cities with streets intersecting at right angles, houses built from fired brick, creating an impression of order and harmony. But what is most astonishing is the water supply and sewage system, a true engineering revolution that allowed residents to enjoy comfort and hygiene that other ancient cultures could only dream of. How could such achievements coexist with inexplicable reasons for their decline? Archaeologists who have studied these ruins are finding more evidence, but no theory can fully explain why this great civilization fell. Some researchers suggest catastrophic floods or climate change as catalysts for its demise. Others propose internal conflict or invasions by external enemies. Yet there are also more mystical explanations. Could it have been the result of ancient prophecies or growing displeasure of the gods? How could such an advanced culture, possessing knowledge and technologies, disappear without a trace? Mohenjo-Daro, with its majestic streets and impressive buildings, seems to be waiting to reveal its secrets. Among these ancient bricks, we feel the breath of history wrapping around us like a shadow that will never leave these lands. Every corner, every street holds unanswered mysteries. We can only guess what their inhabitants look like, what they did, what dreams and fears tormented their hearts. Where did these people come from, and where did they go, leaving their homes filled with extinguished fire? Perhaps they left behind cultural layers waiting to be discovered, like mummies hidden in the sands of time. It is hard to imagine that such a civilization, absorbing achievements of many epochs, could simply disappear, leaving behind only stones and dust. But this is not the only mystery surrounding Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa. More questions arise about their writing, mysterious signs that remain untranslated. What could they mean? Messages about life and customs, prayers to gods, or something else waiting for its time to be understood? Each symbol is a key to understanding who these people were and what they left behind. Perhaps hidden beneath the earth lie answers that will one day allow us to understand how their lives unfolded and why their world crumbled. How many more such secrets are hidden under layers of Earth, waiting to be revealed by those who dare to seek them? In the end, humanity will always strive to unravel the mysteries of the past, and perhaps one day we will understand that the disappearance of Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa is just one of many stories where the line between the known and the unknown remains unclear, like a shadow hiding in the depths of time. Traveling through the 15 remarkable architectural wonders of Asia, we did not merely examine stones and bricks, but also immersed ourselves in a world where genius, faith, and the incredible possibilities of ancient civilizations converge, creating living testaments to their existence. Each of these monuments is not just the result of the skill of architects, but also a reflection of the spiritual quests of people who for centuries strive for something greater, leaving us their ideas and dreams etched in stone. How inspiring it is to realize that despite the passing centuries, these magnificent structures continue to awe us with their beauty, scale, and importantly, their unsolved secrets of construction. For instance, how were the colossal pagodas of Burma built? Or how did ancient Indian temples manage to preserve their secrets, remaining unyielding to time? Their grandeur and mystery beckon us to explore further, to seek answers to questions that generations before us have asked. Let your heart be filled with curiosity, and your mind with a thirst for knowledge, for the history and culture of Asia are filled with unsolved mysteries waiting to be discovered. Perhaps you too will want to visit these extraordinary places, feel their energy, and try to unravel their secrets. Share your impressions, thoughts, and favorite architectural marvels of Asia in the comments. Your voice can become part of this engaging dialogue about the past and present. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel if you want to continue discovering amazing corners of our planet and the secrets hidden in the shadows of antiquity. These architectural wonders are not just stone structures. They are parts of our global cultural heritage that continue to inspire and enrich our understanding of human history. Each one is an invitation to reflection, to understanding who we are and where we came from. Let the touch of these mysteries enrich our view of the past and inspire future generations. For in history, as in life, there is still much unexplored waiting for its time. How many secrets are still hidden in the depths of the earth, ready to reveal themselves to those who dare to seek? Have you ever wondered what lies hidden in the bottomless depths of our oceans? The world ocean, covering more than 70% of Earth's surface, holds secrets in its dark waters that humanity is just beginning to comprehend. Mysterious disappearances of ships in the Bermuda Triangle, where entire crews vanish without a trace, as if swallowed by an unknown force. Ghostly vessels, like the legendary Flying Dutchman, doomed to eternal wandering between the worlds of the living and the dead. But what lies at the bottom of the ocean? Sunken civilizations, whose stone structures challenge our understanding of history, or perhaps something more ominous, unknown creatures whose outlines sometimes flicker on the screens of hydroacoustic devices? Many sailors have reported strange sounds coming from the depths, low-frequency rumbles and metallic screeches with no scientific explanation. Today, we will delve into the darkest and most inexplicable marine mysteries that official science prefers to keep quiet about. Prepare to learn something that may forever change your perception of the silent depths surrounding our continents. The Bermuda Triangle holds a unique place among the world's maritime mysteries. These ominous waters between Florida, the Bermuda Islands, and Puerto Rico seem shrouded in an invisible veil of mysticism and fear. This area, known as the Devil's Sea, has swallowed dozens of ships and aircraft, leaving no wreckage, no bodies, not even oil slicks on the placid surface. Let us recall the mysterious disappearance of 5 torpedo bombers from Squadron 19 in December 1945. Experienced pilots suddenly reported strange instrument readings, stating that everything seems wrong, even the ocean, after which contact was lost forever. The search plane Martin Mariner, sent to find them, also vanished without a trace that same day. What happened to these people? Where did the tons of metal disappear to? In March 1918, the U.S. Navy ship Cyclops, with 300 people aboard, dissolved into these waters without a single distress signal. The Cyclops vanished without a trace, as if the gods of antiquity had taken it, wrote one researcher. What force could so flawlessly erase ships and aircraft from the face of the earth? Scientists offer various explanations for these mysterious events. Some point to methane gas releases from hydrates on the seabed, giant gas bubbles that can instantly destroy a ship's buoyancy, sending it to the depths without a chance to send a distress signal. Other researchers mention unusual magnetic anomalies that distort compass and electronic equipment readings, causing pilots and captains to lose their bearings. In this area, the compass needle points not to magnetic north, but to true north, the only place on Earth with such an anomaly, note geomagnetic specialists. But do these theories explain the suddenness of the disappearances? Why don't the crews have time to report malfunctions? More exotic hypotheses include rifts in the space-time continuum, portals to parallel dimensions, and even intervention by extraterrestrial civilizations. Local residents of the Caribbean islands tell of a strange greenish fog that sometimes appears over the waters of the triangle before another ship disappears. The sea becomes unnaturally calm, like frozen glass, and then the fog appears. And woe to those who find themselves inside it, recounts an old fisherman from the Bahamas. Notably, modern technology has not been able to solve the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle. Satellite images sometimes capture strange cloud formations and unexplained light phenomena over these waters. Research expeditions encounter unexpected technical malfunctions precisely in this area. Our equipment worked flawlessly before and after crossing this zone, but inside the triangle we encountered inexplicable interference and system failures, report scientists from the Oceanographic Expedition of 2017. Perhaps some force operates in these waters, beyond the reach of modern science? Or are we simply unwilling to acknowledge obvious natural explanations, preferring to shroud ordinary maritime disasters in a veil of mysticism? But how can we explain the fact that the percentage of disappearances in this area is several times higher than the average for similar waters? Perhaps the truth lies somewhere between scientific theories and unexplored mysteries of the universe, in those depths where human reason has not yet ventured. Speaking of maritime mysteries, it is impossible to overlook the greatest enigma of antiquity, which has been puzzling researchers and dreamers for more than 2,000 years. The legendary Atlantis, a civilization swallowed by the sea. First described by Plato in his dialogues, Timaeus and Critias in the 4th century BC, this mysterious land appears before us as an ideal state, technologically and spiritually surpassing all known civilizations of its time. Beyond the Pillars of Hercules lay an island larger than Libya and Asia combined. Plato described this enigmatic place, referring to stories passed down in his ancestor Solon's family, who learned about Atlantis from Egyptian priests. According to these ancient accounts, Atlantis was not just an island, but an entire empire with a developed system of canals, magnificent temples adorned with gold and silver, and technologies that seem incredible even today. How could such an advanced civilization have existed more than 9,000 years before Plato? And if it did exist, where did it vanish, leaving no clear traces? Plato asserts that in one day and one terrible night, Atlantis sank into the ocean, taking with it all its grandeur and knowledge. What catastrophe could have been so swift and all-encompassing? Modern scientists propose numerous theories about the possible location of the submerged continent. Some researchers point to Santorini, ancient Thera, in the Aegean Sea, where around 1650 BC, one of the most powerful volcanic eruptions in human history occurred, destroying the Minoan civilization. The eruption of Santorini was 100 times more powerful than the eruption of Krakatoa and could have caused tsunamis up to 100 meters high, volcanologists note. But does this island match the size described by Plato? Other researchers focus on the region of the Strait of Gibraltar and the western coast of Africa. Geological data indicates significant changes in the seabed in this area. We have discovered underwater structures resembling artificial constructions in the Gulf of Cadiz, claims one of the underwater archaeologists. Are these the ruins of the legendary island, or just whimsical natural formations? More exotic hypotheses place Atlantis in the Caribbean Sea or even in Antarctica, suggesting that the latter was once in warmer latitudes and suitable for a developed civilization. The mysterious maps of Piri Reis, created in the 16th century, depict the shores of Antarctica without ice cover. How is this possible if the continent has been covered in ice for millions of years? These maps could have been copied from much older sources created by a civilization with cartographic technologies comparable to modern ones, some researchers suggest. But the most intriguing theory is that Atlantis was located in the Atlantic Ocean, as Plato indicated. In 2018, scientists using satellite data and deep-sea sonars discovered strange geometric structures on the ocean floor between the Azores and the Iberian Peninsula. These formations are too regular to be of natural origin and are located exactly where, according to Plato, Atlantis should have been, they claim. Could these structures be the remains of the legendary island? Or are they just the imagination of researchers eager to find confirmation of the ancient myth? Perhaps Atlantis is not just a geographical place, but a metaphor for a lost golden age of humanity. Maybe the legend encodes the memory of a real civilization whose knowledge and technologies were so advanced that they seemed almost divine to subsequent generations. And if such a civilization did exist, what other secrets did it take with it to the bottom of the ocean? What knowledge did we lose in this catastrophe? Perhaps the answers to these questions lie not only in the sands of deserts and the depths of the sea, but also in the depths of our collective unconscious, preserving memories of times when humanity may have already reached heights of which we can only dream today. But not only Atlantis holds the secrets of the ocean depths. On the other side of the globe, in the western part of the Pacific Ocean, lies another equally mysterious and ominous region known to Japanese fishermen as Mono Umi, the Devil's Sea, and to modern paranormal researchers as the Dragon's Triangle. This enigmatic zone, located approximately 100 kilometers south of Tokyo, between the islands of Miyakojima and Iwo Jima, has long struck fear into the hearts of sailors. Ships enter there and do not return, and those who return tell of incredible things, say ancient Japanese legends. What particularly intrigues researchers is that the Dragon's Triangle is practically on the opposite side of the globe from its more famous twin brother, the Bermuda Triangle. Both are located roughly on the same latitude, but in different hemispheres, as if forming a mystical planetary symmetry. Is this a coincidence, or is there some unknown law behind it? According to Japanese folklore, these waters are home to a sea dragon capable of creating powerful whirlpools and sudden storms that drag ships to the bottom of the ocean. But what lies behind these legends in reality? In 1954, the Japanese research vessel Kaiomaru No. 5, with a crew of 31 people, disappeared without a trace in this area under completely calm weather. The search operation involving dozens of ships and aircraft yielded no results. No wreckage, no oil slicks, no lifeboats. How could a modern ship with an experienced crew simply vanish without a trace? In the 1960s and 1970s, at least 5 ships and 3 aircraft disappeared in this area. Pilots flying over the Devil's Sea reported strange interference with navigation instruments, inexplicable compass fluctuations, and sudden electronic failures. "My instruments went haywire and then completely shut down for several minutes," said one pilot who managed to safely return from a flight over the Dragon's Triangle in 1972. What could cause such anomalies? Geological research showed that the seabed in this area has an extremely complex structure. Here, 3 tectonic plates converge, creating a unique geological situation. This zone is characterized by increased volcanic activity, frequent underwater earthquakes, and methane emissions from the seabed, note geologists. Could these natural phenomena explain the strange disappearances? Some scientists suggest that sudden methane releases could significantly reduce water density, causing ships to sink almost instantaneously without having time to send a distress signal. Others point to the possibility of giant killer waves forming due to the peculiarities of underwater currents and seabed topography. Waves up to 30 meters high can form here seemingly out of nowhere during relatively calm weather, claim oceanographers. But can these purely material causes explain all the mysterious phenomena observed in the Dragon's Triangle? What about the reports of sailors and pilots about strange lights under the water, inexplicable mists appearing on clear days, and time distortions where the clocks on board ships and aircraft showed different times for no apparent reason? Japanese researcher Kiyoshi Itakawa, who has devoted more than 20 years to studying the Devil's Sea, proposed the hypothesis of the existence in this area of a special energy anomaly related to the Earth's magnetic field. Here, unexplained fluctuations in the magnetic field are observed, which can affect not only instruments, but also human perception and even the flow of time, he wrote in his book, Secrets of the Devil's Sea, published in 1979. No less intriguing is the theory that the depths of the Dragon's Triangle may contain a sunken ancient city or even an entire civilization. In Japanese chronicles from the Jomon period, approximately 14,000 to 300 years BC, underwater palaces of dragon gods are mentioned, located precisely in this area. Modern underwater research using sonars has indeed discovered on the seabed of the Devil's Sea strange structures resembling artificial constructions. These objects have too regular a geometric shape to be the result of natural processes, note researchers. Could these structures be the remains of an ancient, long-forgotten civilization? And if so, what connection does it have to the mysterious disappearances of ships and aircraft in our time? Could ancient technologies or energy systems continue to function on the seabed, creating an anomalous zone? Or is everything much more mundane, and most disappearances can be explained by complex natural conditions and human factors? The Devil's Sea, like the Bermuda Triangle, continues to keep its secrets, leaving us with only guesses and speculations. And while scientists seek rational explanations for these mysteries, fishermen and sailors continue to cautiously avoid these waters, where, according to them, even the air smells different and time flows differently. What secrets do the depths of the Dragon's Triangle hold? The answer to this question may lie beyond our current understanding of the world and the laws of nature. And who knows what other mysteries the world's oceans, covering more than 70% of the planet's surface, still hide. After all, we have explored their depths less than the surface of the moon. A ghostly ship known to appear out of the mist, bearing a harbinger of inevitable doom. When is neither the mist it's interesting in the ship the crew glowed some historians link it to the real Dutch captain Bernard Fokker, who disappeared without a trace off the Cape of Good Hope in 1641. Others point to Captain Baron Fokke, who, according to records, blasphemed and challenged the storms. But what lies behind these legends? Can they have a rational explanation? Modern researchers offer several scientific hypotheses. One of them connects the sightings of the Flying Dutchman with a rare optical phenomenon known as Fata Morgana, a complex mirage where distant objects appear distorted above the horizon. In certain atmospheric conditions, a real ship located beyond the horizon can seem to be floating in the air or have distorted outlines, meteorologists explain. Another theory suggests that the sightings could be related to bioluminescence, the glowing of microorganisms in seawater, which in the dark can create the illusion of a glowing ship. However, neither of these theories fully explains all aspects of the legend and the numerous accounts of witnesses who claim to have seen the Flying Dutchman under different weather conditions and circumstances. "I saw it as clearly as I see you now," insisted an old captain of a fishing vessel in an interview with paranormal phenomena researchers in 1987. "It was an old ship with torn sails, but it moved at an incredible speed against a strong wind. There were people on the deck in old-fashioned clothes. Their faces were gray, like the dead." Interestingly, in some versions of the legend, there is a way to lift the curse from the Flying Dutchman and its crew. According to these beliefs, if a woman of pure heart volunteers to sacrifice herself for love for one of the cursed sailors, the spell will be broken. This romantic interpretation of the legend found expression in Richard Wagner's opera, The Flying Dutchman, where the captain every 7 years gets the chance to go ashore in search of a faithful woman who can save his soul. But regardless of whether we believe in the existence of the ghostly ship or seek rational explanations for this legend, the Flying Dutchman remains one of the most captivating and mysterious maritime myths that continue to stir the imagination of people around the world. And as long as sailors navigate the ocean expanses, the legend of the cursed ship, doomed to eternal wandering, will live on, reminding us of the thin line between our world and the world of the unknown. Who knows, perhaps somewhere in the foggy waters of the world's oceans, a ghostly silhouette of a ship with a crew that will never find rest is currently gliding. And how many more secrets and mysteries do the boundless ocean expanses hold, waiting for humanity to be ready to reveal them? While the phantom Flying Dutchman continues its endless voyage across the vast ocean, on the other side of the world, near the quiet shores of Nova Scotia in Canada, another equally captivating mystery lies hidden: Oak Island and its legendary money pit. This small island, covered in oak groves, has been the epicenter of one of the most mysterious and expensive search operations in human history since 1795. It all began when a young man named Daniel McGinnis discovered a strange depression under an old oak tree whose branches bore the marks of cut logs. Intrigued, the young man and two of his friends started digging, uncovering platforms of oak logs laid every 3 meters deep. Someone intentionally created this shaft, investing enormous effort, McGinnis later recounted. But why? What could be so valuable as to create such a complex structure? Rumors about the mysterious shaft spread quickly, giving birth to the legend of untold treasures hidden at the bottom of the pit. Some spoke of Captain Kidd's famous treasure, others of the Templars' riches saved from destruction, and still others of Marie Antoinette's royal jewels secretly smuggled out of revolutionary France. Over the next 2.5 centuries, more than a dozen serious expeditions attempted to unravel the Money Pit's mystery, investing tens of millions of dollars in the process. Yet each time researchers got close to the truth, an invisible hand seemed to stop them. The shaft, descending more than 90 meters, was equipped with a cunning system of traps. Upon reaching a certain depth, side tunnels connected to the ocean are activated, and the shaft instantly fills with water, engineers who studied this enigmatic structure explain. This engineering feat far outpaces its time, but the most ominous aspect of Oak Island's history is the curse that is said to guard the treasures. According to local legend, 7 must die before the island reveals its secrets. Indeed, over the years of excavations, 6 treasure seekers have perished under mysterious circumstances. Robert Restall was crushed by a collapsing mechanism in 1863. 4 workers suffocated from toxic fumes in 1897. Drake Testard died from a sudden collapse of the ground in 1965. These are not mere accidents, proponents of the curse theory assert. Something or someone does not want these treasures to be found. In 1971, researchers discovered a mysterious stone with carved symbols at a depth of 45 meters. The inscription read, 40 feet below lie 2 million pounds. However, many experts doubt the authenticity of this find and the accuracy of the translation. In 2016, using modern technology, researchers found fragments of metal, presumably gold and silver, and strange artifacts, including a piece of parchment with writing that may be related to an early Portuguese expedition at the bottom of the shaft. We found evidence of human activity at a depth of over 100 meters, dating back to the 1600s, the expedition leader declared. But how is this possible? Who possessed the technology to create such a complex system at that time? Some researchers propose even more exotic theories. Perhaps the Money Pit is not a treasure trove, but something far more significant. James Richardson, who has been studying the island for over 30 years, suggests, what if it's a repository of ancient knowledge, or an artifact with incredible power, deliberately hidden from humanity? Each new expedition to Oak Island brings more questions than answers. Modern technology has revealed a complex system of tunnels, artificial chambers, and even a potential repository at a depth of over 180 meters. This cannot be the work of pirates, engineers assert. Creating such a system would have required the labor of hundreds of people and technologies that only became available in the 19th century. The mystery of the Money Pit continues to lure adventurers, researchers, and dreamers from around the world. And while 6 lives have already been lost in the quest to unravel the enigma of Oak Island, the question remains, who will be the 7th and final victim of the curse? And will the island finally reveal its centuries-old secrets after that? Or perhaps the true value of this place lies not in the hypothetical treasures, but in the very mystery that has been stirring minds and imaginations for more than 2 centuries? Like the Flying Dutchman, we can only speculate, standing on the threshold of a mystery that may never be fully solved. While the mysteries of Oak Island continue to remain hidden beneath the earth and water, other ancient enigmas lie just beneath the surface of the world's oceans, like silent witnesses to bygone eras. The depths of the seas preserve the ruins of once thriving cities swallowed by water under mysterious circumstances. In 1985, off the coast of the Japanese island of Yonaguni, scuba instructor Kihachiro Aratake accidentally discovered underwater strange geometric structures resembling man-made constructions. I couldn't believe my eyes, he recalled later. Before me were perfectly straight steps, terraces, and platforms as if carved out of a single rock. This discovery stirred the scientific world, dividing researchers into 2 irreconcilable camps. Some, like Professor Masaki Kimura, who has devoted more than 25 years to studying these structures, believe they are the remnants of an ancient city, possibly the legendary civilization of Mu. Look at these perfectly straight angles, these columns and arches, he says. Nature does not create such forms. This is undoubtedly the work of humans. Others insist on the natural origin of these formations, calling them whimsical but geological formations. Ocean currents and erosion can create astonishingly precise shapes, geologists assert. But if this is indeed an ancient city, how and when did it end up underwater? Radiocarbon analysis of organic materials found among the stones indicates an age of at least 10,000 years. This is the time of the last ice age, paleoclimatologists explain. The global ocean level was 120 meters lower than it is now. What is now underwater could have been land. But did a civilization exist 10,000 years ago capable of creating such monumental structures? According to the traditional historical paradigm, no. It is believed that at that time, people lived in primitive hunting communities, just beginning to domesticate plants. If Yonaguni is indeed a man-made complex, we will have to rewrite history textbooks, anthropologists admit. An even more mysterious discovery awaited researchers off the coast of India. In 2000, oceanographers found on the bottom of the Bay of Bengal the ruins of a vast city covering more than 9 square kilometers. We see streets, building foundations, remnants of walls, the expedition leader recounted, and all this at a depth of 30 meters. Carbon dating of artifacts retrieved showed an incredible age, around 7,000 years. This is older than the Egyptian pyramids and Sumerian cities, archaeologists explain. But who could have built such a developed city at that time? Many researchers link this discovery to the legendary city of Dwarka, mentioned in the ancient Indian epic Mahabharata. According to the legend, this city was built by the god Krishna and then submerged in the sea. The coincidence of location and description is too precise to be accidental, proponents of this theory assert. What if ancient texts are not just myths but distorted historical chronicles? Underwater cities have also been found in the Mediterranean Sea. Off the coast of Egypt in the Gulf of Abu Qir, French archaeologist Frank Godiot discovered submerged ruins of the ancient cities of Heracleion and Canopus, cities considered mythical until this discovery. We raised thousands of artifacts from the bottom, including golden coins, jewelry, giant statues of pharaohs and gods, Godiot recounts. But the main question remains unanswered. Why did these prosperous cities suddenly sink? Some scientists suggest that a catastrophic earthquake or tsunami could have been the cause. Others point to gradual subsidence of the land. But there are also more exotic theories. What if these cities were deliberately flooded? Questions Dr. Elizabeth Hines, who studies ancient texts. Some papyri mention the wrath of the gods and the great flood sent as punishment for the sins of the inhabitants. The most daring researchers go even further, linking the submerged cities to the legendary Atlantis described by Plato. Perhaps Atlantis was not one specific island, but a network of coastal cities of a highly developed civilization destroyed by a natural catastrophe, Professor Robert Schoch speculates. And these underwater ruins are just fragments of a once great culture. Each year, the ocean reluctantly reveals its secrets, allowing us to catch only a glimpse of the mysterious past. But how many more ancient cities are hidden beneath the water, waiting to be discovered? And what secrets do they hold about our ancestors, their knowledge and technologies? Perhaps the answers to the most important questions about the origin of human civilization have been hidden not in deserts or jungles, but in the depths of the world's oceans, concealed from our eyes by an impenetrable watery veil. And as we continue to explore the ocean depths, each new discovery brings us closer to unraveling the mystery of our own past, which may turn out to be much older and more enigmatic than we could have imagined. But this is not the only mystery that the depths of the oceans hold. Beyond the ruins of sunken cities, the sea waters are filled with legends of monsters that have instilled fear and awe in sailors for centuries. What makes people believe in the existence of such creatures as the kraken or giant sea serpents? Perhaps it is not just a product of imagination, but a reflection of real observations of monstrous beings hidden in the dark depths. Imagine the scene, a stormy sea with the howling wind and the crashing waves against the ship's hull, sailors discussing encounters with mysterious creatures. That night, when the sea turned as black as pitch, I saw huge tentacles emerge from the water, an old sailor recounted, his face pale with fear. They were like ancient trees twisted into knots, and I knew it was a kraken. These stories were passed down from generation to generation, creating myths that combined fear of the unknown with awe at the grandeur of nature. But what if these legends hide real truths? Scientific research shows that the ocean is full of unusual creatures, such as giant squids and deep sea fish, about which we know very little. Some of these creatures can reach lengths of more than 20 meters, and their descriptions could have inspired legends of sea monsters. But how could these underwater creatures become such horrors in people's eyes? It may be due to our inability to fully understand the mysteries of the ocean depths. How many more mysterious creatures live in the dark waters that we cannot explore? Some scientists suggest that in the unexplored parts of the ocean, there may be organisms of sizes beyond our imagination. We are only scratching the surface of ocean exploration. A marine biologist who has dedicated his life to studying deep-sea ecosystems says, many species may remain unnoticed, and when we discover them, they can seem like real monsters. Furthermore, history records instances when sailors actually encountered giant creatures, such as giant squids, which were sometimes mistaken for mythical monsters. This could be due to the human brain's tendency to fill in knowledge gaps. An expert explains, when people see something unusual, they try to explain it using known legends. But how can we explain accounts of giant sea serpents that could swallow entire ships whole? Such stories may have been based on encounters with large marine reptiles that existed millions of years ago, or with other deep-sea creatures about which we know nothing. How can we distinguish myth from reality? And what if there really is something that we cannot see or understand? Legends of sea monsters continue to live in our consciousness, evoking both fear and admiration. But until we can unravel the mysteries of the ocean depths, we are left only with questions. How many more mysterious creatures lurk in the depths of the sea, waiting to be discovered by humans? And perhaps it is in these depths that the key to unraveling not only the mysteries of the sea, but also the history of humanity as a whole lies. What other secrets do the waters hold that we consider familiar and understandable? How many wonders and horrors await their time to be revealed? Unidentified submerged objects, or USOs, represent one of the most mysterious and intriguing topics related to the underwater world. These enigmatic shadows lurking in the abyss evoke as many questions from researchers and enthusiasts of the paranormal as do legendary sea monsters. What are these objects that sometimes appear underwater, and what can they tell us about our world? For decades, witnesses have reported strange underwater phenomena, from bright lights moving at incredible speeds to large objects disappearing from view in an instant. One such incident occurred at the end of the 20th century when a group of divers in the Caribbean Sea spotted a massive black object floating at a depth of several dozen meters. It moved so fast that we didn't even have time to figure out what it was, recalls one of the expedition members. We thought it might be a submarine, but it left no trace. How can these extraordinary observations be explained? Some researchers suggest that USOs could be the result of secret military developments that have not been revealed to the public. Perhaps we witnessed tests of new technologies capable of maneuvers beyond the reach of conventional underwater vehicles. However, such an explanation does not account for all the facts. In other cases, descriptions of the objects clearly point to something else: the possibility of extraterrestrial ships using the ocean as a hiding place. Could it be that right here, beneath the water's surface, there are places for observing our planet? Wonders a UFO researcher who has been studying such phenomena for many years. But what if these objects represent not only alien technologies, but also unknown natural phenomena? Some scientists propose that we are encountering previously unexplored phenomena that could be linked to unusual forms of life or even natural anomalies that we cannot yet understand. How can we distinguish reality from fantasy in this ocean of myths and mysteries? For example, there are reports of USOs capable of moving at speeds far beyond our known technologies. How is this possible? Or perhaps we are simply not ready to accept what we cannot explain. All these questions remain open, and each new USO sighting leads us to the thought that we are on the verge of unraveling great mysteries hidden in the depths of the oceans. How many more unidentified objects are waiting to be discovered? And how many more secrets about our world and ourselves do we not yet know? In this boundless ocean, filled with the inexplicable, each new discovery can lead to new questions. What secrets do the waters we think we know hold? How many more unexplored depths await their turn to reveal their mysteries? Mysterious sounds from ocean depths, the voice of the abyss. One of the most intriguing mysteries associated with the oceans is the enigmatic sounds that emanate from their depths. Among them, a phenomenon known as the bloop stands out. This powerful sound, recorded in the late 1990s, became a sensation for scientists and researchers. How could such a loud noise, resembling the sounds made by giant marine creatures, be detected on hydrophones placed throughout the Pacific Ocean? It was a sound that made you think of something enormous, something that could move with unexplained force, recalls one of the oceanographers involved in the study. Do such creatures exist that can produce such sounds, Or is it something entirely different? Some scientists suggest that the bloop could have been caused by geological activity, such as shifts in the Earth's crust or underwater volcanoes. However, how can one explain its distinctive features? Geological phenomena usually follow certain patterns, but the sound of the bloop seems uniquely unusual. There are numerous hypotheses attempting to explain this phenomenon, ranging from unusual natural occurrences to the possibility that these could be sounds made by as-yet undiscovered marine inhabitants. But what if the bloop is just the tip of the iceberg? The ocean depths hide many other sounds that remain unexplained. Sounds like whistles, humming, and even melodic tunes. All of these raise numerous questions. A scientific approach requires thorough analysis, but it is also important not to overlook the mystique that surrounds these phenomena. Perhaps some of these sounds are codes left behind by ancient civilizations that once inhabited the ocean floor. What stories could these encrypted messages tell us if we could only decipher them? But the question remains, can we truly understand the language of the ocean? How many more unsolved mysteries are hidden in its depths? Each new sound, each new signal only emphasizes that the world of oceans is full of mysteries waiting to be revealed. We are only scratching the surface, and each step in exploring the underwater world leads us to realize how little we know about what surrounds us. In this ocean of mystery and unexplored depths, each sound could be a key to unlocking ancient secrets hidden from human sight. And what will be the next sound that makes us ponder again what we still do not know about our planet and ourselves? Ghost islands, vanished lands. As we delve into the whirlpool of mysteries and enigmas, we once again immerse ourselves in a world that beckons us with its unsolved secrets. Today we will discuss ghost islands, mysterious lands that once appeared on ancient maps but have since vanished, as if they never existed. How is this possible? How could islands known to sailors simply disappear into the annals of history? Among the most famous examples are islands like Saskatchewan and Sandwich Islands, which have long been the subject of debate and controversy. On maps from the 16th and 17th centuries, these lands appeared as true oases, but their existence was never confirmed. Could they have been simple cartographic errors resulting from the limited knowledge of geography and oceanography of the time? Or is there something more mystical at play? Some researchers suggest that such islands could have been the product of sailors' imaginations, who, traversing the ocean, encountered myths and legends, creating images of non-existent lands. However, how do we explain the fact that these islands were depicted with remarkable similarity on maps created by different cartographers from different countries? This leads us to ponder, could these islands have really existed in some unknown form? On the other hand, there are more mundane explanations. Volcanic activity, underwater earthquakes, and other geological processes can create and destroy islands in a matter of days. It is hypothesized that some of the vanished lands could have been temporary formations resulting from powerful eruptions later submerged. How easily nature can erase from the face of the earth what we consider permanent. There are even stories of islands being submerged due to changes in sea level caused by global climate changes. But if this is the case, where are the evidence? What would be the genuine testimonies of those who once stood on these mysterious shores? But this is not the only explanation. Some theories suggest that the vanished islands could have been part of ancient civilizations about which we still know too little. Perhaps they were places of prosperity and culture that eventually sank beneath the waves, leaving only myths and legends in their wake. How could such advanced societies disappear without a trace? What was their fate? Some historians even propose that these islands could have been places where temples or sanctuaries once stood, connected to ancient beliefs and rituals. But if this is true, what secrets could these submerged lands reveal? Thus, we find ourselves once again facing the question, what happened to these ghost islands? Were they real or merely a product of imagination? Perhaps they exist somewhere in a parallel reality, waiting for us to find a way to discover them. We can only speculate about how many such mysteries lie hidden in the depths of the ocean and on forgotten maps that remain in the shadows of our perception. Each new discovery in this enigmatic world opens up new questions, highlighting that history is full of unsolved mysteries waiting to be revealed. How much more unknown awaits us in the vast depths, both in the ocean and in our own perception of the past? These questions remain unanswered, and the more we learn, the more we realize how little we understand about the world around us. As soon as we delve into the depths of the ocean's mysteries, it becomes clear that the ocean is not only a source of life, but also a dark abyss filled with inexplicable riddles and hidden dangers. Its vast waters hold countless stories that may never be told, and at the same time remind us of the grandeur and power of nature, capable of both creating and destroying. Remembering the vanished ghost islands, we realize that this is just the tip of the iceberg. What other mysteries await their time? What sinister depths hide forgotten civilizations, sunken ships, and dark legends? We know that many people, including researchers and sailors, have encountered inexplicable phenomena, and their stories live on in legends passed down from generation to generation. What are your most chilling maritime tales? Share them in the comments, and let's explore this mysterious world together. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel if you want to continue this fascinating journey into the realm of secrets and mysteries. And remember, this is just a small part of the ocean's secrets. Deep within the ocean, there is still much unexplained, waiting for us to turn our attention back to it. What other enigmas await discovery, and what secrets lie hidden beneath the water's surface, remaining unsolved? The ocean continues to whisper its secrets, and only a few of us are capable of deciphering them.